What is up, ladies and gentlemen? If you're doing well. Oh, no, not quite. I didn't rub in my makeup. It's okay, we're good now. I hope everybody's having a good day. It is Saturday, September 16th. We're in the kitchen again. I'm excited. We're going to be making some cheesy enchiladas. We're going to be watching Court as well. Let's first say hello to everybody who's here. Who do we have? Start at the top. Credence and Mikey said something. Then Sashina was here. Rick Sanchez. Finally back to the format of cooking and court cases instead of tatas and talk. Much prefer the food and feud over boobs and blab. Huh, Rick. I feel a bit like going and putting on a skanky top. Now that you've said that. Um, Hi Vicky, hi Tin Man, hi Beverly, Jonathan lurking today, so is Melanie. Let's see what else. It's so funny. I don't know. I think I prefer the boobs and blab, but do you see? Okay, first of all, it's shaky. I have to move all the shit around to do all these shots. You think I have like six different setups? I don't. I have one, and I move it from room to room and house to house and all that. Boobs and food is even better. I agree, Mike. I think that's probably accurate. Um, regardless though. Regardless, what does everybody have for lunch today? That's what I would like to know. I am, like I said, making cheesy chicken enchiladas. Fancy kitchen. It's pretty fancy. It's got my favorite tools. The KitchenAid with the good one, the fancy lift one. Love that. Why does it feel like a Sunday? I don't know. Shane. Hi. Um, Fellow Yeti. Do I have a Yeti in here? Are you talking to me? I don't think I do. You have one of those, Mikey? Oh, jealous. I love them. My my ideal would be the turquoise one, but Oh, a Yeti mic. Yes, I have a Yeti mic. Sorry. I've had that the whole time. I thought you meant the Yeti cup, and I was like, no, I do have a Bubba cup, which still waiting on that sponsorship to come through. Hashtag not a sponsor. But anyways, I hope you guys are all doing well today. Like I said, I'm going to be cooking, but I've also curated a little bit of court for us. What we're going to start with is watching a case from a while ago from Bothell, and then a case from yesterday from Bothell, or a docket from yesterday from Bothell. So, also, I need to talk to you guys about cumin. Okay, what do we think the best? Do we have the Yeti on my island? Yeah, probably. There's like Bigfoot. I mean, the TV show alone was filmed on the island. So it is a pretty desolate place in some places. Luckily, I live, say it with me now, on the southernmost tip of Vancouver Island, which is a humble brag. Mayor's here. RLS is here. Grammy Rita's here. You guys, thank you for being here on a Saturday afternoon with me. I am excited. I've made this recipe for before, but I really like it and was craving it. Plus, I got some homegrown veggies, and this is needs to be used. It's homegrown. And then also some shallots. I guess this is maybe an onion. This is more a shallot, and like some organic oh, maybe this is the shallot. I think this is a shallot, not a shallot. Anyways, we got some delicious things to chop up here in a minute, which we will get to. We also, so once again, not a sponsor, but HelloFresh. This is their recipe because I do buy HelloFresh kits quite a bit. Or I used to. My daughter doesn't like them. Will be shallot. Uh, my daughter doesn't like the meals that much because her dad does them too at his house. And so you guys have seen it. I tend to make her what she wants. So burgers or potato wedges or whatever it is that she wants. But for me, I like the different recipes that come. I really like not having to shop for it, which is important. Um, it's probably a good time for a med check before we get started. Fuck, I don't have my apron here, and I'm mad about that because this shirt is a nice shirt. That I did not steal from my sister. I don't need to worry; she doesn't watch. I stole it from her. Um, what am I saying here? Oh, take your meds, clock in for your shift. Yeah, med check. I just did a med check. Take your meds, clock in for your shift if you would, please. Let me know what you had for dinner, maybe, or lunch or breakfast. I don't know. Tell me what you ate. And like I said, we're going to be watching a video from Bothell. It is a case that I've already covered on the old channel, but again, we're doing this sort of throwback Thursday thing. Like, look at this fucking table. This is why. Look at this. Do you see this? I'm not going to be able to chop on this. I'm going to have to figure that out. Oh, what I really need is one of those mirrors that they had in like the cooking class, you know? Remember those where they like go up the top? Anyway, I'm gonna have to. Okay, that's my problem. Grammy, you made chicken enchiladas for dinner, but you made them this morning? Well, that's what we're making right now. Cheesy chicken enchiladas. But oh yeah, we need to talk about you had a toaster strudel for lunch, Mikey. Oh my God. Another thing I was never allowed as a child that I like secretly indulge in as an adult, toaster strudels. Oh my God, I love putting the icing on them. That's cute. Okay, so I don't have cumin as far as I can tell. I've done a little bit of looking and I can't find it. So I was told by, oh, fuck. Okay. So I do have paprika. I bought paprika, but we do have it. Um, what was I told to use instead? I was told to use Corey by Google instead. Is that a good, more cumin than a No, but seriously, is coriander the best bet? That's what Google told me because I couldn't find it. I was at two stores and I could not find cumin. It's shocking to me. So the key factor is when HelloFresh sends you these not a sponsor packages, there's these spice packs in it and they're handy and they work really well. Well, we have to make our own spice packs today. Taco seasoning is something I've made many times before. When I was a stay-at-home mom, I used to make taco seasoning in bulk and then just keep it in a container like this and then just scoop it in because it's super easy to make and feel silly buying it all the time. So I think we are going to work. Oh my God. We are going to work with coriander because I have a recipe for the spice mixture. Love the internet. You gotta love the internet and the people who um figure these things out for us because copycat recipes and like you know these like I don't know what you would call them, but it's very helpful because I don't have a good food or a HelloFresh box this week, so I need to find the spice mix. So that's what we're going to do first. Then we're going to move on to making the rest of this. I'm going to give a shout out to joesdaily.com, JOES daily.com. He's a baby because he has put a DIY how to make HelloFresh spice blends at home and he's listed them all out here. I'm just thankful for that. So we're making the Mexican spice blend, which says it's 2 parts chili powder, 1 part oregano, actually paprika, 1 part oregano, which I bought, 1 part smoked paprika, which I have, and 1 part cumin, which we don't have, but we are going to replace with coriander. Um, I'm gonna mix that again. Taco seasoning is a little different. This is an enchilada sauce. I thought, oh, maybe I'll just be able to buy an enchilada package like an Old El Paso one. No, they don't have that. They don't have. Oh shit! I did forget something. Let me look in the cupboard. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, we're lucky. I already have a can of chicken broth, so we will use that. Stick something under this. I know. I have to fix it. I'm gonna fix it in a second. Um, I don't know which leg is short. I'm not even gonna tell you how high this table is or what it's sitting on. Like I said, though, we are going to watch some court. So let's get started on that and then we will go from there. Please remember, this is an older video, but I think it's a good one to watch. And I want to hear you guys' on it. Also, please keep in mind, I am on one screen today, literally one. So you have to forgive me a little bit for not being on it. See how that's popping up and then going away? Jeez. He's like, no, lady, you got too much going on. Hold on. There we go. So this one is called Violation of TPO, GPS tracker removed. Judge is not happy. So let's see.
It's a bit of a trifecta. I hope you enjoy.
Looks like Mr. Fulton's matter is ready to address in the holding cell.
All right. In just a moment. Good morning, Mr. Trumbull.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you for hearing this matter.
All right. There are two cause numbers before me this morning. Cause numbers 3A0426041 is on for, well, it says it's on for pretrial, but we're past arraignment on that. And then cause number 3A0510890 is on for arraignment. Why don't we go ahead and do the arraignment matter first? So, good morning, Mr. Fulton.
Morning.
You're here for arraignment, so I need to confirm that Timothy Paul Fulton II is your true name.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Trumbull.
Thank you, Your Honor. And did the court say this is cause number ending 4541?
No, this is the cause number ending in 0890. Are you going to be representing Mr. Fulton on this matter as well?
Yes, please. And
Your Honor, if I may interject, I think Mr. Trumbull is referencing there was incorrect filings from the city with an incorrect case number that did end in 541.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So that has been corrected, and the correct case number is now 380. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So he was booked under 0890. And in the police report, the officer referenced that the 4541 was not going to be filed, and it was the 890 is what's filed. But all the city's filings are the 4541. So I don't know if the court wants me to correct that or what the city wants to do with that.
Ms. Greenwood.
I'll defer. I think at the time we received it, probably.
No, counsel, you are not going to defer. Do your job.
Well, Your Honor, I'm happy.
No, counsel, you are not going to defer. Do your job.
Well, Your Honor, I'm happy to refile those or to correct those and send those on to the court today. That would be not a problem at all. I was just giving the court the best of my understanding that probably at the time we received the reports, the officer perhaps had not refiled, and so that our paralegal sent it to us this way. But I am most happy to simply change the case number on all the filings and send them to the court. If you'd like them now, we can do them now, or I can do that after the hearing.
Madam Clerk, which would be easier for you?
I am happy to change the case numbers if that is acceptable to all the parties.
It wouldn't be a problem at all for us to simply just change those forms and send them over. I'm just inquiring when you'd like to have those. I can ask our Rule 9 to do that while I'm addressing this calendar or this specific hearing, or I can do it right after, as soon as I have the time.
Your Honor, if she emails them, I'm probably not going to get to them until after the calendar.
All right. Clarifying that the correct cause number is going to be the one ending in 451. Is that what I understand?
No, it's the 0890.
Okay, that's going to be the correct cause number. All right.
May I have the number, please?
Yes, it's 3A05108990.
3A0510890.
Correct.
Okay.
That is the arraignment that is on before me on one count of resisting arrest and one count of a protection order violation. Domestic violence.
Thank you, Honor. We are in receipt of well, they're listed as amended complaints, but I assume they're not amended there, of the charging we have the two charges in front of us alleging July 5th, 2023 in the city of Bothell resisting arrest and violation of no contact order. The order violation date is July 5th, 2023. The issuance of the order was June 22nd, 2023. So we have both of those allegations before us, and we are acknowledging receipt of them. We have no objection to later filing and service of different complaints that have all the right stuff on it. We're very much looking forward to addressing these allegations today. We're not so concerned about the technicalities of the charging documents today. Thank you.
So the corrected cause numbers, are you waiving formal reading or would you like me to proceed?
Yes, we're asking to waive formal reading and enter not guilty pleas to both counts. Thank you.
All right. And have you had a chance to go over with Mr. Fulton his rights that apply at arraignment?
Yes, Mr. Fulton understands his rights at arraignment. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Fulton.
Yes, ma'am.
Your attorney has indicated a pleas of not guilty on your behalf, and those will enter at this time. I have had an opportunity to review the police reports, and I do make findings of probable cause as to both charges. What is the city's request with regard to release and conditions?
Your Honor, the city is requesting to maintain the $25,000 that was imposed yesterday. Mr. Fulton was charged with this original assault on 6/21 of 23. I believe he was arraigned on the 22nd, and at that time was issued a no contact order. Was later and was asked to install a GPS device. It looks like approximately almost 2 weeks exactly, actually, after that order was issued, Mr. Fulton comes before the court today charged with violating that order. So, it's pretty clear that Mr. Fulton is unable to follow court orders. In addition, Mr. Fulton was ordered to put on a GPS device. He represented to the court that he was moving to Oklahoma. And so based on that, the court granted his request to remove that device.
So this is an important part. Let's talk about it quickly and I'll recap what we're doing. So if you're just getting here, please clock in for your shift by hitting that like button. We are making cheesy enchiladas. I am starting off making the spice mix for the enchilada sauce that I'm about to make, which I got from a website called joesdaily.com where he outlines HelloFresh spices. Thank you, Joe. I'm also refilling these containers. So this is oregano. I swear it's oregano. Don't worry, the weed is over there. Then we have, let's see here. Oh, I'm going to refill the chili powder because I used it all. Also, we've talked about this already. I'm going to just reiterate it. Oh, I don't have cumin, couldn't find it. So we use coriander instead. And we hope that that's good. We'll see. The next part of this recipe, I'll have to look at, to be honest, but I want you guys to listen up closely to what the judge and the prosecutor are saying here. This gentleman, these cases, remember, let's talk, are in Washington, Bothell, Washington, okay? And he has been convicted of what sounds like a DV case and then put on a GPS tether to avoid that person, okay? what's coming up very quickly. Also, did we hear the sass out of the judge's mouth when she told the lawyer to do her job? Like, fuck yes, judge, thank you. It's almost like a dismissal when she explained, do your job, Steven Tyler. Do your job, Steven Tyler. Also, hi, William. Hope you're doing well. I hope everybody's doing well. This seems like a lot of fucking seasoning. I think I've made too much, but that's okay. Next I'm gonna prep some vegetables. Actually, I'm gonna read the recipe and then we'll prep some vegetables. But this case in particular is creepy. You guys, I want you to listen carefully because if this was your daughter or your, you know, family member who had this crime committed against them, just put yourself in those shoes, and feel either the sincerity or maybe lack of sincerity from that. Yes, Lisa, we are making vegetables. We're making chicken cheesy enchiladas, but I have this basket of fresh grown shallots, swallows, all the good stuff. Plus this green pepper that I'm going to cut up, a red onion, a few other things that I'm going to add to it as well. Also, a bit more sturdy now. It's a little better. So let me read up on the recipe. Hold on. Let me just pull it up here so that we don't, let's see if it fucks you up. See, the computer's fucking me up today. I'll tell you that much right now. Why do you hate me, computer? Why? Why do you hate me? I spend so much time with you and I love on you and you hate me and I don't get it. Okay, cheesy chicken enchiladas. Yes, red onion, green bell pepper, 2 tablespoons of Mexican seasoning. Yeah, that's more than 2 tablespoons for sure. Before starting, preheat the broiler to high. Probably not going to do that. Wash and dry all produce. Heat a medium pot over medium heat. When hot, add 1/2 tablespoon of oil, double for 4 people, then flour, stir to combine. Whisk in 1 cup of water, 1.5 tablespoons Mexican seasoning, and broth, which I don't have the concentrate, so I'll just be doing the whole thing of broth. Bring to a boil once boiling, reduce heat to medium-low, simmer whisking often until sauce thickens slightly, 4 to 6 minutes. Tip, cook sauce a little longer if you prefer a thicker enchilada sauce, remove from heat. Meanwhile, then, see, the problem is you can't just read instruction 1. You got to read them all because it's like, meanwhile, it's like, maybe you should have told me that because I was taking a break. So meanwhile, cut the pepper, peel the onion, heat a non-stick pan, stir those. Then I got to do the chicken. Okay. So let's just get started making that sauce. We'll keep watching this case. I appreciate y'all being here. This is our old format, I will say, but it's also difficult to do a stream and cook at the same time. So please forgive me if I miss any messages. I do love you all and I'm thankful that you're here. Yeah, Debs, you're going to feel that with this guy. He has some balls on him. Let's just say that. Some balls. Also, I need a mouse so that I can have it here instead of reaching over here to my stupid laptop. Okay, let's keep going. And again, keep in mind that this guy has been asked or been convicted of and also put on a GPS tether for the safety of the person that he was accused or was convicted of hurting. And where he goes is going to shock most of you, I think. So let's continue. I said, let's continue.
And then noting in the docket, he actually came to the court on, I believe, 7/5, asking for some paperwork to file in King County for I believe it was an anti-harassment order, which he subsequently did file against the victim in this case. But I believe the court then noted that he came into court, he was not in Oklahoma and set this on for a motion to address that. And then the next day, he's charged with this new crime. So I'm not sure what was going on with Mr. Fulton, that he indicated to the court that he was leaving for Oklahoma, but clearly he did not. In addition to asking for the bail to be maintained, the city would like that GPS to be reinstated, or in order to have that put back on. However, that's however I should word that. Asking for him to abide by all orders, Your Honor. And we have supplied the court with the new exclusion zones that are requested by the victim in this matter.
Mr. Trumbull.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I would urge.
Actually, before you continue, Mr. Trumbull, I would like to say something. So we hear a lot about like GPS ankle monitors, but in fact, there is a new type of GPS monitor that I believe was specifically made to help victims of domestic violence and other violent crimes, because it not only alerts the probation department as a violation, but it actually sends an alert to the victim stating that the person that you're worried about is in your area. And I believe there's more of a cost for that type of GPS tether. Uh, you know, again, not a sponsor, but I'd love to hear from one of those companies and they can explain to me how that works. Open invitation, come on over and let us know, because I find that very interesting that they would be able to do that. You know, stay away zones are one thing, but, you know, basically any proximity to your victim seems a little difficult to enforce. Melanie, no problem. Please focus on driving and drive safe. You know that we're all, a hair piece. You know that we're always here and you can always watch the replay. I appreciate each of you guys in the replay crew, especially those that comment. Means the world. It's super helpful. Super duper helpful. Anyways, like I said, let's just listen to this case while I gather the next parts of my ingredients. Wishing I had an induction stove that I could put right up here and properly show you, but I don't. So we'll see how we do with that. Hi T-Rex, thanks for being here. Go ahead and just cock in for your shift. That's the most important part. We're making cheesy chicken enchiladas with my favorite ingredient ever, sour cream. Seriously. Okay. Do you guys want to know how big of a sour cream problem I have? I buy sour cream almost every time I go to the store, just in case, because you need sour cream. So we have this one that I just bought. New sour cream. Let's just take a look and see how many possible sour creams there are in the fridge. There's four. There's four other sour creams already in the fridge. Oh, I have a problem. I have a problem. I cannot for the life of me walk past sour cream and not buy it. It's like a problem. Also, that's well out of date. I am super jealous in the United States where you guys have sour cream that comes in like a bag and you can like squirt it out. Yeah, this one's still good. So we have two that are still good. One that I bought today and this one. But the problem is, like, if there's only a little bit left in this one and I didn't have enough, this whole meal would be ruined for me. I would not eat it because I need sour cream. Most things I make are a sour cream vessel. Love sour creams. So fucking okay. And also, if you guys, I do love the white stuff that squirts out, Mayor. But seriously, if you guys have never tried and you want to sort of fuck with people a little bit for dessert, strawberries cut up into like thin slices, right? Dipped in sour cream and then dipped in brown sugar. I shit you not. Probably one of the best desserts you'll ever have. And not that unhealthy. Seriously though. So, and I remember the first time a friend of mine at her house was like, "Yeah, you got to try this." And I was like, "I don't like sour cream." I didn't like sour cream, but I was like, "I don't like sour cream. I'm not going to do that." She's like, "It's really good, believe me." And I was like, "Fine." I did one time, addicted. Now I'm literally addicted. So we know I have a sour cream addiction. I need to keep it all times. Also, please keep in mind this is one fridge I have access to. There are probably 3 or 4 other sour creams in other fridges that I have access to that I've purchased. I recognize it as the biggest problem I have grocery shopping, that I buy sour cream every time. I don't know how to fix it. Anyways, let's keep going.
Urge the court to release him today. He's not in Oklahoma because of the actions of the city today. He was, excuse me, he was arrested just hours before he was supposed to leave. And fortunately, the court did order him on GPS prior to that day. So we can go back. If I can somehow function at a high enough level, we can go back and we can show the court that with court approval, with law enforcement approval, while this case has been pending since June, because that's where he lives, because he was booted out of his place and he's homeless and he sleeps in his car at that. You have to be patient with me because I'm not an expert on Bothell, but that Evergreen Church, which is right there at 35th Avenue Southeast. There's a giant church there with a huge parking lot, and they've authorized him to sleep there. He sleeps there. He takes jobs in his car, DoorDash and other jobs that he does out of his vehicle from there. That's where he lives, and that's where he exists, and that's where the officers arrested him. That he apparently was before the court asking for relief from being harassed in that very parking lot by friends and family of essentially what becomes the moving party in this case, the alleged victim from the case that the court heard the arraignment on in June. She's the reason we're here. The city has not taken a second look at her allegations, unfortunately, but he had to go somewhere. So he found his way to the Evergreen Church parking lot where he's been residing on GPS, and the GPS records will reflect that. So he's been lawful since the court released him, and that will be shown by the GPS records. And
You're telling me the court released him on a GPS tether and tethered it to a fucking parking lot of a church? Does that sound like it makes any sense to anybody at all? Seriously, does that make any sense to anybody? Also, I tried to change this so you could see the stove. Seriously, that doesn't make any sense to me. Why would they do that? Also, don't fucking come at me with sour cream. How can you hate it? What? You guys? Sour cream is delicious. Try it with the strawberries and the brown sugar. I promise you, you'll love it. This is a crazy case to me, that they would allow somebody to live in their car in the church parking lot. Like normally they say you have to have a location, like not your car. It is good in Mexican food, Beverly, and that's why I always have it. Like if I have tacos or nachos or burritos or what else do I eat sour cream with? Pierogies. Oh my God. I literally will cook pierogies, and if there's no sour cream in the fridge, I won't eat them. That's why I buy sour cream every time, because it is a deal breaker for me if I don't have sour cream with things I want sour cream. And so that's why I spend fucking $3 every time I go to the store on sour cream, just in case, so that I'm not left without. Anyways, this recipe calls for chicken broth concentrate and water. I don't have that. What I do have, however, is this Asian chicken broth that I buy for cheap. And I'm going to use that. How many milliliters is this? 412 milliliters. 1 cup is 355 milliliters. So that'll be fine. We'll just use that whole thing. And, but it says first, what did it say first? Heat up oil, which I'm gonna do now. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Oh, and then flour. Oops, I gotta get flour from Italy. Where are you? Seriously. We'll have to use this flour now. I had my Italian when we made what did we make? Pizza. Pizza in my sister's pizza oven. Um yeah. I should have just got Campbell's chicken broth because it's condensed. Probably, but this can it's not like I'm sure in this cupboard over here I probably have chicken bouillon, maybe? I don't see it, but I'm sure I do have it. I don't care. Cheese does make the world a beautiful place. Oh, I also got my favorite in the world cheese, by the way. Oh, this is going to get too hot. My favorite in the world cheese, double cream brie, which we'll be eating later. But I'm going to put it in the fridge because it's better cold. Okay, let's keep going with court. I'm going to make this sauce and we'll go from there.
He did take the GPS off and he did seek relief of the court. That's what you do. You come to the neutral forum to address the conflicts that you're having. And that's what he was trying to do with the petition. He was doing that because the officers told him to do that. When they were called, when the family and friends of the alleged victim were at the parking lot where he lives, saying and not doing appropriate things with him, the police told them to leave and they told him to seek a petition for a harassment order. So he was doing what they told him. So he sought judicial relief from the conflict. He was about to go to Oklahoma and address the cases that he has there, avail himself of the judicial process there. So we'd ask for the court to release him so he can, unfortunately, see if he can save his ticket. He missed his flight. He was supposed to be on a flight just a couple hours after he was arrested. I think it was like after noon. He was arrested at like 10 in the morning or 10 in the evening. So he missed his flight. And we look forward to addressing the facts of this case when we get before whatever tribunal we can get before he's arrested again. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I readdress?
Yes, you may.
I'm sorry, and I did neglect, I apologize, I did neglect to indicate, and Mr. Trumbull referred to it, that we did submit a few different criminal history representations on Mr. Colton. Initially, when he was charged, the NCIC that I had did not reflect his Oklahoma history. Mr. Lohr went to the police department, and when it was around the second time, the Oklahoma history appeared. So that would, I'd like the court to understand that that's why it wasn't there initially. But what that Oklahoma history shows is that there is at least one conviction of a no contact order violation. The third one that was supplied to the court includes that conviction, but a number of charges that the dispositions are simply just not, it's not clear from the NCIC, the disposition, and that's why they refer to as pending. But you can see, Your Honor, on those forms, he has significant DV history in the state of Oklahoma. It's very concerning to the city. I'd also note that while he may have been getting ready to get on a plane for his representation to the court, we have two witnesses that indicated that he was within 100 and 150 feet of the residence. Just prior to that, being arrested, when he was contacted by the police, he ran. He didn't stay and speak with him. He resisted arrest by fleeing. But I don't believe that Mr. Trumbull's explanation would explain, even in leaving the state, what reason or cause he would have to go by that apartment where he was seen by two independent witnesses who then informed the victim, who informed the police. Thank you.
I'm going to ask for clarification before we have argument back and forth between the attorneys. All right. Ms. Greenwood, what is the location on the police reports? Because I no longer have them before me. The location of this most recent contact.
That would have been the apartment address, if I could just have a moment, Your Honor. Offense location. That's it, right? It looks like it's 239. I'm sorry, I have a vision problem up close, so it's a little difficult for me to read this. But it looks like 239. And I'll check in the narrative and see if that also.
That's what I have as well.
Alright.
And the place that he was arrested, if I could barge in, indicated in the report is 35th Avenue and 240th Street. So right there at the church at the intersection. If what I measure that on Google, it's a half a mile away. So it's more than what the officer indicates in the report, which would be more than 2,500 feet.
Did he just cite Google as his fucking source for the distance? Is that appropriate? Oh, I so wish I had an apron. Is that appropriate to use Google as the source? Also, what I just did there, you guys, was I created a roux by heating some oil, adding flour, and cooking that flour down a little bit. It will take out the floury taste of it. Now I'm whisking it into 2 cups of, well, some of it's chicken broth, some of it's water. And now that that's mixed up, also I don't have a whisk, so I'm using chopsticks. So I'm gonna heat this up and add the seasoning that I made earlier, and that's gonna create our enchilada sauce. Also, this whole situation with this guy is fishy to me. Not in a good way. Not in a sushi fishy way, in a bad fishy way. Okay.
Again, it's right there where he lives at the Evergreen Church.
And if I may, the witnesses actually cited him within 100 feet per the officer's estimation from that address that I just gave to the court, which is where the victim resides. Excuse me.
But I was never over there.
Sir, this is not an issue at this point.
Kevin,
Your Honor, one thing may I speak, Your Honor?
You may.
Your Honor, of course, he has begun to sign up for MRT treatment and for other evaluations. Obviously, he won't be able to do that if he's kept in custody. As the court's aware, he's very interested in addressing his legal issues that are pending. He was gone so far as to buy a ticket.
Do we have proof of that?
yes. Yes, I was leaving at 12:25 a.m., man. I was out of here. I promise you, I'm trying to follow everything you're telling me to do.
Sir, I'm going to have your attorney speak on your behalf.
Sorry.
Mr. Trumbull.
I don't have anything to show the court regarding that, except my understanding is that he was leaving.
So he was leaving on, essentially today, just after midnight. Is that correct?
It would have been the 6th.
It was a couple hours after he was arrested, whatever day he was arrested.
So that would have been yesterday. So that would have been the 6th. Is that correct? Or did he get arrested? No, he got arrested on the 5th. Sorry.
It's the 5th. When I did the TRO, it was for him to travel on the 5th for court the next day, I thought.
So I have a significant concern with the veracity of what is being represented by your client, that he was going to be leaving the state when he was at the court requesting documentation for beginning an action in King County with regard to the anti-harassment order. If he were going to Oklahoma, he would not have been able to pursue that anti-harassment order. He would not have been able to attend his court hearings. My concern also is that this feels very much like we're playing fast and loose with the court's leniency with regard to having the GPS device removed. The concerns that I have and that I had at the time are not in any way, shape, or form reduced by this new charge being back before me. My concern was and remains that the GPS device was necessary. At this point in time, I have been advised of additional criminal history as well as actions on the part of Mr. Fulton. My concerns also include the fact that Mr. Fulton has chosen a place to reside that is within such close proximity of the alleged victim in this case as to create a situation where he is indicating I was just at the parking lot instead of I'm somewhere completely removed from the location. The concern is twofold. Mr. Fulton is claiming harassment on the part of the neighbors and friends, as well as the alleged victim in this case. Why put yourself in a situation where you're so close to that harassment, number one? Number two, had the GPS device been on at the time, we'd have a very clear understanding of what actually took place. I am not impressed. I'm not impressed that we are back here this quickly. It is unreasonable for me to believe that somehow these individuals miraculously knew at this particular point in time the GPS device would no longer be on, and therefore could make these accusations. So I am going to grant the city's request. I am going to maintain bail in the amount of $25,000, or set bail, sorry, in the arraignment matter in the amount of $25,000. Mr. Fulton, if you do post bail, you will need to notify the court in person or in writing of any change of address, have no new criminal law violations for which there is probable cause, make an appointment with your attorney, make it to that appointment, make it to your court dates. You will not violate any protective order that is set by this court, and you will have a GPS device installed immediately upon release of confinement, and you will have that GPS device on at any point in time that you are in the state of Washington. If the issue of going back to Oklahoma comes up again, I am going to want to know, going to want to have proof of court dates, and I'm going to want to have travel arrangements. And it will address how much control is going to be placed on whether or not Mr. Fulton is allowed to simply go on his own or if he will need to be escorted. I am not happy. So we'll set the matter for pretrial. Since I have set bail, we'll set the matter for pretrial. Madam Clerk, when will we do that? Will that be next week or the week after?
Next Friday, the 14th.
Friday the 14th at 9:30 in the morning by Zoom. We'll see you then.
Jury trial on this cause number would be August 14th.
Correct. The August trial term.
Can I ask a question?
I would suggest you ask it of your attorney at this point, Mr. Fulton.
Well, they told me to ask the courts from the jail here.
Yes.
Is it 25,000 is the total bond, or is it 25,000 each charge? What is it? Because they're
We
showing.
have not yet addressed your pretrial matter. This is on your arraignment matter is 25,000. Pretrial matter needs to be addressed yet. So that's cause number 3A0424260041. Ms. Greenwood, I guess first off, Mr. Trumbull, what are we doing on this case?
Your Honor, I wondered if we could set both of these matters on for the 21st instead of the 14th. I'm scheduled to be out of the office that day.
That the 21st of July. That's fine with me, Madam Clerk.
Okay, yes, Your Honor, I made that change.
All right, so we'll set it to the 21st. Ms. Greenwood, what is the city's position with regard to the pretrial matter?
Your Honor, the city, looks like yesterday the court set this in the amount of 25,000. We are asking the court to maintain that and revoke the PR, and that was previously, I believe it was previously PR'd with the conditions of the GPS as well as the no contact order. Was asking to revoke that at this time and set bail in the amount of 25,000 for the same reasons we indicated on the other case.
Mr. Trumbull?
Your Honor, it's all well beyond his means, so 25,000, just one case with 25,000 is probably gonna hold him in custody, so we would ask the court to maintain the current status of the first case.
Currently, the status is 25,000 because of the violation of the condition of release. And so I'm going to maintain that amount as well. That'll be 25,000 on each. Previously set conditions will remain in effect, and the matter will be set to the 21st at 9:30 in the morning for pretrial, and again to the August trial term.
So what does that mean? What is
$25,000 on each cause number.
So my bail is $50,000.
At this point in time, yes.
So I'm guilty until proven innocent?
No, Mr. Fulton, the matter is set. Bail has been set because of my concern for the safety of the community. You can discuss the remainder with your attorney.
But how come my classes and my AA don't matter? I've been doing a hell of a lot of work to try to make sure I'm doing what the court say, and they're just being ignored.
Mr. Fulton, at this point in time, your bail is set as I've indicated. This matter is concluded. You may discuss with your client, with your attorney, any other questions that you have. We'll see you on July 21st at 9:30 in the morning. If you do post bail, you will need to appear at that time by Zoom.
Thank you for the court's time, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
Sorry, dude.
All right, sir.
He said he's talking.
Mr. Fulton.
Oh, my lawyer's talking.
No, we're done.
Thank you for the court's time. Goodbye, everyone.
Well, guys, what did you think about that?
Well, guys, what did you think about that? Says previous KCC. Also, Rhea is making me say my intro again, which is, what's up, guys? Welcome back to Kitchen Court Case, where we catch court in my kitchen. His face, I know, Deb, right? Like, this guy was too much. Anyways, we're gonna go now just to a regular range docket in Bothell. It's not a specific case. I actually don't know what's on it. We're gonna figure that out. Any update on that one, KT? No, I didn't follow up on that. I'm muted? Really? I was like, all my bars are swinging up when I talk. Choppy probably. I told y'all I'm working on one screen today, and changing things fucks it. KT, please do. Choppy like Jeffrey Dahmer. Hopefully it's better now. Let's just do, hold on. Good, it's better now. Let's do a quick cooking break where we check in on the sauce that we're making here. So if you're just joining us, we're making cheesy chicken enchiladas. My lighting is fucked, y'all. What? Oh, because there's a skylight right there that's fucking me over. So we're making cheesy chicken enchiladas. We're making the enchilada sauce from scratch. In fact, we've not only made the enchilada sauce from scratch, we've made the enchilada seasoning from scratch. I am utilizing chopsticks to stir this because I don't have a whisk at the moment. I don't know where it is. And I made double sauce because who the fuck doesn't like sauce, right? Like, I love sauce. So we are going to keep stirring this. Like I said, we made a roux at the beginning with the oil heated up and flour. Cooked the flour taste out of that, added in our seasoning and the chicken broth and water. Now we're waiting for this to come to a boil, and it's going to go ahead and thicken. Chopsticks for the Chinese chicken broth with Mexican inspired dish. That is fusion, Mike. I think that's a pretty good way. of thinking that. You know, I live in the southernmost tip of Vancouver Island. So there's a lot of Asian people here and a lot of Asian influence here. Um, I have a lot of pairs of chopsticks in my house and I know how to use them. Let's say that. Uh, we are going to keep cooking that down. I've chopped up the green pepper that was from a garden and it smells really good. I don't really like green peppers, but it smells good. Now I'm going to chop up these giant, look at the size of this clove of garlic. It's huge. I'm going to chop that up. The recipe doesn't call for garlic. I like garlic, so we're adding 2 giant cloves. Then we're going to chop up this onion. Oh, yeah, you guys can get some when you're done. You just come on over. Mayor, you're telling me I got to reduce that down to a demi-glaze? I've made too much or in too small of a pot. Um, I like it a bit soupier. I don't know. I'm going to have to be careful of this. Please don't let me forget that it's on the stove. What else was I going to say? Oh, Vicky, be right there. Perfect. Seriously, you guys, I love that. Oh, hold on. Oh my God. Oh, I might have fucked it up. Oh. I might need to put an order in for cheese from Postmates. Oh wait, we don't have Postmates. This is Canada. You can't do that. You fucked. Um, Brie cheese on it, I guess. That's the cheese I have. Uh, anyways, let's continue. We're gonna watch some more court here. Like I said, welcome to my kitchen where we watch court in my kitchen. That is sort of my tagline when I travel and people ask me what I do. Well, that's actually a funny answer. But when I'm introducing the YouTube channel, I usually say, oh, it's kitchen court cases. Can't get out of that habit. And we watch court in my kitchen. And they're very perplexed, usually. Quite perplexed, to be honest with you. But we get there eventually. Also, shout out to the old KCC channel, which reached 2,600 subscribers today with no more work going into it. Love that. Just love it. Debs, you've been to Canada once. Which part of Canada were you in? I'd love to hear about it. I worked in tourism for a long time, but you guys know I was not born in Canada. I'm an immigrant. I'm a first generation immigrant to Canada. And so I love hearing people's thoughts. Moonfox, thank you for being here. Oh my God, you guys, that is 1 clove of garlic. Maybe I only need 1. I don't know. RLS, where are you going on your anniversary trip? That's what I would like to hear about. For about an hour when your plane to JFK had to land because someone was having a heart attack, did they land in Halifax or Gander? Like, where did they land? Mike, you were in Montreal for 4 months, but we all know Montreal isn't really part of Canada. We do claim them. One of my very favorite songs in the whole world is by Penelope Scott. I am going to do the second clove. By Penelope Scott. She is an artist and it's called Montreal. I sing it all the time. I love that song. I've never been to Montreal. My best friend, who used to be one of my employees and then became my best friend, we worked at the cruise ships together, and she had the Montreal transit symbol and the Vancouver transit symbol tattooed behind her ears, which is funny to me. Again, I'm not a big tattoo person, and I remember being like, why public transit, you know? You were in Newfoundland, so that would be Gander, Debs. And we've talked about Gander before, the story I've told. If you're looking for a fun sort of thing to watch, I believe on Netflix they have the musical Come From Away. And they it talks about 9/11 and the planes that were all forced to land in that is a lot of garlic, Karen. I know. Maybe I have a problem. I've got a too much gene, that's for sure. I definitely have a too much gene. Oh, you guys, somebody forgot to remind me to stir. Um, but the Come From Away musical is actually based upon the 9/11 tragedy and the landing of like 7,000 passengers into Gander, Newfoundland, uh, on 9/11, and then the subsequent coming together of the city to take care of those people, and they certainly made an impression. They did so much that the people, they called them the plane people that arrived, ended up setting up a scholarship fund for the kids of the people in the town so that they, as a show of thanks. Debs, you didn't get off the plane, but you still had to do passport and fill in declarations for customs. I understand that. RLS, you're going to Northwest Arkansas. Is it Arkansas or Arkansas? No, I know it's Arkansas. You picked that area because it's someplace you've never been, but within day driving distance for me to try long distance driving again for the first time. I'm so happy to hear that, RLS. We want to hear how it goes. Hey, maybe next year we'll be doing our court cruise, which I really I'm gonna plan, where we can all go on a cruise together and watch court and have a blast. Sort of my dream. But you guys know that I am a bit of a cruising gal. I love cruise ships. Used to work with them, got married on one, spent many, many, many days at sea as a passenger as well, luckily. And just love it. So I think it is a good option. So yeah, we have a lot of garlic in here now. We have the onions, we have the peppers. That's looking pretty good for I guess it's not a mirepoix. Would that be celery, carrot, and garlic? I don't remember. Anyways, oh, okay, we're coming to a boil now with the enchilada sauce. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on this. I'm also going to have to get out my other pan to start charring up those veggies. And in the meantime, we're going to keep watching Court. I appreciate y'all being here and putting up with my cooking, you know. Mirepoix is celery, carrot, and onion. Thank you, Mike. Which cruise line would I do the court cruise on? Probably Carnival. I have been on Carnival cruises many, many times. Like I said, I've worked with each and every cruise line, and the service and the food and everything that I've gotten on many Carnival cruises that I've gone on has far exceeded the price that I've paid. Like, for example, on my wedding cruise, we did 2 weeks back to back. So we did a week with our whole family. Whatever. You can go on RCCL if you want, Royal Caribbean, but when you're paying to get into every restaurant, Mike, I'm gonna be dining everywhere and having a good time. Also, um, the the entertainment, again, I don't drink very often, and so cruising is very cheap for me because I don't drink. And so uh like I believe I have a picture of me in front of every cruise line's cruise ship from when I was working. And I've been on board many, many ships, even if I didn't cruise on them. Um, the thing about Carnival is that I've always had such amazing service from them to the point where there was this waiter who we kept in touch with afterwards. Like, he was so sweet. His name was Jeffrey, and he just knew what my daughter wanted on at every dinner and just like had it ready to go. And I was just so impressed. Like, such a good job, Jeffrey. The key factor, here's a little tip for you. If you're going on a cruise and you want to give a tip to a person that's really special to you, that has gone out of their way to make your journey special, the best tip you can give that person is, in fact, to walk down to guest services and ask them for some paper and a pen and write a letter of recommendation for that staff member. cruise lines work on a bit of an antiquated system. And so those letters, when you get a kudos or congratulations at a normal job, it's like, okay, that's great. Maybe you get a gift card or something. The letters in those people's files make the difference between getting another contract, getting a better job, and it really doesn't take that much to do that. So it is probably the best tip that you can give somebody. Please keep in mind, if you're tipping somebody cash, they are going to be splitting that with a lot of people. Even let's say your waiter on the last day on the cruise, a lot of people will go and give their waiters extra cash. The maitre d' and all of the sort of like the busboys, all of that, they get a cut of that. Any cash that comes in, they get a cut, which is fine. But a way to make sure that your gift or tip or thank you goes to the person who you want it to go to is, one, write the letter, but two, you can also I usually bring phone cards. I mean, maybe it's not the same anymore. It's been a little while since I've been on a cruise, but I used to bring phone cards that had maybe like $10 on them, and I would give them to the staff because they don't have to share those, and they want to call home, and it works out well. So that's the thing I would recommend. Also, if you go on a cruise, here's a fucking rule. Don't come on a cruise with me and plan on taking tips off for those people. Don't do that. We are not going to have a good time because I will fucking call you out the whole time. I call people out in the fucking lineup on the last day of a cruise because I know what they're doing. They're standing there at guest services, taking the fucking tips off. The waiter and waitress keeps the envelope, Mike, but then the maitre d' comes along and splits the money. Believe me, I've worked with cruise lines, like with Shorex managers all through. That money's split. But they can't split a phone card, and that's why it actually all goes to the one person. But like the waiter and waitress for sure will keep it when you give it to them, but the maitre d' is watching and they will take part of that money. But yeah, if you come on to the fucking cruise with me and on the last day you go ahead and you take off your tips for whatever reason, we have a problem. Let's just say that. If you're going to do that, we can't be friends. I mean that. If you have a real problem with the cruise that you've had, let's talk. But just because your bill came and it's too much and you want to save $170 or whatever the standard tips are that you're supposed to pay them, no. No. My ex-husband got so mad at me. I was in an elevator one time and on our way downstairs. And of course, we're staying on this cruise ship for 2 weeks. So all these people are leaving, but we're staying. And we're going down in the elevator. And I said to it, because I love to disturb shit. I was like, oh my God, can you believe all these fucking losers going down there and taking off their tips, Phil? And he was like all quiet. And all these people sort of looked at me. And this one Asian lady, she's like, yeah, why would you pay it? And I was like, because I'm not a fucking loser. And he was just like, and I'm like, it is insane to me that you would pay to go on a vacation and not be able to pay the tips to these people that have given you nothing but good service. Nothing. Absolutely, Mike. So the thing is, if you have a problem with a cruise, believe me, they want to take care of you and you can go and be taken care of like that. I used to follow this blog, John Heald. He's the senior cruise director for Carnival Cruise Lines. And he's had his blog for many, many years, like probably early 2006, 2007, I was reading them. And he oftentimes would blog about how certain people would take the tips off to the point where the actual company had to step in because it was obviously not a problem with service. But when whatever count was high enough, it would be a problem enough. Stir, thank you. And again, here's the thing. On a Carnival cruise, that cruise costs $320, okay? For a week. A week. That's nothing. You actually, if you want to give a good tip to your room attendant, your steward, what you do is you find them when they're cleaning the floor that you're on or whatever, and you just tell them, you're like, I don't want my daytime turned down. And they'll be like, no, 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 ma'am, I'll do it. And I'm like, no, 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 no. I actually don't want you to do it. I'm telling you not to do it. Do not clean my room today. And on a 7-day cruise, I can go 2 or 3 days where my room isn't needing a full turn down and they'll do the nighttime turn down, but the daytime tidy, I always tell them, I'm like, no, don't worry about it. And that, if you imagine if there's a few cabins that do that, that actually saves them so much time and effort, you know? It is, it's incredible to me sometimes the, I don't know, selfishness. I don't even know what to call it. The people, they work endlessly, very hard, so many more hours than most of us could ever imagine, and yet you want to take away their tiny little bit. And again, what Mike said is true. I paid extra money to go on a fucking tour of the behind the scenes of the ship. So I saw the laundry facilities and the dudes working down there and how hot it was. I saw the recycling facilities on board the ship where they have to recycle everything that they have. I've literally ate in the center of the kitchen during dinner service when they're serving 6,000 people around you. It's called the chef's table. It's expensive. That is one thing I will pay for on a Carnival cruise. But yeah. So I know, and I've worked for cruise lines, so I do know how that works. And I implore you, if you are going on vacation, please don't take away the tips. Fucking complain to Carnival or complain to the cruise line as a whole, or your travel agent or whatever. But the people that are there, I guarantee you, they gave you good service. I guarantee it. Just haven't seen it be bad. Oh, the sewer treatment facilities on board, Mike. Interestingly enough, I was talking to them about this one time, and there's often deck parties on sail away days when you sail away, you'll go up to the deck and to have a deck party. They'll do a dancing thing, and they set off confetti. And it was windy on our sail away day one time. And I saw all these staff sort of like freaking out because the um the confetti had blown overboard, right? And they have to do like an EPA, Environmental Protection Agency report because of that. Um like they follow very, very strict rules and guidelines in terms of overboard stuff, you know. Um Oh my goodness, KT. So KT has followed up on that previous case there. Is that the one we were just talking about, Katie? He posted bond. So he posted $50,000 bond and then got another protection order violation and a stalking charge on the 3rd of August where he got time served. Oh, that would make me mad. Yeah, Marple report. Yeah, that's exactly right. Right. Um, your mom and dad hadn't issued on a cruise ship one time and it wasn't, oh, had an issue. It wasn't with the staff, it was the stateroom on day one. They kept having the same problem. They kept complaining, and by day three, what happened there? Honestly, I'll tell you, some cabins are shitty. That's the truth of that matter. So if there's room, they will move you usually. But not only did the cruise line refund their entire cost of the cruise, upgraded them to a suite, and gave them vouchers for a free cruise. I know. Because here's the thing, right? Cruises are loss leaders. So what that means is they offer all those things to get the average person to come on a cruise and spend a lot of money gambling and drinking, right? Um, if it's like going to a buffet and being a professional eater. If you go on a cruise and you don't drink and you don't gamble, you're gonna make out plus from the cruise line. And giving away another cruise is actually making the cruise line more money. It seems like it's a good deal, but in reality, it just means you come back on board and spend more money. Gold by the chain, silver by the chain, all these things. Loss leaders are like Black Friday, but they are also like, for example, if you look at your grocery store and you see ground beef or a sale on one of those items, those are loss leaders. The grocery store knows that they will lose on that, but that you're going to be in the store and the likelihood of you just buying that is slim. So, anyways, we should do a cruise chat day one day and I'll go over every ship that I've been on. That would be fun. Let me get back to the court because the sauce is almost done here. Actually, I'll show you quickly before we go. Before we go back to the little screen here. This is thickening really nicely. The color is quite good. I'll say that. It's a little more brown, and maybe that's just my paprika was a little bit darker, but it is thickening up nicely. It smells delicious, I'll say that. And I think I'm gonna move it to the back burner. The only reason why is because this burner literally doesn't have like a low. It has an ultra setting at the bottom and I don't quite understand it. So I'm gonna move it to the back burner, do that. We're gonna watch the rest of this. Jesus Christ. Somehow I've been going for an hour and 18 minutes and I've made a sauce. So come on, people, talk. Come on, people, talk.
All right, good morning. It looks like we're ready to go back on the record on the morning arraignment calendar. So just for the record, this is the arraignment calendar for Friday, the 15th of September for the Bothell Municipal Court. I'm Judge Mara Rosano. This calendar is being conducted on Zoom and also live streaming to YouTube.
That's us.
Your Honor, we can start with Rachel Ludwig. She's on the 11:30.
All right. Good morning, ma'am. Do you pronounce your last name Ludwig or Ludwig?
Ludwig.
Ludwig. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Ms. Ludwig, is Rachel Morgan Ludwig your true name?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Parent.
And Your Honor, Ms. Ludwig and I went over the charge against her. She understands the nature of the charge, the maximum penalties. We also reviewed the advice of rights form. She understood them all and had no questions for me. We waive formal reading of the complaint, enter a plea of not guilty. I do believe that she would qualify for the public defender, and she lives in Spokane, so would be requesting Zoom appearances.
All right. So Ms. Ludwig, Mr. Parent just indicated to me he went over quite a bit of information with you this morning, including your constitutional rights. Did you understand all of it?
Yes.
All right. So he has indicated a plea of not guilty on your behalf, which will enter at this time. I have had an opportunity to review the police reports and did make a finding of probable cause. What is the city's request with regard to release and conditions?
City's requesting standard conditions.
No objection to those, Your Honor. I went over with Ms. Ludwig, but those would likely be.
All right. So Ms. Ludwig, I am going to release you on your personal recognizance on the following conditions. Notify the court in person or in writing of any change of address. Have no new criminal law violations for which there is probable cause. Make an appointment with your attorney. Make it to that appointment. They can't help you if you're not talking to them. And make it to your court dates, which I'm going to give you here in just a moment. Your attorney can go over with you in greater detail what that means. With regard to other conditions, do not drive unless you're properly licensed and insured. So with that, I think that's all the conditions. And I'm just making sure, I'm just taking a quick look here because all right, it looks like we do have your current address in Spokane. I was looking at Department of Licensing, and even though there's some issues there, you probably want to alert them of your current mailing address as well. And you can do that online, I believe. With that, I will, based on Mr. Parent's representations, I will make a preliminary finding that you do qualify for court-appointed counsel and appoint counsel. It will only be a preliminary finding. In the paperwork that you're going to receive from the court will be an affidavit for you to complete that asks about your income, your assets, and your expenses. Without that document, I don't actually have a legal basis for granting you court-appointed counsel, and I might have to reverse my decision and charge you attorney's fees, which I'm pretty sure you don't want to have happen. So please get me that affidavit, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And then I will set this matter for pretrial. We'll go ahead and set this by video based on the distance that you would have to travel. So it will be October 9th at 1:30 in the afternoon back on Zoom like we're doing right now. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. And I think that will conclude this matter. Your trial will be in the November trial term, just for the record. But again, your next court hearing is going to be October 9th. We will send you contact information and everything like that if you haven't already received that from Mr. Parent. It will all be part of the paperwork. If you don't get...
Oh my God, that smells delicious. I just put that in the pan. That garlic, oh, you can tell the difference between like Chinese garlic, no offense, China, but and this like homegrown, beautiful organic garlic. Holy fucking shit. I'm excited now for my dinner. Also, just we're watching court. We're having a good time. Courtney, hi, love. Thank you for being here. I'm cooking cheesy chicken enchiladas. I made the enchilada sauce from scratch. I made the spice mix for the enchilada sauce from scratch. I am just, but I've been here for an hour and a half and I don't have anything made yet. So obviously it takes me a little while. You guys, is Sean Parent, who's over here beside the judge, is that a piece of a hair piece? I just want to know. And Courtney, I was just saying, I used some really delicious garlic grown in a garden around here by somebody that is, oh, I mean, it smells delightful. I think it's a rug, to be honest, Mike, right? Or he thinks he's the fifth beetle. Wait, I need you. I need you to light my face up, please. Nope, not fall. I said light my fucking face up. No. Anyways, Moonfox, you should absolutely try and grow your own garlic if you can. Stay in there. Oh, there we go. I got it. Okay. I bet it helps 0%. It did. It helped 0%. You guys, one day when I'm rich, I'm going to have a really cool pro cooking setup in the kitchen that I'm not going to have to take down every time I want to do a different stream in a different part of the house. I'm going to need 3. I'm going to need a bathroom one, a studio one, and a kitchen one, I think. Life goals. You do have to brown the garlic. Well, I'm browning the garlic right now. RLS HelloFresh says this recipe can take you 30 minutes. I'm at 1 hour, 30 minutes, but again, I've been taking my time. I'm taking my time. Elton John's stunt double. That is funny. No, I didn't throw it. No, no, no. Sorry. I threw it into this pan where I'm cooking it down with the peppers and the onions and the garlic. So, no, HelloFresh doesn't lie. Their package that comes with everything ready to go, that would take 30 minutes. But I had to make the fucking spice sauce. I had to look that recipe up. I had to talk to everybody. All those different things. Oh, Jody, please go take a minute. Maybe put an ice pack on your eyes. I don't know. I'm sorry. It is colorful, Courtney. It's gonna be yummy. And this one not so colorful, but is doing quite well. This is the enchilada sauce that I've made here. I'm trying really hard not to think of the cumin that we didn't put in it. Pardon me. Let's see how that goes. We have sour cream to cover it all up, and that is smart. Yeah, Jody, put an ice pack on your eyes. That helps sometimes, you know. That's all I can think of at the moment. So let's continue watching some court. I need to recheck the recipe and roll a joint, to be honest. That's why I get kicked out of most kitchens for smoking weed in them.
Get that in the near future, please contact the court and we'll make arrangements to make sure it gets to you. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, take care. All right. Do we have anything else ready to go, Mr. Parent?
I had Mr. Wilcox from the 10:30 and Ms. Larson from the 11:30.
Okay, whichever one we can bring in, or both.
And Mr. Wilcox
to
has
the
joined
stage.
us.
All right.
A fucking interpreter?
Mr. Wilcox, if you're there, where'd he go?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, can you turn on your video? There you are. Very good. All right. Good morning, Mr. Wilcox. Is Zachary Dean Wilcox your true name?
Yes, that is my true name.
All right. Mr. Parent.
And we have a resolution, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Yell, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. The city moves to amend failure to transfer title within 45 days to no valid registration and vehicle and a $200 agreed fine under RCW 46.16A.180.
And Mr. Wilcox has no objection to the motion to amend, agrees to the fine amount, pleads committed to the infraction.
All right. Mr. Wilcox, is that all correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Has anyone made any threats or promises to get you to resolve your case this way?
No, they have not.
All right, then I will accept the city's motion to amend to the infraction of no registration in vehicle. I will accept your stipulation as committed to that infraction and impose the agreed upon penalty of $200. I'll allow that you can do payments towards that, do community service hours, or a combination thereof. Okay?
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
All right, you take care.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We're ready to address the French interpreter matter. If the court is ready for the matter, that's Ms. Matai. She is present.
French interpreter matter or Arabic? Okay, now I have a real problem because you know I don't speak French actually, but I can like sort of hobble my way along. Also gonna be in my studio kitchen when I get it one day. Above lighting. So that I don't have to do this shit. You guys would laugh if you saw what it looks like in here. Oui, 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 oui. Mon Dieu. Comment ça va? Ça va bien. What the fuck? How do I say my name is? Je m'appelle Paisley. Je m'appelle. Again, my daughter, bless her soul, has been in French immersion in Canada since kindergarten. Not yesterday, it was like a few days ago. She was talking to me about something. Oh, her dog. Her dog's name is Maurice. And she said, "Oh, Maurice, what are you doing? We're on the phone." It's at her dad's house. She has this. And I said, "Oh, Maurice." And I said, "Do you speak to Maurice in French?" And she's like, "No." I'm like, "Oh, because you can't speak to Maurice in French." And she's like, "I can speak French." And I was like, "Oh, really? You can?" And then she was like, "Ugh, you got me." Because usually she tries to pretend like she can't speak French ever, but I got her on that. It is one of those like pugs, maybe one of like like it breathes funny. It's small and fat. I'll ask for a picture. I'll ask her to send me a picture. Can you send me a picture of Maurice, please? Thank you. Okay, and we'll see how long that takes to come in. There was a legal battle over that dog, actually, funny enough. That's another story for another day. But somehow, yeah, that's laziness. Anyways, not my dog though. Her dad's and her stepmom, I guess.
All right.
Sir, you introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, my name is Kamal Abzaki. I'm the Arabic and French interpreter.
And this is cause number 3A 04-66097.
Et c'est
Hold
la
on.
cause, c'est la cause, c'est 3A 0466097.
And Mr. Mr. Interpreter, are you a court certified interpreter in French?
I am a registered interpreter out of the state of Oregon, but I've been a qualified interpreter in the state of Washington for the last 37 years. And I've been in this court before previously.
I appreciate that. I just need to make sure that your oath is on file with the Administrative Office of the Courts, or I need to swear you in.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Washington that you will well and truly translate these proceedings from English to French and from French to English?
I do. Je jure que vous traduisez au lieu de l'anglais pour le français, que je traduisais tout ça, ce que doit les lois.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Pimentel, go ahead.
Actually, before we get started, RLS, is that the case though, or does that maybe mean that your glasses are not perfectly fitted to your head? And I do believe that there is a period of adjustment if you're starting to wear glasses for the first time, but maybe those people that wear glasses a lot would be able to tell us. I'm blessed with good vision, so I don't mean to rub that in, but I don't wear glasses. I find myself getting a headache if I even have sunglasses on my head some of the time. So, but I buy cheap sunglasses, like I lose them, so I can't buy expensive sunglasses. So I figured that was like a cheap sunglasses thing. That feels like something that if you pay hundreds of dollars for your glasses, they shouldn't hurt you. But again, ear strength. Have you been working on your ear strength? That's important for when you've got glasses coming, because you got to do your ear exercises to make sure they're strong enough to hold them up. It's important.
This is an allegation from August 24th of one count of attempted theft in the third degree.
OK, c'est une accusation de voler de Auguste le 24. C'est essayer de voler.
We did have the opportunity with the assistance of the interpreter to go over the elements of the crime as well as the maximum penalty.
On a expliqué déjà avec l'aide de l'interprète quel est le maximum pénalité dans ces cas.
We also discussed all of the constitutional rights she has at this stage of the proceeding.
Encore là, on a discuté toute votre concession de droit dans cette procédure.
She has indicated she has no additional questions at this time, and so we are prepared to move forward with the arraignment.
OK, elle a dit qu'elle n'a pas de questions. Maintenant, on a prêt pour continuer dans ce cas.
Good morning, Miss Mathé.
Bonjour, Monsieur Mathé.
So, also, this gentleman is speaking French. I have grown up with Quebecois French around me. I mean, around me. Oh, Mike, what a good question. Is there possibly plastic mold marks still on the earpieces? We, you have no issue wearing sunglasses? Okay, RLS, I would take your sunglasses to the eye doctor and your glasses and explain that. Because, again, I don't think they're meant to be uncomfortable. I just don't. Like, I just don't. Although I will say that one time as a child, I lied on an eye exam to get glasses. I wanted glasses so bad, I just lied. But of course, I never wore them because I could see. And in fact, they fucked up my face when I was wearing them when I didn't need them. It was a weird thing. Ooh, my Postmates cheese order.
Bonjour.
Is Eliana Roberta Mete your true name?
Eliana Roberta Mete, c'est votre vrai nom?
Oui.
Yes.
Ms. Pimentel has told me that with the assistance of the interpreter, she went over quite a bit of information with you this morning. Did you?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
OK. Elle a dit que votre avocat l'a déjà expliqué tout votre droit avec l'assisté de l'interprète. Vous avez bien compris?
Oui.
Yes, I did.
Including your constitutional rights that apply at this time. Is that correct?
Encore votre droit de constitutionnel, encore, c'est correct?
Oui.
Yes.
Did you understand all of it?
Vous avez compris tout ça?
Oui.
Yes.
Ms. Pimentel.
We will waive formal reading, or excuse me, acknowledge receipt of the complaint and waive formal reading, entering a plea of not guilty.
On a accepté qu'on a reçu le complaint et encore on veut disait qu'on n'est pas coupable.
Not guilty plea will enter.
OK, pas coupable, on va recorder.
The court has previously had an opportunity to review the police reports and did make a finding of probable cause.
Et la Cour, elle a déjà regardé le report de la police et là, elle a mis la décision.
What is the city's request with regard to release and conditions?
Quel est le demande de la ville de Botel? Qu'est-ce qu'elle veut?
The city requests standard conditions.
La ville a accepté les normales conditions.
The city also requests that Ms. Matei does not return to Safeway.
Et encore de demander à Ms. Matei de ne pas retourner à Safeway.
Ms. Pimentel?
Madame?
There is no objection to those conditions.
On n'objecte pas pour les conditions.
Additionally, she would like to be considered for court-appointed counsel.
Et encore, elle va demander qu'elle va à la condition pour avoir un avocat de la Cour.
As I don't believe she's currently employed at this time.
À ce moment, elle ne travaille pas.
Ms. Matei, I am going to release you today on your personal recognizance.
Madame Matei, on va vous laisser maintenant de votre reconnaissance.
On the following conditions.
On de suivre les conditions que ce va dire.
You'll have no new criminal law violations for which there is probable cause.
Que ne fait pas une nouvelle criminelle accusation.
Make an appointment with your attorney and make it to that appointment. They can't help you if you're not talking to them.
OK, fait l'arrangement avec le rendez-vous à votre avocat et tu dois être là-bas parce qu'on ne peut pas vous aider si vous n'allez pas là-bas.
Keep your address up to date with the court, your mailing address.
OK, encore tu dois avoir votre adresse avec la cour correctement.
Make it to your court hearings, which I'm going to give you in just a moment.
Et tu dois retourner à la cour quand je vais vous donner la prochaine date.
And have no contact with the Safeway.
Et tu n'as pas le droit de contacter le Safeway ou aller à la Safeway.
With that, I believe we can set this matter for hearing.
Donc, on fait ça, le prochain rendez-vous, ce sera.
Ms. Pimentel, was there a request for any reason why this needs to be on video as opposed to in person?
Que c'est pas une accusation. Tu voulez-vous être impersonnel dans la cour ou en vidéo?
I don't think there's an issue there.
All right.
Okay, c'est pas un problème.
Then, Ms. Matei, I will set this matter in person at the Bothell Municipal Court on
Okay.
October 12th at 1:30.
Sorry, Rana, I went too fast. Okay. Okay, donc le prochain rendez-vous, ce sera impersonnel à la cour de Bothell. C'est octobre 12, 11:30, Rana?
1:30.
OK, 1h30 l'après-midi. OK.
October?
Oui, octobre 12.
And they're going to mail her all of that
Okay.
paperwork, so she'll have it as well.
OK, on va envoyer par tout ça, l'information avec le post office.
Je pourrais pas le 12 octobre
Pourquoi?
parce que je suis enceinte et j'ai un rendez-vous avec une échographie.
I can't do it on October date. I have an appointment.
Pour mon enceinte.
Un instant, s'il vous plaît.
Can she make it on the 5th of October?
OK, le 5 d'octobre, ça va?
Oui.
OK, yes, that's bad. Yes, the 5th of October.
Madam Clerk, do we have a calendar that is not too overfull on the 5th?
Yes, the 1:30, there's still a few spots left.
All right. October 5th at 1:30 then.
OK. Octobre 5 à 11h30 après-midi. OK? C'est en personne. Tu dois être ici à la cour.
À la queue?
Oui, tu dois venir à la cour, yes. I have to come to the court.
Et l'adresse?
Do I have the address?
It will be part of the paperwork, but I can give it to you now as well if you would like.
Ils vont envoyer la lettre et c'est dans la lettre va l'adresse pour le cour dans la lettre. Si vous voulez l'adresse, elle va donner tout de suite maintenant.
Oui.
Okay.
Non? OK.
Oui, s'il vous plaît.
It
OK.
is 10116
OK. 10116 Northeast
183rd Street,
183 rue.
Bothell, Washington,
C'est Bothell, Washington.
98011.
98011.
Okay?
OK, madame? OK. Merci.
Okay. Then, as far as court-appointed counsel, based on Ms. Pimentel's representation, I will make a preliminary appointment of counsel. I will need you to complete the affidavit that will be part of your paperwork that asks about your income, your assets, and your expenses for me to make that a permanent decision.
OK. Donc, on va envoyer le papier. Tu dois filer l'application pour avoir que la Cour va appointer un avocat pour vous. Quand vous recevez le papier, tu dois compléter le papier et signer et envoyer quand retournez, vous pouvez envoyer à la Cour.
Oui, et s'il vous plaît, c'est à 11h30 ou à 1h30?
No, 1:30, 1h30. She was 11:30 or 1:30?
1:30.
No, 13:30.
Le
OK.
5 octobre.
Oui, le 5 d'octobre, oui.
Okay.
OK, thank you.
All right. We'll send you all that paperwork then.
OK, elle va envoyer tous les papiers pour vous, madame.
And we'll see you on October 5th.
On va vous voir octobre le 5 ici à la Cour.
Okay.
OK.
All right. Thank you, Rona. That's all I have today.
Thank you. You have a good day. Thank you, Ms.
Bye-bye.
See you on the 5th. Bye-bye.
Your Honor, the next matter I'm ready on is Ms. Siegfried Bosco's matter. This is cause number 3A03933130. This is on for arraignment, one allegation of driving under the influence. This is from an incident date of
Okay, guys. Angela Siegfried, what? What is her name? Angela Siegfried Boss? Anyways, you guys, I'm about to put raw chicken. Hold on. I just did something to my bra that fucked it up. Oh my God. I'm gonna have to fix that. Okay, I'm gonna fix that first. Then I'm gonna cut chicken, which means I'm not gonna be able to touch the computer until I wash my hands again. So, I have an Uncrustable in my bra, Vicky. um, Actually, I did not buy Uncrustables today. A little bit sad about that. Feeling a bit adult. I didn't buy a Lunchable or an Uncrustable, to be honest with you. I actually might go. No. Listen, I was not allowed Uncrustables or Lunchables or anything that kids got as a kid. So now that's all I eat. There's a reason I won't eat brown bread, which is sad. And then we've got my daughter who just like, I let her eat all those things, but I also let her eat what she wanted. And she defaulted to healthier foods. That girl drinks more water than I have ever drank in my life. And I always like laugh. Again, I was diagnosed with ADHD late in life at 27. And I was a hyper kid, talkative hyper, like in adults' faces hyper. And and my mom didn't like that. And so they actually wouldn't give me any sugar for the most part. And now we know that sugar, in fact, helps treat ADHD, helps me concentrate. Having a quickly available sugar boost to the brain is actually what allows you to continue your sustained concentration levels. And so, in fact, when you take sugar away from a child with ADHD, you're exacerbating the problem. That's all you're doing. You want to fight me on that? We'll fight on it. Oh, red dye number 5 or red dye number 7 or yellow dye number 4, all of those. My mother literally, it's not going to turn into a bash my mother stream, but let's just say I chose to be a different type of parent when it came to food. Fed is best, is my theory on that. And Mike, we should really. But seriously, fed is best. It took me a very long time to get out of buying cheap food that I didn't eat just because it was cheap, as opposed to buying good food that I want to eat that costs more money. It's such a mindset switch when you finally do that. You're like, oh, I want the good cheese. Like, I'm an adult. I made this money. I want the good cheese. Also, my mom used to do things like go out and eat on her own without us. And then we were like eating different foods, and I don't do that for my daughter. I mean, maybe I'm a little too lenient, but I I just don't want to fight about food. I have so many memories of sitting at a table by myself as a child, staring at a plate of food I didn't want to eat and being told, you better fucking finish that or you're not leaving the table. Or if you do, I'm putting it in the fridge, and the next time you're hungry, this is what you're going to eat. Again, it doesn't create a healthy relationship with food. Unfortunately. And it's not and thank God for sour cream, right? But it's not that if you eat healthy in your house, that's bad. That's not what I'm saying. I try and cook healthy as well, but I also listen to my kid, which is something that I'm only 35 years old and it wasn't done back then. It was, we're making lentil soup. Lentils are cheap. This is what, or like split pea and ham. I got very good at hiding food that I didn't want to eat. We had a table that had like a lip underneath it with a little ledge, and I would tuck it under there all over the table until whatever. Or oh my God, if I was blessed with the phone ringing, oh my gosh, that was perfect because I would go ahead and just dump it back into the pot, right? And then she'd come back in and I'd be like, I'm done. She'd be like, really? I'm like, yes, yes. One time tofu, and again, we're talking 20, probably 25, 28 years ago. My mom wanted to make tofu for us. That's a long time ago to be in the tofu craze. I'm going to say that. And she didn't really, I mean, it wasn't bad. It's just tofu, but you need to impart flavor onto tofu. It's very bland. And I remember just being aghast at this like painted on sort of whatever it was on the tofu. And I didn't want it. No, I did not want it. You know how cheap it would have been to feed me? You buy it peanut butter jelly and a loaf of white bread, and I am good, right? But that would be a failure to my mother. Which is funny because to me, the failure is that we don't talk. Not that I ate super healthy as a kid and therefore I'm fucking well set up. Like, it doesn't work like that. I took that tofu and I hid it in my top drawer. And it stayed there for months. Courtney, she'd make good food for herself and your stepdad and then give you plain tofu and frozen fake chicken nuggets. Oh my God. Ugh, I would even want frozen fake chicken nuggets. Like, that would be a dream to me. Like cereal. For example, why I have corn pops and cinnamon toast crunch and all the fruit, all these cereals is because I was never allowed to eat these as a kid. Like, oh, that's the French side, sorry. Um, I was never allowed to eat any of this as a kid. If I was lucky, if first of all, corn pops are different in Canada than they are in the United States. I just want to point that out. They are different. Secondly, they're good in both places. But or actually I think the worst was when when she would get or somebody would get a good food and bring it home and then get mad at you for eating it. Like, oh, you ate that too fast. And again, I'm a parent now. I understand what it's like when you don't make a lot of money and you have to stretch that and you have to make it work. But I just, well, let's put it this way. When you complain about somebody eating cereal too fast as you're drinking a glass of wine, it's hard to take you seriously. Right? Is that her now? Is she actually watching? Is that her texting me? Just joking. Let's keep watching. I'm gonna go and fix this bra. I'm gonna cut this chicken, put it in the thing, and we'll get moving. Fuck, I'm taking a long time today.
April 17 of 2022, albeit it looks like it was not filed.
It's not a bad message. It's in fact a great message from my daughter showing us a picture of Maurice. Oh my God, could she have made him look any more fucked up as a dog? Seriously, this is insane. Oh, Maurice. Maurice! I love saying that though. What the fuck is up with Maurice's eye? Does he have an infection? Do I need to talk to him? No, those are both his eyes are that color. They're just brown eyes, I guess. He's very cute. I guess they got him after he was like a breeding or like from a breeder, and then they wanted to get him fixed and they weren't allowed to get him fixed. That's a French bulldog? Okay, that's what it is. He's a Frenchie? So well, at that point I wasn't about to help my ex-husband with his legal battles, but um he's very cute. I do like dogs, you know. I do like dogs. But yeah, so they had this fight with this breeder who like enacted a clause that was with the original owner of the dog who was not supposed to sell the dog. And that was the whole issue. And then they wanted to get it fixed. It's not like they wanted to breed the dog. They wanted to fix the dog. But there was like the contract stated that if the person it was sold to didn't want the dog for some reason, they had to return it to the breeder. But they won that court case. Maurice lives with them and he's got no balls. So
Until July of 23. I did have the opportunity to speak with her. We went over the maximum penalty for the charges. We also discussed the mandatory minimum penalties in this particular situation, along with the constitutional rights she has at this stage of the proceedings. She's indicating, hopefully I've answered the questions that she does have, at least at this time. So we are prepared to move forward with the arraignment.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Siegfried Bosco. Oops, your microphone is muted. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Did that work?
That worked. Good morning.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hi.
Okay. Is Angela Jean Siegfried Bosco your true name?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Pimentel did tell me that she went over quite a bit of information with you this morning, including your constitutional rights. Did you understand all of it?
I think so. It was a lot of information, so I'm gonna have to read through it, you know.
Right. It is a lot of information. So, and I hope, did you have an opportunity to ask Ms. Pimentel any questions that came up immediately?
I did. It was just a lot of information, so I'm gonna have to kind of, you know, go over all that.
Right. I just need to make sure that you understand everything at this point to be able to proceed with arraignment. So if you had any specific questions, you can ask them now, but you can also ask them of your attorney later if you feel that would be more appropriate.
Yeah, I definitely will have to ask some more questions. I definitely don't think I have everything, you know, everything I need to know. So it was just a lot. So yeah, I definitely need more time.
All right. So with regard to your constitutional rights, do you feel like you understand which rights apply at this point in time? Or would you like me to go over those with you again?
You could go over them. That would be helpful.
Okay, give me just a moment and I will do that. Of course. Give me just a second. My computer has decided it doesn't like me right now, so give me just a moment to get where I need to be.
Welcome to my fucking life, Judge. Welcome to my fucking life. Also, did y'all see my bra fly through this shot there?
All right.
Oh, Vicky, I've heard of that for that movie. It's good.
So the constitutional rights that apply, that are given to you under the U.S. federal and Washington state constitutions are, number one, the presumption of innocence. It is up to the state, city, or town to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You also have the right to representation by a lawyer. You may, in all cases, hire a lawyer of your own choosing to represent you. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, to hire your own lawyer, and are charged with a crime which is punishable by a jail term, the court will appoint a lawyer to represent you at public expense if you qualify. You have a right to have a lawyer present at any time when you are questioned or make an appearance in court. You have the right to remain silent. You may refuse to make a statement regarding your case to any prosecuting authority, to the police, or to this court. If you choose to make a statement,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Judge. I would just like to take this moment to talk about the price of chicken. Let's talk about the price of chicken, guys. Do you guys do it in pounds? Is that how you do it in the States? You measure everything in pounds? We don't. We measure it in kilograms. Net weight by kilo. Oh, you do it by kilo too, Vicky? I know, Rick Sanchez, it is expensive. Or ounces. Okay, so that ounces would be pounds. Ounces to pounds, right? So this is from Walmart. I was at Walmart today. Not a sponsor. And this is Canadian farm raised chicken, air chilled, grain fed, no added hormones. And it appears to be 3 chicken breast. 2 regular size ones, maybe like 1 sort of small chicken breast. Does anybody want to guess the price that I paid in Canadian dollars for these? It's 668 kilograms, 0.668. So not even 1 kilo, 0.668 kilos, which let's do the math. What does that equal in the ounce to pound? 16.95, Jesus. 0.668 kilos, point to pounds is going to be, that can't be right. Oh, 0.668. I was like 668 kilos. No way. I didn't buy that much. So a pound and a half. Oh, okay. Pound and a half. Interesting. So funny. Like a pound and a half means something to me more than 0.668 of a kilo. For some reason, our measurements, while in Celsius for temperature, are in pounds for food. And it is, I've looked it up, it's 1.473 pounds, almost a pound and a half. I guess I got a good deal, you guys. It was 11 Canadian dollars. So 11 Canadian dollars is, oh my God, my phone's at 2%. I live on the edge. It's $8.13. That's pretty good, right? For 3 chicken breast, $8? That's actually pretty good. 5 toonies and a loonie, that's $11. Yeah, that's right, Mike. Guys, when I go down to Florida, I'm bringing me a roll of toonies to take to the strip club. Because you're allowed to throw toonies and coins at strippers here. They catch them in very cool ways. I'm joking about that. But, no, that's expensive? Oh. Oh, I thought I was getting a good deal. Yeah, that's $11, and that's going to be the cheapest chicken you're going to find in the town. Hold on. No. RLS, this ain't organic. Just be careful. This is not organic. This is Canadian farm-raised chicken. I'll show you guys the whole thing. Canadian farm-raised chicken for $11. It is not expensive. Or sorry, it is not organic. I could have bought organic. See, here's the thing. $1.19 per pound. Oh my God. Wait. Hold on. So this would only cost you like $4? It says Canadian farm-raised chicken, air chilled, grain fed, no added hormones. And then it says all of that again in French. That's why it looks like a lot on the label, but it's just both in English and in French. And this was, I'll just say this chicken traveled from Ontario to me on the most west coast of Canada. It's not bad, I guess. Chicken breast is expensive. For example, I bought these which I have to cook as well. They're still good for another day. But I bought these chicken drumsticks from a much more bougie store called the Red Barn Market. And but it was only $3.50 for 5 drumsticks that were already seasoned in teriyaki. $3.50. That's cheap. You have to remember also your US dollar goes way further here. Like a US dollar is worth $1.35 Canadian. Lisa, welcome. I'm making enchiladas very slowly. Oh my God. Honestly, I could eat this right now. It is delightful smelling. Not that long ago, Mike. I mean, I'm going to tell you, I've been working as a content creator for a little while. And as a Canadian content creator, you're paid in American dollars. And that is beautiful. Every dollar y'all send me is $1.35 Canadian, which means that the cut that YouTube Daddy takes is eliminated, basically. So, unlike American YouTubers who that 30% is just gone, for me, I sort of make it back. Stats can food prices and see what the price per kilogram over the years is. In 2008 it was $6.19. In February 22 it was $8 a kilogram. Today it's $17 a kilo. Oh. I gotta get me some meat chickens. I'm mostly kidding, but I'm not. Lisa, you're doing a move out cleaning for your landlord. The house is disgusting. I hope you're getting paid a lot. My shirt covers too much cleavage. Actually, Lisa, would you like to talk to Rick Sanchez just above you there, who doesn't want to see my cleavage anymore and thinks that I'm better covered up and cooking? You guys go ahead and debate that while I cut up some chicken.
Statement. It can and will be used against you at trial. You may also refuse to testify in court. Failure to testify will not be considered as evidence against you. You have the right to a jury trial. If you plead not guilty, your case will be set for trial before a jury of 6 persons. If you do not want your case tried by a jury, you may give up your right to a.
Oh, before I get my hands chicken dirty, the truth from Rick Sanchez comes out. It ain't you that don't like my tits out, it's your wife. And here's the thing, Rick. I love wives. Fucked a great very many of them. Am I usually scantily clad? Is that how you describe me? Again, it's hard for me. It's hard for me to understand that because I love to exchange sexy photos with those I'm seeing and dating and having fun with, and they ain't pictures of me. Okay? I've got some beautiful, sexy pictures. Somebody put in sexy AF, exclamation mark sexy AF in the chat. But William says that too, right? And it's like, why is that it feels weird to your wife and you. That sounds like a you problem more, Rick, than a me problem about what I wear, right? Because you should be making your wife feel so loved and so beautiful and so amazing that it doesn't matter if there's a woman sitting in your lap grinding her bare ass tits in your face, that your wife knows that you're still thinking of her. See, that's when you've won that game. right? Like I don't really care who gets anybody's motor going as long as they come bring the boat back to me at the end of the night. Now, you can bring people back on the boat. That's the cool part about me. But you know what I'm saying? And there's no shame in that. Like, I've done many, many things on the internet. Part of what I've done on the internet is actually working with people that have quote unquote difficult relationships or difficulty communicating their personal wants and needs. We don't kink shame in here, and we don't, blast people for what they want. But I do find it difficult to comprehend, but I don't in a way. I dated a man like this. We talked about him. I divorced him, in fact, the coward. But he wouldn't go swimming with me at a pool. He didn't want to take his shirt off. I'm like, bitch, you with me. I don't know who you worried about, but I'm the hottest girl there. Even if all those girls are hotter, I'm hotter. So I'm not quite sure who you're trying to impress or who you're worried about, but you've already won the game. And our kid is over here swimming. I'm swimming in my bikini. You don't want to get in the pool? Okay, I guess. Bye bye. Again, when you make your woman or man feel so special to you that they literally laugh when you flirt with somebody else to make their day better, that's a win to me. That's a win. And again, I'm not embarrassed of my boobs, nor my body, nor my sexuality. And so when I hear women that are like, I guess, I don't know what you would call that, intimidated, worried, perplexed, concerned, I tell them, come on down and let's talk, because I guarantee by the end of it, you and I gonna be friends, and maybe your husband's gonna be taking some pointers from me, because I don't steal husbands. That's not my thing, right? Um, yeah, and Mike says it. The problem is when your husband, significant other doesn't give you that attention at all and treats you like a piece of shit, and you're always out cheating or to fuck him over or something. Exactly. I'm exceptionally loyal. Exceptionally loyal. Oh, Lisa Figueroa. Sorry. Sidetrack. Also, take your meds. Lisa, a pumice stone will get the toilets out or get the toilets cleaned. You know, like a foot pumice stone. You can even get them on a handle sometimes, which is handy for toilets. Use a pumice stone and it will clean the toilets of those, like the water stains and stuff like that. Again, I've literally organized with people to have their wives come into chats that I'm in so that I can broach different subjects about things so that they can naturally get onto that subject. It's sad to me when people can't share their kinks, wants, hopes, dreams, loves, but I understand it because I was like that for many years. So there's no shame in that. But what I would urge you to do, if your wife is worried about what you're watching on YouTube, double down that energy to telling her she's beautiful every single day. Literally, do it to ad nauseum. Okay? Make her sick and tired of hearing how much you want her, and your problems will sort of dissolve away. And if they don't, let's talk. We'll figure it out. But I'm telling you right now, if you wake up every morning and then at lunchtime you text her and then at dinner time you thank her and then at bedtime you thank her again, it's going to happen. You know, maybe she's, and if she acts like a cunt, well, she's a cunt. But in reality, no, and Deb's for real. If she ain't putting out after you're putting in that beauty talk and all the love talk, then we got a problem. We got a bigger problem that we need to discuss. If only I was regulated to talk about that. I don't know. But I mean it seriously. Like, when you feel confident in your relationship to the point where the person who's with you says to me or says to you, you are number one. You are so beautiful. You are, regardless of what I say to anybody else, you're mine. And you bring that to their brain all the time. That works. It really does. You guys would love to see the men that I've been with. I bet they ain't what you think they are. Right? I'm not about looks in the same way. It's really about, and again, I was had when I was 19 years old and got pregnant by this guy who ended up being a bit of a coward, you know? But I gave him many years. He just never came around. Okay, now I'm going to cut the chicken, for God's sakes, Paisley. Cut the fucking chicken.
Jury trial and have your case set for trial before a judge without a jury. Right? Do you understand those rights?
Yes, thank you.
All right. So with that, Ms. Pimentel.
Your Honor, will acknowledge receipt of the complaint, waive formal reading, and enter a plea of not guilty on her behalf.
Not guilty plea will enter. The court has previously had an opportunity to review the police reports in this matter and did make a finding of probable cause. What is the city's request with regard to release and conditions? Sorry.
The city's requesting standard conditions. The city's also requesting an ignition interlock device based on the fact that Ms. Sigrid Boscow has gotten a DUI in Nevada in 2016.
I'm sorry, you're asking for which device?
Ignition interlock.
All right. Ms. Pimentel.
Your Honor, there's no objection to standard DUI conditions. Obviously, the city did send over that information in regards to the prior conviction. For some reason, I thought I had read it was 2018, but maybe I had read that wrong. Is that, Ms. Yell, is that 2016 is what the city has from the NCIC?
I think the filing might have said 2018, but when I reviewed it, it looked like 2016.
Her license is currently suspended, but it does look like that suspension period is up next week. I indicated to her that that was the city's request. She's indicating she's not currently employed at this time, so I don't know that she has the financial ability to pay for any additional conditions. She's going to ultimately be requesting to be screened for a public defender, as she's, again, not currently employed. Although I did indicate that she would need to fill out that financial affidavit. She said that she can come into the court this afternoon to do so, as well as hopefully pick up some of her court paperwork and be able to review that.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Pimentel, sorry.
That's all, Your Honor.
All right. So Ms. Siegfried Bosco, I am going to release you on your personal recognizance on the following conditions. You'll need to notify the court in person or in writing of any change of address, have no new criminal law violations for which there is probable cause, make an appointment with your attorney and make it to that appointment. They can't help you if you're not talking to them. Make it to your court dates, which I'm going to give you in just a moment. You will not drive unless you are properly licensed and insured. You will not drive or be in physical control of a motor vehicle with a BAC of 0.08 or higher, or a THC concentration of 5 nanograms per milliliter of whole blood or higher within 2 hours of driving. You will not refuse a test of your breath or blood if reasonably requested by a law enforcement officer. And as far as the ignition interlock device is concerned, I'm going to reserve ruling on that. What I'd like to have is a more clear information with regard to the Nevada DUI as to how long ago that was. All right. So I will reserve on that. With regard to, and just so that it's clear, Ms. Siegfried Bosco, the Department of Licensing may require that, and I will require as a condition that you comply with all of the Department of Licensing requirements. All right?
Yes.
All right. So with that,
I do have that information in front of me if that's helpful, or would you like us to resubmit?
yeah, if you have that information, you may.
Yes, so there was a DUI in 2016, but there was reckless driving in 2018. also in Nevada, which might have been the confusion.
Is it clear that that was a amendment from the DUI from the original filing of 2016?
It was,
I think that might have been what she's indicating, that she believes it was amended to a lesser charge.
Oh, so that might have been my confusion then.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Given the age of that prior DUI, I will not require, but again, Department of Licensing may require the ignition interlock device. Okay. So with that, we'll set this matter for pretrial. I will set this for October 12th at 1:30 in the afternoon in person at the Bothell Municipal Court. Trial will be in the November trial term, but again, next court date will be October 12th at 1:30. Based on Ms. Pimentel's representation, I will make a preliminary finding that you do qualify for court-appointed counsel and appoint counsel, but I will need you to complete that affidavit. That will be part of your paperwork that asks about your income, your assets, and your expenses before I can make that a permanent appointment. Without it, I don't actually have a legal basis for granting you court-appointed counsel, and I might have to reverse my decision and charge you attorney's fees. Pretty sure you don't want to have happen, so please get me that affidavit, okay?
yes, of course.
All right. With that, I believe that will conclude this matter. We'll see you on October 12th at 1:30 for your next court hearing, okay?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Take care.
Thank you.
And I believe Mr. Prince, Ms. Larson.
Yes, we're ready on Michaela Larson.
Hello.
Good morning, Ms. Larson.
Good morning.
You're here for arraignment, so I need to confirm that Michaela Renee Larson is your name.
Correct.
All right. Mr. Parent.
And Your Honor, Ms.
Bye,
Larson and I had a
Becca.
chance to meet in the breakout room. She understands the nature of the charge against her as well as the maximum penalties for the offense. We also went over the advice of rights and court procedures form. She understood all of those and had no questions for me.
For those of you who are new here, wondering why I'm making that face and aggressively cutting chicken, it's because I have a weird, what I finally was diagnosed with via the internet is no, I see you, Lisa. What did you say? What did you say? Is it chicken or Larry Beaver? It's fucking chicken. But seriously, oh my God. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm just going to be honest. I will not be able to eat the enchiladas with the chicken. I will eat the vegetable part around the chicken, but I won't be able to eat the chicken. Also, look at how much I wash my hands. My hands are literally like my fingers are wrinkled. I blame food safe courses where they really like put an impact on the salmonella. But if somebody was serving me enchiladas, I would eat them happily. I have. Actually, we went to a place. What was that place called, T-Rex? Are you still here? We went to a place in Texas. They had great fucking Mexican food. I went there twice in like one weekend. But what I've found out is that it's a specific type of eating disorder where you can't. I did not go to Papacitos. That's right. Thank you, T-Rex. Papacitos. I have a really hard time when I've seen meat raw to then eat it. Like, I'm gonna tell you how many little blood spots I saw on the meat. I can't eat that. I don't know why. I want to. I mean, I planned this recipe to eat it, but I'm not gonna. That's my cross to bear. Let's put it that way. But again, other people cooking the food for me, I'm okay with. Restaurants cooking the food, I'm okay with. Ground beef, as long as it's fully cooked, I'm okay with. And rare steak, funny enough, I'm okay with. But seeing raw chicken, it really is a hard part for me. I don't know why. You think comedians Greg Warren and Jimmy Pardo have the same condition? It's not odd at all. Well, I never knew about it. My therapist didn't tell me about it. She said, you're fucked up, but that's not why. Who am I kidding? I don't have a therapist anymore. But since I got demonetized, I had to stop my therapy. Um, Courtney, I can do food made by anybody else, no problem. But if I've seen it raw, I will have a hard time with it if it's chicken. It's just the way I am. I gotta put that in the pan. I've turned the pan on. I'm gonna put some oil in it. I'm gonna put it in the pan. I believe, let's check the recipe because, we gotta check the recipe. Um, what does it say? Pat chicken dry with paper towels. Done it. Carefully cut each chicken breast in half. Done it. Thinly slice each piece of chicken. Done it. Season with salt and pepper and remaining Mexican seasoning. Didn't do that. 4 to 5 minutes does not seem long enough to me to cook chicken. No, I eat steaks medium rare, Mike, and I eat sushi. I eat raw fish. It's literally me preparing the food, seeing it raw, I'll cook it, and then I will indulge in most of this. And even if the chicken's touched it, I'm happy to eat it, but I don't want to eat the chicken. Nuttier than a squirrel's nest. Was she nuttier than me, Mike? That's the question. Because sometimes the best girls out there or best people are crazy as fuck.
I believe that she would qualify for the public defender. We waive formal reading of the complaint, enter a plea of not guilty. She lives in the Linwood area. She would prefer to appear at future hearings by Zoom, but if necessary, she can come in person.
All right. All right. So, Ms. Larson, Mr. Parent just told me that he went over quite a bit of information with you this morning, including your constitutional rights. Did you understand all of it?
Yes, I did.
All right. He's also indicated a plea of not guilty on your behalf, which we'll enter at this time. I have had a chance to review the police reports. Did make a finding of probable cause. Michelle, what is the city's request with regard to release and conditions?
City's requesting standard conditions.
And no objection to those, Your Honor. I informed Ms. Larson what those would likely be.
All right, Ms. Larson, I am going to release you on your personal recognizance on the following conditions. You need to notify the court in person or in writing of any change of address. Have no new criminal law violations for which there is probable cause. Make an appointment with your attorney. Make it to that appointment. They can't help you if you're not talking to them. Make it to your court dates, which I'm going to give you in just a moment. You will not drive unless you are properly licensed and insured, and you will not drive without a functioning ignition interlock device as long as one is required by the Department of Licensing. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. With that, I will set this matter. And is there any reason other than your preference that you would need to have this on video?
I don't have any means of transportation at the moment. And just with work and where I live, it just would be more convenient, but I can always make anything work if need be.
All right. Are you working full time?
At the moment, yes, until mid-October. So depending on what the next court date is, I might not be full time at the time.
All right. Based on that, I will set this matter, the next hearing at least, for video court, which will be October 9th at 1:30 in the afternoon. Trial will be in the November trial term, but again, we'll set this on October 9th at 1:30 for pretrial. With regard to court-appointed counsel, I'm sorry, Mr. Parent, you thought she would qualify?
Yes.
All right. So based on Mr. Parent's representation, Ms. Larson, I am going to make a preliminary finding that you do qualify for court-appointed counsel. It is only a preliminary finding. I will need you to complete the affidavit that'll be part of your paperwork that asks about your income, your assets, and your expenses. Without it, I don't actually have a legal basis for granting you court-appointed counsel, and I might have to reverse my decision and charge you attorney's fees. Pretty sure you don't want that to happen, so please get me that affidavit, okay?
Absolutely.
All right. So with that, we'll see you on Zoom on October 9th at 1:30.
Awesome. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Take care.
What is Pittsburgh rare?
And next I see Oren Galassi, So, Your Honor, when I was speaking with him, he finally unmuted himself. His video was working, but I could barely hear anything he said, even with my volume all the way up. I just caught one or two words.
So it sounds like we need to set this over to an in-person arraignment because Mr. Galassi is not able to connect properly by Zoom. So we'll go ahead and do that. Mr. Galassi, if you're there, could you turn on your video for me?
There?
Yes, we're here, Mr. Galassi, but it sounds like, okay, I can.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Sound like you were having some problems connecting with Mr. Parent earlier. Is that correct?
Yeah, my phone was glitching and I really am ignorant to all this.
Mr. Galassi, can you come into the court for your arraignment at another date, not today, but in the future?
Yes, I can.
Okay, we're going to set this over. Madam Clerk, do we have an in-person arraignment date we can give Mr. Galassi right now?
We can set it to the 28th, September 28th.
Okay.
At 1:30.
All right, so Mr. Galassi, we're going to have you come back to the court on September 28th at 1:30 so that we can do an in-person arraignment for you, okay?
Okay, I appreciate that.
No problem. And that way you'll be able to have a meaningful conversation with Mr. Parent or someone from his office before we proceed to arraignment, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. We'll see you then.
Okay.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Do we have anyone else?
I spoke with Mr. Schlemmer and Mr. Chronic.
I'm bringing in Mr. Schlemmer.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Schlemmer. Can you turn on your video and unmute your microphone, please? Okay, we have the video. Do you have, there
he goes.
Very good. Good morning.
Good morning.
You're here for arraignment, so I'm going to jump right in and ask you if Bruce Dwayne Schlemmer is your true name.
It is.
All right, Mr. Parent.
And Your Honor, Mr. Schlemmer and I had a chance to meet in the breakout room. I believe he understands the nature of the charge against him, as well as the maximum penalties for the offense. We also reviewed the advice of rights form. He had no questions about those, understood them all. I believe he would qualify for the public defender. We waive formal reading of the complaint, enter a plea of not guilty. He lives in Gold Bar, so he would be requesting Zoom hearings for the future.
All right. Mr. Schlemmer, a not guilty plea is going to enter on your behalf. I have had a chance to review the police reports. I did make a finding of probable cause. Ms. Yale, what is the city's request with regard to release and conditions?
The city's requesting standard conditions.
No objection to those, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Schlemmer, I am going to release you on your personal recognizance on the following conditions. You need to notify the court in person or in writing of any change of address. Have no new criminal law violations for which there is probable cause. Make an appointment with your attorney. Make it to that appointment. They can't help you if you're not talking to them.
They can't help you if you don't
and
help
make it to
them.
your court dates, which I'm going to give you in just a moment. Other than that, I think that's it with regard to setting the matter for hearing. And just I'm not sure why the fact that you live in Gold Bar would prevent.
Also, Rick, are you still here? Do you notice the numbers of people that we have here? People like to see my boob. They like it. It makes them stay. My cooking ain't that good, apparently. No, actually, my cooking is good. I'm mostly joking, but what I want, we gotta come up. I'm gonna have to go to Chat GPT and like ask it to write me reasons to explain to your wife why you're watching a scantily clad court lady. Rick, I mean, we have 12 now, but um, people don't seem to like it when I'm just cooking and talking and watching court. They sort of like it when my tits are out. I do too. It makes me happy when I look down and I'm like, oh, look at those boobies. Look at them.
Prevent you from being able to appear in court?
It's just a 40-minute drive is all.
All right. The other side of that is your bandwidth right now is pretty thin. So I'm going to go ahead and just set this for an in-person hearing. I understand it's a long drive, but it's not that long. So I'm gonna set it to October 12th at 1:30 in the afternoon for your pretrial in person at the Bothell Municipal Court. Your trial date will be in the November trial term. But we'll see you on October 12th at 1:30. With regard to court appointed counsel, I'm sorry, Mr. Parent, you thought he did qualify?
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Schlemmer, I am going to go ahead and make a preliminary appointment of court appointed counsel on your behalf. I will need you to complete the affidavit that will be part of your income, your assets, and your expenses. It sets forth that. Without it, I don't have a legal basis for granting you court appointed counsel, and I might have to reverse my decision and charge you attorney's fees. So please get me that affidavit, okay? All right. And I think we're seeing a little bit of the bandwidth issue again. So with that, we'll set this matter as indicated to October 12th at 1:30 in person at the Bothell Municipal Court. And we'll address anything we need to at that time. Okay. Next matter is Mr. Cronick, I believe, is here.
Yes.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Cronick. Is Aaron?
Sir, do you use Good Just for Men? Your beard is luscious. Anyways, Mayor, that's a good point. I always like to remember the night that OSG, Old Squishy Gardner, and OG in court cases and court online shit came into the room and called me a budget OnlyFans. And I would like to point out that my OnlyFans, which if we type in sexy AF into the chat, will pop up in the link tree, is for sure a bang for your buck. Let's call it that. But this happens to be free. So you can't even call it budget OnlyFans. Okay? I was slightly offended by that, you know? Let's say an inspiration of mine, somebody I've watched for years, and then coming along saying budget OnlyFans when I'm charging $0. What kind of fucking budget is that? It was OSG, Courtney. Old Squishy Gardner. Anyways, no hard feelings. But oh yeah, and Lisa B's like here saying the real truth, like, oh, I have actual things to say. Oh, Mike, you're so sweet. You and Mayor, big fans on my OF, and I appreciate it. Honestly, I'm not embarrassed of my body or my sexuality at all, and I'm happy to share it. And the people that are in my life are happy for me to share it. So there's no sort of ill will about any of that anywhere. People have approached me. They've literally been like, I saw you on this website. And I was like, did you like it? What'd you think, you little dirty perv? What were you doing there? But again, like, I'm an adult. All the things I've chosen to do have been adults. Like with adults, me being an adult, the consent is given. You understand consent. If we do hashtag or exclamation mark consent in the chat, you'll find what I think about consent. again, I think that people, I don't know. I don't know. It's hard for me. I've been I like to spend time with you guys on the internet, and that's why I'm here. And I don't really get paid for any of this. I mean, none of this is monetized. Some of you are super generous and support me on other platforms that I'm able to make money on, but this is not one of them. And yet I'm here every single day. And that's because I love you guys and I want to spend time with you. That's what I enjoy doing. So that's why I do it. Um, it's hard to me when big channels come in and talk to somebody who's got maybe like 200, 300 subscribers and sort of, and I'm not saying OSG, I'm talking about just in general. Like, you'll find me in other chats, but you'll never find me ragging on somebody from another chat. Never, ever, 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 ever. You'll find me building people up. And you'll find me encouraging them to keep going and being proud of them for their accomplishments and their achievements. But you will never find me shitting on somebody for even doing the same video I did. I don't give a fuck. Do you know how many times I've been approached about that? Like, you're doing the same video as I am. Okay, cool. That's not why I'm here. And I just really like to hang out with all of you guys. And the funny thing is now that there is a budget OnlyFans, only $10 US a month, which I think is a fucking great deal since I post every 2 days. And Mayor and Mike can probably, agree to that. I am very consistent with my posting. Because YouTube Daddy doesn't let you make money. He's not letting me make money. He said I'm too bad at making videos. So, and again, I also get it that a lot of you guys are women. Like, really? Mike, appreciate that. There's a lot of OnlyFans accounts out there that people don't post real shit. This is like my personal vault of pictures that I've had for years that I'm posting. And Vicky, appreciate that. I should charge more, but maybe not. I appreciate each and every viewer that I have on all platforms, but I'm a person of my word. So, I do what I say. With that being said, I was making 100% a go of it on YouTube before I got demonetized. I was really trying hard. It's not that I wasn't using cleavage, I was, but I was also trying hard to just go, I don't know what you would call that, SFW, safe for work, my entire career, which I've realized that's not going to happen. Part of your career, probably the majority of that career, is going to be not safe for work. So you may as well just get used to that. And it doesn't bother me, like I've said before. It bothers me when people are embarrassed to be seen watching me because I challenge each of those people to engage me on whatever they want, and I bet I could. And that's mainly my issue is when people come in here and make an assumption about something, and I just know they're wrong because I may have boobs and they look big. Y'all know camera angles are beautiful. Everybody that's on my OnlyFans knows my boobs aren't this big. They look great on here, but in reality, they fall where they will. Let's put it that way. But, and Deb says something great. I say it so often, but different strokes for different folks. I enjoy getting to know and understand the different differences in people, and it makes them interesting. I love quirky. Mike, thank you very much. But honestly, Deb's, for me, being like different strokes for different folks, and don't yuck somebody's yum. if there's any advice I can give you as a partner or as a person, when you find out something that your partner is interested in, don't yuck that for them, whether it be food or people or sexual tendencies. Believe me, I have a great out phrase for you. And this is knowledge I've given to people over the years. You can say, wow, what you've said there makes me a little bit uncomfortable. And I don't know how to feel about that. But I'm willing to talk about it some more. And that's all you need to say. And you're immediately exempt from feeling weird. You're allowed to feel weird if somebody tells you something that you don't feel good for. And we should add that as an out phrase, Mike. I don't have any mods here to do it. But seriously, the worst thing, and women can account for this. Let's say you're a woman and you're dressing all dirty or slutty or whatever, and the guy you're with passes a judgment on you about that. All that does is cover you up, shut you down, and make you upset. There's no shame in my mind of saying, wow, have I ever heard that before? I don't think I have. Have I heard that from somebody I love? No. Do I know how to process it? No. Am I willing to process it for you? Yes, I am. I'm willing to figure out my emotions about something that you're passionate about, because I now know that when I confide to you about what I'm weirdly passionate about, you might do the same for me. Believe me, when you give that kind of trust and vulnerability to somebody, it doesn't matter what you look like. And it doesn't matter how much you earn or where you work or what your past looks like. You become on a pedestal in somebody's mind, because most people are very afraid to talk about their kinks, their wants, their deep desires with people. And they're afraid that they're going to have, oh yeah, one big boob is so bigger than the other, Lisa. Honey P, have you not heard me tell that story? I'll tell that in a minute. But every single person is afraid of admitting what they're really into. And if they manage to do it, and again, like, let's say somebody tells you the most disgusting thing that you ever thought you could hear. All I can implore you to do is say what I just said. Wow. Nobody's ever talked to me about that before, and I'm not sure how to feel, but I'm willing to explore it with you. That's a great phrase to learn. Lisa, pegging is when a woman or somebody wearing a strap-on fucks a man. I've done that before, of course. Very hard work. I'll tell you that right now. Men are underappreciated sometimes in their ability to fuck, because it is not natural for a woman, as somebody who's worn a strap-on, used it, took time to get used to it. It's not simple. It is the left, this one that's bigger, this one's smaller. My right is smaller, my left is bigger. And I'll tell you why here in a second. I'm just remembering that I've been cooking, and honestly, adult sex education has been my passion in life for a long, long time. I've done podcasts and streams that you guys haven't even heard of before. They're under different names and they're with different channels, and one day we'll mix those. But and Lisa, you can throw up in your mouth a little bit, but you don't have to. I mean, what you could say instead is, wow, I've never talk to somebody about that without feeling weird. Why do you like that? What about that attracts you to that situation? Again, because what I want everybody to put in their mind is no matter how vanilla nor how kink and BDSM, whatever you're into is, it is an absolute gamble to tell the person that you're with about it. Most people don't. Y'all know what I'm talking about. You all have secret, dirty fantasies that you look at on the internet by yourself and don't tell anybody about. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm fucking wrong. You know I'm not. So imagine when you are able to speak that to a partner who doesn't get upset. And again, Deb's, the key factors for me are consent. If it's an animal or a child, you're not able to give consent. So that's out of the question. There's no, that's never coming up on my spectrum, because that would be an immediate fuck off. But other stuff, a lot of people are really afraid to talk about what they're into. The fact that Lisa, like one of your friends told you about being into water sports or golden showers is actually incredible to me. That tells me a lot about how you were able to make that person comfortable. Because, and I'll tell you this, sometimes admitting the kink is the kink, right? Saying that out loud is enough to make you come, as if you were being pegged, pissed on, dressed up, dominated, etc., etc., etc. And when we say kink, the kink command in this chat room, I mean it. Fucking try me. You will not shock me. No matter what you want to do, I fucking guarantee you, I'm not going to be shocked. And that's okay. You don't have to shock somebody. But for those of you that think that your kink is so out of the box that people would be disgusted with you, try me. Because I promise you, it ain't. Aw, Mike, I appreciate that. I think that there are a lot of guys out there that don't admit that they like their butt. Here's a little insight into me. I don't like my butt played with, which feels a little weird. You'd think, she's so open about everything. Why wouldn't she be into anal? Well, physiologically, my body is not the same. I have a retrograde uterus, which means it tilts backwards instead of forwards. So that means it goes into my rectum as opposed to into my stomach. So my whole life, never knowing anything about it, I thought everybody hurt to go to the bathroom. Just thought that was normal. The trope that I grew up with was that women tolerated anal sex but didn't like it. But they did it because a guy wanted them to do it. So, and I understood that very, 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 like, innately. I was like, of course. Why would they like that? It hurts like a bitch. It's insanely painful. No. Years go by, and I finally find a partner who I not only feel comfortable with, but that I'm like, yeah, no, I want to do that with you. Not just like I'm willing to do that with you. I want now to do that. Can I do it? No. It's not. The spectrum of everybody is different, right? For me, who says no to anal, some people say yes. Anyways, let's keep watching court. We have some other stuff to do.
Calvin Chronic, your true name?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Parent.
And Your Honor, Mr. Chronic and I had a chance to meet in the breakout room. He understands the nature of the charges against him, as well as the maximum penalties for the offenses. We also reviewed the advice of rights form. We had no questions about his rights and understood them all. We waive formal reading of the complaint, enter a plea of not guilty. I believe he would qualify for a public defender. He doesn't have a stable address right now. He stays primarily on the east side right now, so he would prefer to have Zoom, but he can make it into court if necessary.
When you say the east side, do you mean the east
The
side?
Kirkland area. Oh, sorry, not way east, just over the water.
All right. So Mr. Cronick, I will, Mr. Parent indicated a plea of not guilty on your behalf, which I will enter at the time. I do need to confirm you did understand all of the constitutional rights that you were provided. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. With regard to, I did have a chance to review the police reports and did make a finding of probable cause. What is the city's request with regard to release and conditions?
City's requesting standard conditions as well, that Mr. Cronick abstains from non-prescribed drugs, and the city's also requesting a SOTA order.
All right. Mr. Parent, city's response, or your, your response to the city. There we go.
No objection to standard conditions, Your Honor. I actually overlooked the fact that the city might be asking for a SOTA order, so I did not go over the areas with him.
And I'm looking at what is the city's basis for the SOTA order other than the current charges?
The current charges are the basis, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Parent, based on that, what is your response?
Nothing further on that, Your Honor.
All right. Case law is pretty clear that a one-time offense is not really a sufficient basis for the court to impose a SOTA order, so I'm not going to do that. Mr. Cronick, I am going to release you on your personal recognizance on the following conditions. You need to notify the court in person or in writing of any change of address, have no new criminal law violations for which there is probable cause, make an appointment with your attorney, make it to that appointment. They can't help you if you're not talking to them, and make it to your court dates, which I'm going to give you here in just a moment. I am not issuing the SOTA order. Obviously, the city may be able to come back with additional information if they have that to support the SOTA order. The other question will be if you actually come back before me with new charges, you understand they would have a substantially stronger argument, right?
Yep, I understand.
Yeah. And obviously not a good idea if you want to not have to talk to people like me in the future, right?
Yeah, no.
All right. We're going to go ahead and set this matter for pretrial. I'm going to do that, understanding that you would prefer to do that by Zoom. I think it actually works better if we do this in person. So given that you are relatively close by, I'm going to set this to October 12th at 1:30 in person at the Bothell Municipal Court. And your trial date will be in the November trial term. As far as court-appointed counsel, based on Mr. Parent's representation, I will make a preliminary finding that you do qualify for court-appointed counsel, and I will appoint counsel. I do need you to complete that affidavit. You've heard me say this already a few times probably, but complete that affidavit that asks about your income, your assets, and your expenses, because without it, I don't actually have that legal basis for granting court-appointed counsel, and I might have to reverse my decision and charge you attorney's fees, which again, I'm pretty sure you don't want to have happen. So please get that to me, okay?
Okay.
Other than that, we'll see you on October 12th at 1:30 at the Bothell Municipal Court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Take care.
You too.
All right.
Next matter is Haley Nolan, cause number 3A0610775. This is also unfair arraignment, one allegation of the controlled substance possession charge. This is from an incident date of August 15th. And I had the opportunity to go over the maximum penalty with her. We also discussed the constitutional rights she has at this stage of the proceeding, indicating no additional questions at this time. And so we are prepared to move forward with the arraignment.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Nolan.
Good morning.
Is Haley Ann Nolan your true name?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Pimentel just told me she went over quite a bit of information with you this morning, including your constitutional rights. Did you understand all of it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Pimentel.
We'll acknowledge receipt of the complaint, waive formal reading, and enter a plea of not guilty on her behalf.
Not guilty plea will enter. Court has previously had an opportunity to review the police reports and did make a finding of probable cause. What is the city's request with regard to release and conditions?
The city is requesting standard conditions that Ms. Nolan abstain from non-prescribed drugs, and the city is also requesting a soda order based on a history of possession of drugs.
Ms. Pimentel.
No, there's no objection to standard conditions. We are objection to the stay out of drug area order. What I see are paraphernalia charges. The last one being from 2018, obviously prior to marijuana becoming legal in the state of Washington. Given that we don't know any other information in regards to that, I don't know that that's sufficient to, at least for what this court's typical policy is in regards to issuance of the stay out of drug area order. Additionally, she'd like to be considered for court-appointed counsel. I would note, based on both the docket as well as my review of the probable cause materials, this is a conflict for my office, so she will need a conflict counsel appointed.
All right. Ms. Nolan, I am going to release you on your personal recognizance on the following conditions. You need to notify the court in person or in writing of any change of address, have no new criminal law violations for which there is probable cause, make an appointment with your attorney, make it to that appointment. They can't help you if you're not talking to them, right?
Yeah, right.
Make it to your court dates, which I'm going to give you in just a moment. Do not possess, consume, or have under your control any controlled substances without a validly issued prescription in your name, okay? I am not going to issue the soda order at this time only because the underlying basis for that I have some concerns regarding the fact that it's just drug paraphernalia and what has happened with the drug paraphernalia charges recently. So based on that, I'm not going to issue the soda order. Same warnings to you that I gave to the gentleman just before you, which is if you come back before me with new allegations with regard to drug paraphernalia, drug use, drug possession, anything drug related, city is obviously going to have a substantially stronger argument for that to be imposed. I would obviously would not like to see you come back before me with any new charges, right?
Right.
All right. So with that, we'll see you back here. And again, there was a request for court-appointed counsel based on Ms. Pimentel's representation. I will make a preliminary finding that you do qualify for court-appointed counsel. You will have to fill out that affidavit for me that asks about your income, your assets, and your expenses. Without it, I don't actually have a legal basis for granting you court-appointed counsel, and I might have to reverse my decision and charge you attorney's fees. Pretty sure you don't want to have happen, so please get me that. Okay. As far as court dates, I apologize, Ms. Pimentel. Was there a request for any reason not to have this in person, or is in person fine?
I don't see why we could not do that.
All right, so Ms. Nolan, I am going to set this matter for October 12th at 1:30 in the afternoon in person at the Bothell Municipal Court. Your trial date will be in the November trial term, but your next court date will be on October 12th at 1:30. I'm also noting that Ms. Pimentel indicated that your case is a conflict for her office. So we will, when we send you the information, we're going to send you your name and contact information for the attorney that will be representing you. Okay?
Your Honor, for the city's purposes, that'll be Ms. Hutchinson.
All right. So Ms. Nolan, the city is going to note that, but you can note the name as well. It's going to be Ms. Hutchison. Okay? But we'll get you that contact information. Okay. Thank you. We'll see you on the 12th of October. Take care.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Bye-bye.
Does anybody want to guess what the cheese costs in Canada? We have here Cracker Barrel. I think you guys have that brand. Cracker Barrel Tex-Mex cheese. Let's see what it includes. Fromage naturel. Queso quesadilla, pizza mozzarella, cheddar, and Monterey Jack with jalapeno peppers. Holy fuck, Courtney. Oh my god. You want to make me wet? Make this package cost $3.99. Are you fucking joking right now? All of you are picking that amount of money? $1.99? Oh my god. How fat would I be? No, this is $9. Never, Mayor. Well, virtually, of course. And if we ever have dinner, I'll happily give you a hug and thank you for being such a good supporter. But seriously, fucking $9 for this pizza, this cheese. It is Dairy Farmers of Canada quality milk. We have a dairy fucking look, look at this. What does that say right there? Wait, where is it? Where is it? Where the fuck is it? Right here. Right here where my finger is. Come on. Oh, you can't read it. It says Dairy. Oh my God, knock everything over. It says Dairy Farmers of Canada because there's a goddamn conglomerate in Canada that's in charge of cheese. Okay? And the price is so high. Also, let's guess about my brie cheese. Also, I need to know which US state are you in and are you able to buy brie cheese? What are the salaries like in Canada, Deb? It really depends on where you live and what you do. I live in literally one of the most expensive cities in the world. Not just in Canada, in the fucking world. Okay? Oh. Okay, so Montana gets brie cheese. Arkansas, brie cheese. Y'all, where else? I do know a few other places in the States have brie cheese. This is double cream brie. 8 ounces of cheese for $2.99 to $2.49. Oh my God. Oh. Cheese is one of the most expensive items. I don't know why dairy is very expensive here too. For example, my ex-husband worked for a dairy. He was in a union, a good union. Mayor will attribute. Teamsters Union, gonna be a good union, Mayor? What would you think? Um, they were well paid, well compensated, but the price of that was passed on to the fucking consumer. So, we have very strict dairy laws. There is a dairy mafia. No, I'm not even joking. There is absolutely a fucking dairy mafia in Canada. And so the pricing of cheese has remained quite stagnant. Like years ago, cheese was going to be the same price. I maybe got it for $5. Like, you know, when you get a brick of cheese, but it's like really, really skinny. Also, Mayor, listen, remember, I am not I'm pro union, but I'm also pro management. I'm like, fight it out, bitches. See who wins. And whichever side you put me on, you're probably gonna win with. But for example, both of these packages, which are full of ahi tuna, together cost less than this package of cheese. Okay? So explain that. Make that make sense. This one's miso sesame. You guys know I love tuna. And then this one is North Van Original. What the fuck is in that? Let's check it. Smells good. Remember how I cooked chopsticks earlier? Guess what? I have another pair because I live here. So let's just taste that. That piece right there. You see what it looks like? It's like tuna, and then it's got some sort of long string thing that I don't want to eat. And then this. That's going to be a sesame ginger sauce with green onion. That's what that is. Apparently, that's the North Van Original made in store. Anyways, let's keep watching this girl's face. I apologize for stopping her on such a bad moment for her face and nose. No offense, honey. I know what it's like to have bad features, but seriously. Let's keep going. I'm going to assemble these enchiladas soon. I almost forgot about them.
Mr. Williams is still present. I have not any contact with her, but my understanding from the court is that Ms. Kim is not available.
Yes, she just emailed, she's in another court and she thought she'd be able to make it back and she's not.
All right. Mr. Williams is here to quash a warrant. And although I do not normally want to proceed on a matter without counsel being present, I am also concerned about the fact that Mr. Williams is here and wishes to have his warrant quashed. So he has actually appeared.
Mr. Williams, oh, there you go. Okay, just want to make sure he was connected.
And so, Miss Yell, were you able to speak with Miss Kim before this hearing about before we began the morning calendar?
I did not speak to her about her cases today, but the city has no objection to quashing the warrant.
All right. Mr. Williams, your attorney is not here to represent you, which makes things very difficult because she is in a different courtroom. Can you hear me? Mr. Williams? Oh, there we go. Mr. Williams, Hello? Can you hear me? Hello. Hi. Can you hear me?
Hello, hi. Yes, I can hear you, ma'am. But he's got headphones on and he cannot hear you. Also, Melanie, Bree is fucking so good. Beverly, let's have a Bree day. Which day of the week should we make Bree Day?
Your Honor, I know earlier Ms. Kim said she had difficulty with the I don't know if he has audio issues. But she said she had, because he's been on for quite a while. He's been on since 9:30.
All right. So, Madam Clerk, if you could chat Mr. Williams, I think we are going to quash his warrant and set this matter for hearing. I'm going to go ahead and set it for the in-person hearing on the 12th at 1:30. Mr. Williams, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, very good. We were able to figure it out. All right. So Miss Kim is not able to be here. She's stuck in a different courtroom. She's your attorney, but you are here, and this is a motion to quash. To quash the outstanding bench warrant. So I'm going to quash that outstanding bench warrant because you are here, and I'm going to set this matter over for, is there any reason you could not make it in person to the Bothell Municipal Court?
I don't know if you know, I had like 5 heart attacks and I got a pacer and a defibrillator put in my heart. That's why I wasn't coming.
Okay, then let's set this instead to video court on October 9th at 1:30. That's back by Zoom again. That'll be your next court hearing, okay?
Okay.
Sorry, what did he just say? That he has a heart condition as he's listening over these fucking headphones? What? Very confused. But the judge, as usual, very accommodating. Let's keep listening.
So we'll set that as your next court hearing. Meet with Miss Kim before then so you know what's happening on that day, okay?
Okay.
And trial will be now scheduled in the November trial term, but your next court hearing, October 9th at 1:30 by Zoom, okay?
All right. Thank you.
Yep, we'll see you then. You take care.
You too.
All right, is there anyone else that we need to address this morning?
The only other matter I saw was, I do know that Mr. Parent attempted to speak with, was off the 11 o'clock calendar, Mr. Oh, no, I'm not seeing it. Started with an O. I feel like I swear I'm not crazy.
Wasn't Mr. Yurovich here at some point?
He may have tried to connect, but also. Wait. I'm feeling very. I swear there was somebody. His last name started with.
I did have Yurovich marked off as being here. That's the only one.
It wasn't Mr. Vesquez Ortiz, was it off the temporary?
Lessie or Unless. No? Okay, I'll try and look that up.
Mr. Gillespie's first name is Oren, so I believe his name might have started with Oren. Maybe that's who you were thinking of.
Oh, Galassi? Yeah,
Galassi.
we continued him to an in-person.
Okay, all right, just wanted to make sure that was addressed because I did see him try to connect. Okay.
All
That's
right.
what I had, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and go through the calendar, this morning's calendar from the top, from the 10:30 calendar, and just for both the 10:30 and the 11 o'clock calendar, any warrants authorized on these calendars will be subject to an address certification having been filed by the city and confirmation that we have summoned the individual to the last known address. So with that, we'll start with number 1 on the 10:30 calendar. This is Linda Obija matter, cause number 3A0491400 on for arraignment this morning to 1 count of driving while license suspended in the 3rd degree. Defendant was summoned to appear, is not here. Court has previously made a finding of probable cause. What is the city's request?
The city's not requesting a bench warrant.
All right. Note the defendant's failure to appear and resummons. Jerry Black, cause number 3A0457510. Matter comes on for arraignment today. Defendant was summoned to appear, is not here. Court has previously made a finding of probable cause. What is the city's request?
The city's not requesting a bench warrant.
Note the defendant's failure to appear. Next matter on the calendar is Roberto Bon Gastelum, cause number 3A0455693 comes on for arraignment. Defendant was summoned to appear, is not here. Court has made a finding of probable cause. What is the city's request?
The city's not requesting a bench warrant.
Note the defendant's failure to appear. Next matter is the Chana Burgess matter, cause number 3A0107774 comes on for arraignment. Defendant was summoned to appear, is not here. Court has made a finding of probable cause. What is the city's request?
The city's not requesting a bench warrant.
Note the defendant's failure to appear. Next matter on the calendar is the Rexford Danquois matter, cause number 3A0163951. Defendant was summoned to appear, is not here. Court has made a finding of probable cause. What is the city's request?
The city's not requesting a bench warrant.
Note the defendant's failure to appear. Next matter on the calendar is the Salah Alesmoy matter, cause number 3A0426441.
Hold on, Miss Melanie, are you saying I can't keep up with you in the kitchen? Because while you may be a Gordon Ramsay, I have been studying Food Network forever. Girl, we gonna cook together. I'll keep up. I will fucking keep up. Give me a recipe. We going on. Like, let's do it. I'm sorry. Are we each gonna run a live stream at the same time? Or are we just gonna cook? Because if I just have to cook and I don't have to manage a live stream and a chat and a fucking court case as well, girl, you know what kind of fucking food I'm making? I love you so much. We would never get anything done because you know I'm listening to music and dancing. And of course, you're coming to Florida, right? I'm meeting you in Florida, right? That has to be happening. Because there's no question I'm going to Florida. Listen, give me the recipe, give me the ingredients, give me a slutty Playboy bunny outfit. We on. I'm in.
One seven. Matter comes on today for arraignment. Defendant was summoned to appear, is not here. What is the city's request?
The city's not requesting a bench warrant.
Note the defendant's failure to appear. Brian Gentile, cause number 3A0192704 is on for arraignment. Defendant was summoned to appear, is not here. Court has previously made a finding of probable cause. What is the city's request?
The city's not requesting a bench warrant.
Note the defendant's failure to appear. Monica Hargis, cause number 3A0461532 comes on for arraignment today. Defendant was summoned to appear, is not here. The court has previously made a finding of probable cause. What is the city's request?
Girl, you can ask me to make fucking beef Wellington. High as fuck. Don't say anything about my beef Wellington skills. I could make a beef Wellington high as fuck if you need me to. Just know that, Melanie. Melanie, don't listen to anybody.
He's not requesting a bench warrant.
Note the defendant's failure to appear. Tyrone Haywood, cause number 3A0452363 comes on for arraignment. Defendant was summoned to appear, is not here. What is this? Court has made a finding of probable cause. What is the city's request?
The city's not requesting a bench warrant.
Note the defendant's failure to appear. Next matter on the calendar is Sarah Lewis, cause number 3A0311922. Matter comes on for arraignment. Defendant was summoned to appear, is not here. Court has previously made a finding of probable cause. What is the city's request?
The city's not requesting a bench warrant.
Note the defendant's failure to appear and resummons. Next matter on the calendar is the Oliver Vasquez Ortiz matter, cause number 3A0045605. Matter comes on for arraignment. Defendant was summoned to appear, is not here. What is the city's request?
The city's not requesting a bench warrant.
Note the defendant's failure to appear. Next matter on the calendar is Anthony Williams, cause number 3A0539539 comes on for arraignment. Defendant was summoned to appear, is not here. Court has made a finding of probable cause.
That's
What is
life.
the city's
Get used to it. That's
request?
real court.
The city's not requesting a bench warrant.
Note the defendant's failure to appear and resummons. Next matter on the calendar under cause number 3A0327856 is on for arraignment on one count of driving while license suspended in the third degree. Defendant was summoned to appear. This is the Timothy Urovic matter. Defendant was summoned to appear, is not here. What is the city's request?
For the Urovic matter, the city is not requesting a bench warrant on the 3A0327856 cause number. We're requesting a bench warrant in the amount of $2,000 for the false statement to officer under 3A0327853.
Warrant in that case has already been issued. This was just on to track. So with regard to the no valid operator's license charge, I will note the defendant's failure to appear. Next matter, moving on to the 11 o'clock calendar, is the Jeffrey Bryan matter, cause number 3A0150438. That matter comes on for arraignment today. Defendant was summoned to appear, is not here. Court did make a finding of probable cause. What is the, it looks like, I'm sorry, my computer is behind. What is the city's request?
City's requesting a bench warrant in the amount of $3,000.
$3,000 warrant is authorized. Next matter on the calendar is the Jacinto Carrillo Palermo matter, cause number 3A0503868 comes on today for arraignment. And court did make, I'm just checking to be sure. Court did make a finding of probable cause. What is the city's request?
City requests a bench warrant in the amount of $2,000.
$2,000 warrant is authorized. Next matter on the calendar is David Constable, cause number 3A0239754 on for arraignment. Looks like the defendant has previously posted bond and did call this morning and was given step-by-step instructions on how to connect by Zoom.
Step-by-step instructions on how to connect by Zoom, Judge. Are you joking? Remember earlier, like the other day, when you said, I don't know if you need to download the program to use it. No, the answer is no, you don't. No, the judge should know that. And no, you're not going to fucking show up to court. Anyways, guys, we're almost about to assemble these enchiladas. I've made enough so that we have some for tonight and then some to freeze in the freezer. I mean, those like the YouTube channels that I watch that do that are called like Big Family Cooking, or I'll give a full shout out to Jamarill. I love her. I hang out with her all the time. Jamarill, Jamerill. My God, that woman, more energy than I've ever seen in my entire life. But um in my house, we got one plate for tonight and maybe one plate for tomorrow, and that's it. The enchiladas are not done, Melanie. We have not assembled them yet. That's what I'm pre-warning you about. We are about to assemble enchiladas. So if you're just joining us, make sure you've cocked in for your shift, taking your meds, hit the like button, and realize that we're making cheesy enchiladas tonight. We're about to assemble them. I love you all.
Called at 10:42 for the 11 o'clock calendar, so he was actually on time. What is the city's position?
Given that information, the city is not requesting a bench warrant for this matter.
Just note his failure to appear in resummons. Is that what you're asking?
Correct.
Ms. Pimentel? No objection to that, I'm assuming.
I don't have any information, Your Honor.
All right, so I will note the defendant's failure to appear and resummons him. My concern is that since he was given step-by-step instructions to connect by Zoom and did not, I'm going to set this to an in-person arraignment calendar to ensure his ability to comply. Next two matters on the calendar are the Peter Koo matters. They are cause numbers 20922 and 20923. These are on as expired bench warrants from 2010. What is the city's request?
The city is requesting to renew the expired bench warrants.
Given the underlying nature of oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. He's had 2 additional DUIs in California in 2013. In 2015 and 2016, he had public drunkenness in Pennsylvania.
All right, so based on that record, I will grant city's request to renew the bench warrants in these matters.
And Your Honor, just to clarify, they were previously issued for $2,100 each. Is that the amount?
Is that what the city is requesting, to just reissue them in that amount?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, I reissued in that amount. All right, Corey Ludval, cause number 3A05-98042, was on this morning for arraignment. Sorry, my computer's taking a little bit of time to catch up. The defendant was summoned to appear, is not here. I'm just waiting. I believe the court did make finding a probable cause. Here we go. I did. And what is the city's request?
The city is requesting a bench warrant in the amount of $2,000.
$2,000 warrant is authorized. Next matter on the calendar is the Ippolito Rodriguez matter, cause number 34014, which is on for an expired bench warrant. What is the city's position?
The city is requesting to renew the expired bench warrant. The city still has jurisdiction over the original assault charges, and the no contact order is active until April 2nd of 2024.
All right, I will renew the bench warrant in the same amount as previously authorized on this case. And then the last matter I show on the calendar is the Tyrone Sivanen matter, cause number 3A0612-907, which is on for arraignment. I did have an opportunity to review the police reports, did make finding a probable cause. What is the city's request?
The city is requesting a bench warrant in the amount of $2,000.
$2,000 warrant is authorized. I believe that concludes the calendar unless I missed anything. All right.
Your Honor, it looks like somebody did just sign on. I don't know if we want to bring them in or not.
can bring them in. We'll find out who they are. I don't know if I'll quash the warrant.
Good thing, Judge. Bring them in. Let's see who they are.
The name's not correlated to anyone on the calendar.
Mhm.
Unable to connect to audio.
All right. Let's chat them to try one more time to connect to audio. Otherwise, we'll just have them call the court to find out what's happening. Sir, if you can unmute your microphone.
Hi.
Good morning. What is your name?
My name is Riley Strom. I was wondering if my girlfriend got arrested last night, and I was trying to figure out if she had court today, or I was gonna.
If he would like to call the court after 1 o'clock, or after 1:30, we can help him then.
All right, so just go ahead and call back into the court, sir, because we have completed the calendar this morning, and my staff can give you information with regard to what happened. Okay?
Oh, so there's no more court today.
Right, we're done. Yep.
Okay. Thanks.
All right.
Bye.
No problem. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
You too.
Thank you. All right. And with that, court is in recess.
Court is in recess, but not fully adjourned here at KCC Court. Hold on, please, folks. Give me one moment while I find our next hearing and I get our stuff prepped. Take this time to go get yourself a drink, get yourself a snack, clock in for your shift by hitting that like button, and maybe leave a comment on an old video and I'll give you 100,000 points. Prove it to me. I'll be right back.
Okay. On 1839, that's how the court
Town Central, County of Travis, state of Texas. A guy rode Austin. He went up, stayed there, he returned money into my office, he lay down. His hotel snatched him 3 days later and killed him. Well, over a road on his horse, pasture on him. Though Santa Ana not died, Trudeau used to play under him. He realized he was jerking his feet. He came and saw women return inside the street, not underneath an exit, but grandsons and Anna Travis bounced back when up north, came back down, saw Crockett leave the pavilion, saw a monkey wrench situation. Only you can see Travis not leave, go back and see Austin, the only man that can do it, save the world, and come back and he just see Austin was not as a 19. I'll be quiet. I would continue on the
Okay, who do we have in the room, Greg?
All right, so this is everybody exception of your 4 Spanish speakers and updates that I read to you earlier. Check those off. Docket earlier. I can give you those names again if you need them.
Okay, I'm sorry, I cannot, I think you're talking away from the mic, so I can't hear you.
So this is everybody in the room with the exception of the Spanish speakers, is what I'm saying.
With the exception of, okay, thank you.
And as far as there is one individual that's probably going to need to go first, Judge. Otherwise, I'm going to end up having to kick this individual out of the room.
Yes, sir.
And that is on your first docket. It's on the second page. No, sorry, third page of the first docket. Third page, first docket. Last name is going to be Tabor. Tabor.
Okay.
This is all 16, like I said, with the exception of the Spanish speakers, which will, assuming that we have time to do them after this group, we'll do them next.
Okay. So let me see, I gotta reorganize, my apologies.
This is everybody off of both dockets. I mean, otherwise I would have just done one complete docket. I'm assuming you wanted to do both of them since it's the largest group.
Yes, sir. Okay, so this is everybody except Mora, Estrada, Martinez, and Castellan.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, good morning. It's just males, right? No women. Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Tanisha Jeffers, and I'm going to be magistrating you all this morning. First, we're going to go over your general rights. You have the right to remain silent. You are not required to make a statement. Any statement you do make, however, can and will be used as evidence against you should your case proceed to trial. You have the right to retain an attorney. You have the right to have that attorney present during any interview with any peace officers or other attorneys who may represent the state. You have the right to terminate an interview at any time. If you are indigent and cannot afford an attorney, you have the right to request the appointment of an attorney. You have the right to an examining trial, which is a pre-hearing if you're charged with a felony. You will be given a reasonable time and opportunity to consult with an attorney, and you will be admitted to bail if allowed by law. Do you have any questions, gentlemen, regarding your general rights? All right, thank you. Next, we're going to go over the 4 main ways to be released from custody. The first way is to post the full amount of your bail in cash or with a cashier's check. That is the full amount, not a percentage or a payment plan. That money is kept on deposit with the sheriff's office until your case is resolved. Once your case is resolved, those monies are returned to you. The second way to be released from custody is by hiring a bail bondsman. A bail bondsman will in general charge you 10 to 15% of the bond amount to obtain your release from jail. Any fee you pay a bondsman, however, is non-refundable. When you are back at the post, you will be given access to the different phone numbers of different bail bondsmen if that is what you desire. The third way to be released from custody is by qualifying for personal bond. A personal bond is essentially your promise to return to court. The fourth and final way to be released from custody is by hiring an attorney. An attorney can obtain either a surety bond or a personal bond on your behalf. Additionally, any fee you pay an attorney to get you released from custody will oftentimes go towards your total legal fees if you end up hiring that attorney to handle the rest of your case. That way, you do not have to pay twice. Regardless of how you are released from custody, make sure you return for all your court days, or warrant will be issued for your arrest. Do you have any questions, gentlemen, regarding the 4 main ways to be released from custody? All right, thank you. Next, we're gonna go over your individual charge and bond amounts. First, we have Judge Hollis. Wade. All right, Mr. Hollis, you have been charged with a Class B misdemeanor driving while intoxicated. The range of punishment on the type of offense in the state of Texas is up to 6 months in the county jail and a $2,000 fine. That bond has been set at $3,500. Do you have any questions, sir, regarding your charge or bond amount?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, when I was walking over, you said, in the beginning, you said it was a,
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a Class B misdemeanor DWI, and the range of punishment is up to 6 months in the county jail and a $2,000 fine, and that bond has been set at $3,500.
Yes, ma'am, I heard all that.
Okay, do you have any questions regarding your charge or bond amount?
No.
Are you requesting that I appoint you an attorney this morning to help you with this case?
I already know an attorney. I was hoping to qualify for the, is it called personal bond?
Correct, that's separate from what I'm asking you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Are you gonna hire someone with your own monies, or would you like for me to appoint someone until?
Oh, no, ma'am. Yes, I'm gonna hire an attorney.
All right, no worries. Mr. Hollis, it does appear that pretrial services has granted you personal bond this morning, so you will be processed for release within the next 4 to 6 hours. Do you have any questions about that process, sir?
I guess I can make a phone call to line up transportation, correct, before then?
Absolutely.
So 4 to 6 hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, Your Honor, it sounds clear.
All right, take care of yourself, sir. Please Uber in the future. Next, we have Brett Tabor.
Yes.
Wade.
Sir. Have a speaker right here in the red shirt.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. You have a Class A misdemeanor burglary.
Yes, carry on.
Yes, sir. You have a Class A misdemeanor burglary of a vehicle. The range of punishment on that type of offense in the state of Texas is up to 1 year in the county jail and a $4,000 fine. That bond has been set at $5,000 plus a stay away from 6810.
I stopped, where's that mean?
Sir?
$5,000.
Yes, sir.
Carry on.
Do you have any questions regarding your charge or bond amount?
Yes, but no, go ahead.
All right. Are you requesting that I appoint you an attorney this morning to help you with this case?
Yes.
So ordered. Mr. Tabor, pretrial services has also granted you personal bond this morning as well. So you too will be processed for release within the next 4 to 6 hours. Take care of yourself, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next, we have Joseph Niles. Mr. Niles, you have been charged with an application to revoke your probation on an underlying DWI from the 299th District Court, Judge Sage. It is a no bond, which means you will have a hearing within the next 5 to 7 days in front of Judge Sage so she can determine if she's going to set a bond. Do you have any questions, sir, regarding your charge or bond amount? Are you requesting that I appoint you an attorney this morning to help you with this case? All right, so ordered. Take care of yourself, sir. Next, we have Jonathan Parker. Mr. Parker, you've been charged with an application to revoke your probation as well on an underlying assault, also from the 299th District Court, Judge Sage. It is also a no bond, which means you will have a hearing in front of Judge Sage within the next 5 to 7 days to determine if she's going to set a bond. You also have a motion to revoke. No, it's not a motion to revoke. It's a Class A misdemeanor driving while intoxicated from Court 9, Judge Williams. It's a bond increase. She has set that bond at $4,000 plus an ignition interlock device, plus a scram device and random UAs. Do you have any questions, sir, regarding your charges or bond amounts?
No.
Are you requesting that I appoint you an attorney this morning, sir, to help you with these cases?
Yes.
All right, so ordered. Take care of yourself, sir. Next, we have Dwight Sims. Mr. Sims, you have been charged with a Class B misdemeanor criminal trespass and a Class B misdemeanor criminal mischief. The range of punishment on both those types of offenses in the state of Texas is up to 1 year in the county jail and a $4,000 fine. Each of those bonds has been set at $2,500. Do you have any questions, sir, regarding your charges or bond amounts? All right, are you requesting that I appoint you an attorney this morning to help you with this case? All right, so ordered. Mr. Sims, pretrial services has noted on your paperwork you could potentially qualify for personal bond, but you did not provide any references. Are there some references that you want me to put on this paperwork? At least one person that can verify your address.
Greg Jones.
My apologies. You're gonna have to speak directly in the mic so I can hear you.
Yeah, Craig Jones.
Craig
Yeah.
Jones,
Yes, ma'am.
what is his relation to you?
Step brother.
All right, what's his phone number?
512-897-3560. He's also my caregiver. I live in a group home.
Okay, may I make sure I got the number correct? 512-897-3560.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The way you make this go faster, sir, is you're going to be given access to the phone now that you've seen me. The number for pretrial services is posted on that phone. Just give that number to your Mr. Jones, have him verify your address. If you can do that, then you'll qualify for personal bond and be released within the next 4 to 6 hours.
All right.
All right. Take care of yourself, sir. Next, we have Johnny Morones. Mr. Morones, you have been charged with an out-of-county misdemeanor for illegal dumping out of Caldwell County. They have set that bond at $5,000. Do you have any questions, sir, regarding your charge or bond amount?
No, ma'am.
Are you requesting that I appoint you an attorney this morning to help you with this case?
No, ma'am.
All right, so ordered. Take care of yourself, Mr. Morones. Next, we have Ace Harris. Mr. Harris, you have a state jail felony theft of property where the range of punishment in the state of Texas is a minimum of 6 months to a maximum of 2 years in a state jail facility and a $10,000 fine.
years.
That bond has been set at $7,500. You also have a Class A misdemeanor theft of property where the range of punishment in the state of Texas is up to 1 year in the county jail and a $4,000 fine. That bond was set at $5,000. Do you have any questions, sir, regarding your charges or bond amount?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Are you requesting that I appoint you an attorney to help you with these cases?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so ordered. Okay, so you had a reference that was unable to verify your address. A Miss Cummings?
Hi,
Was that you?
Daylight.
My ex-wife.
Your ex-wife? Okay, so you may qualify, but you have to have at least one person that can verify your address. So the way you make this go faster, you can call Ms. Cummins back, give her your address, and then have her call pretrial services again. The number is posted on the phone you're gonna be using. If she can do that, then you could potentially qualify for personal bond and be released within the next 4 to 6 hours. Or I could also add another reference to this paperwork who can verify your address. Which would you prefer?
Well, ma'am, I've been incarcerated for the last 2.5 years at TDC, so I don't really have an address at the time. I was waiting to get out to go to a halfway house.
Oh, I see. Okay, so they're trying to wrap up your remaining cases. All right, then my apologies. You got a plan already, Mr. Harris. You have any other questions for me?
No, ma'am.
All right, take care of yourself. You're welcome. Next, we have Kelly Peters.
Yes, ma'am. Hi, how you doing? I already paid for mine, but for me to get out today, I already sent it for, I got it.
Okay, I can't understand you because you're not
I
talking.
got
to the
tired
mic.
with doing that while I was going to McDonald's and the police arrested me, the charges by the cop. I said a prayer before I got here anyway. Before I was charged with, the police officers charged me those crimes. I said a prayer anyway before I got here. I worked for the FBI as an undercover cop. I was getting my coffee and they tried to arrest me for no reason. So I said a prayer before I got here.
Okay.
That's what I said. Before I got here, so the charge, I'll get out and go get on my merry way. Go to my college house later, see my family at Walmart. I worked for the FBI. I just said a prayer when I was in there.
Okay.
Before I got here.
You have a evading arrest.
I'm a
It's
good person.
$5,000 plus an MH eval, and I have appointed you an attorney. Take care. of
Okay,
yourself.
thank you.
You're welcome.
My family's coming to Colony Street today. I was charged, those charges were bullshit. I didn't do it wrong, right? I don't think I was charged with. Well, I'm gonna get out there tomorrow. You're not gonna go to Colony Street, Michigan. I'm gonna check and see my sister at Walmart.
All right. Thank you, sir. Take care of yourself. Next, we have George Garcia.
But what am I doing? What happened? What am I doing for these?
Okay, I can't understand him, Gray. Was he
I
asking?
know what's not gonna happen today. Do I get a charge to be released today or what?
Asking when he's gonna be released, Judge.
Yeah, I have a good job with the FBI home apartment. I live on Colony Street.
Okay, I've appointed you an attorney. That attorney's gonna come speak to you, all right, and see if he can get you out.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day.
Next, we have George Garcia. Mr. Garcia, you've been charged with a Class A misdemeanor driving while intoxicated. The range of punishment on that type of offense in the state of Texas is up to 1 year in the county jail and a $4,000 fine. That bond has been set at $5,000 plus an ignition interlock device. Do you have any questions, sir, regarding your charge or bond amount? Are you requesting that I appoint you an attorney this morning to help you with this case?
Yes.
All right. They say, pretrial is saying you're on probation or parole, Mr. Garcia. So that attorney's gonna have to get you out, or you can also pay the going rate to get out of jail, which is 5 to 10% of the bond amount, which for you works out to be $250 to $500 to any attorney or bondsman of your choice. You will be given access to the phone now that you've seen me to hire them. Or in the alternative, as I said, I've appointed you someone who can attempt to obtain personal bond for you free of charge. You have any questions about that process?
You're saying that the attorney can take the money, and get me out on bond that way as well?
I've appointed you an attorney who can get you a bond for free. Or in the alternative, if you're trying to pay to get out, you'll pay the going rate, which is 5 to 10% of the bond amount. And the reason why I'm giving you that information is it says you're on probation or parole. Which is it?
I'm on parole.
All right. And so when are you set to get off?
Maybe another 3 years.
Okay, so you understand, I don't know that they're really issuing blue warrants for misdemeanors right now with parole, but you're trying to beat the blue warrant if in fact they do issue one, which is why I'm giving you both sets of information, so that you're not held up unnecessarily.
Yeah, so I'll just have a bail's bond thing, come get me out.
Absolutely, sir. Take care of yourself. Please Uber in the future. You're welcome. Next, we have Noah Sharp. Mr. Sharp, you've been charged with a Class A misdemeanor driving while intoxicated as well. The range of punishment on that type of offense in the state of Texas is up to 1 year in the county jail and a $4,000 fine. That bond has been set at $5,000 plus an ignition interlock device. Do you have any questions, sir, regarding your charge or bond amount?
No.
Are you requesting that I appoint you an attorney this morning to help you with this case?
Yes.
All right, so order. Mr. Sharp,
No, I'll get my own.
sir,
I'll get my own.
you get your own. Okay, you have the same issue as the previous gentleman. They're saying you're on probation. Are you on probation?
Yes.
What court?
Montgomery County.
Oh, Montgomery. What is it, a felony or a misdemeanor?
Felony.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you're trying to beat the warrant, the probation warrant that comes out of Montgomery. So you can pay the going rate to get out of jail, which is 5 to 10% of the bond amount. In your case, that works out to be $250 to $500 to any attorney or bondsman of your choice. They do work 24 hours a day, and you will be given access to the phone now that you've seen me to hire them. Or in the alternative, code-appointed counsel can attempt to obtain personal bond for you free of charge, but it's going to take them a couple days, and I wouldn't wait on them because again, you're trying to beat that probation warrant out of Montgomery County. All right?
Copy that. Yes,
All right. Take care of yourself, sir. Next, we have Donald Frisbee. Am I pronouncing your last name correctly, sir?
Yes.
All right, sir. You've been charged. Looks like you got a bunch of Class C tickets out of Llano County. They're all for different amounts. One's for $300. That's on the illegal dumping. The DWLI is for $800. The promise to appear violation is for $400, and the no insurance is for $600. Let me make sure. So, court administrators, because his Class C tickets are from another jurisdiction, I cannot give him credit for time served. Is that right?
Time served.
Are y'all in the room? Renee, Pete, Sophia, can y'all hear me? Oh, okay, you're calling me. Magistrations, Tanisa. Give you credit for time served. I'm sorry, I can only do so for tickets within our jurisdiction. So that's how much is out on those. And then you also have an out-of-county felony for failure to comply from Burnett, and that bond has been set at $15,000. Do you have any questions, sir, regarding your charges or bond amounts?
No.
Are you requesting that I appoint you an attorney this morning to help you with these cases?
Yes.
All right, so order, sir. Take care of yourself.
Thanks so much, Dan. I appreciate that. Super helpful when people send
Okay,
things
next we
via the
have Michael
PP.
Cottle.
Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Daylight. And I will definitely buy a cocktail on the plane, baby.
Sir, you have been charged with a felony, state jail felony criminal mischief. The range of punishment on the type of offense in the state of Texas is a minimum of 6 months to a maximum of 2 years in a state jail facility and a $10,000 fine.
That's the hope, Courtney, that I get more drunk at high altitude, more money for my, more bang for my buck.
And the 7-Eleven at 8010 Brody Lane. Do you have any questions, sir, regarding your charge or bond amount? Are you requesting that I appoint you an attorney this morning, sir, to help you with this case?
Yes.
All right, so ordered. Take care of yourself, Mr. Cottle. Next, we have Brian Cruz, or Brian Cruz. I'm sorry. I may be pronouncing that wrong. Mr. Cruz, you've been charged with a third-degree felony unlawful carrying of a weapon. The range of punishment on that type of offense in the state of Texas is a minimum of 2 years to a maximum of 10 years in a Texas Department of Correction and a $10,000 fine. That bond has been set at $7,500 plus no possession of a firearm or other dangerous weapon. You also, sir, have a state jail felony possession of controlled substance where the range of punishment is a minimum of 6 months to a maximum of 2 years in a state jail facility and a $10,000 fine. That bond has been set at $5,000 plus a drug court screen. Do you have any questions, Mr. Cruz, regarding your charges or bond amounts?
Yes, ma'am. You said that on off the carry. That's
Don't even joke, Cloud Elvis. Hold on one second. Let me turn on my camera here for a second. Do not snitch on me. That was an accident. I did not bring drugs ever. Never, ever, ever voluntarily. And I would never, because I am a conscientious visitor to the United States of America. Estados Unidos? I don't know what it is in French. Regardless, I love you all. Don't fuck up my trip. I am going to take, I think while I'm there, the test which says why you're going to get arrested on vacation, but I don't want to put, poke the bear. I will say this. Whenever I go through customs, I start out and I have my bag and they're like, "Oh, ma'am, we need to look in your bag." And I'm like, "Okay, no problem. Go ahead and look in there." But pre-warned, you may feel a little uncomfortable, and that's okay. And then they sort of give me that look like, "Oh, okay, you won't have fun." And then I ask them for an extra frisk. And they laugh at me usually and refuse to grope me, which makes me sad. I'm like, "No, I'm being honest. Grope me. Go ahead, grope me." And they're like, "No, we won't do that, ma'am. Could you please move through the security area?" And I'm like, "I'm asking you to grope me." They're like, "No, we won't do that." So, every time I've gotten through, it seems fine. Also, I will be following all laws in Florida. Let's just say that. I will follow all laws in Florida. Will I be without THC? Shh. We don't need to talk about that to Florida, okay? But I will follow all laws of Florida. And yes, I am too much. That is why most of the time they just put me on the plane. They're like, why don't you just leave? You should just leave the whole area. Actually, leave the country, ma'am. Get out of the country. Leave.
so third degree felony?
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah. What about the PR bond? Do I qualify for that?
No, it looks like they can't verify your address. So who is Miss Cruz to you?
Oh, that's my mama, but she's not staying in Austin. I'm staying with my girl right now, Erica. That's her name.
Okay.
I'm in Florida,
All right, so
Loud
here's
Albert.
the way you make that go faster. You're going to be given access to the phone now that you've seen me. The number for pretrial services is posted on that phone. Call Miss Cruz. Give her your address. Tell her to write it down, and then give her the number for pretrial services. Have her call them back. If you can do that, then you'll qualify for personal bond within this morning, and you'll be released within the next 4 to 6 hours. You any questions about that?
You said the pretrial phone number is on the list? The list number?
I can't understand you. You got to speak directly to the mic.
You said the pretrial phone number is on the list?
The pretrial phone number is on the phone you're going to be using. Posted on the phone.
All right, thank you.
You're very welcome. Take care of yourself, sir. Next, we have Jack Walker. Mr. Walker, you've been charged with a third-degree felony injury to a child or elderly person. The range of punishment on that type of offense in the state of Texas is a minimum of 2 years to a maximum of 10 years in the Texas Department of Correction and a $10,000 fine. That bond has been set at $10,000 plus a no contact order with the alleged victim. Do you have any questions, sir, regarding your charge or bond amount?
Yes, ma'am. Where I live at, we're basically all in tiny homes right next to each other.
Hold on. You got to move closer to the mic so I can hear you.
Yes, ma'am. Where I live at, we're basically in tiny homes out at the village to East Austin. And we're right on top of each other. We walk by each other and all these things. And I hadn't touched the lady, but apparently I'm being charged if I did.
Well, you are innocent until proven guilty. So that brings me to my next question. Are you requesting that I appoint you an attorney this morning to help you with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Walker, that court-appointed counsel will be out to see you in the next day or two. You need to have them post a bond on your behalf. This is what's considered a Senate Bill 6 case. I'm not sure if anyone's aware, but in September 2021, our law changed. Our governor and legislature pushed this bill through. And what it says is that you can no longer qualify for personal bond on your own for a felony assault in the state of Texas. It's the reason why we have to vote, right? So we don't have these types of laws that get put in place. But in any event, that means you have to either hire an attorney or a bondsman of your choice, pay them 5 to 10%, which is the going rate to get out of jail here in Travis County. For you, that works out to be anywhere between $500 and $1,000. Or in the alternative, as I stated, I have appointed you an attorney this morning who can attempt to obtain personal bond for you free of charge. Okay? You have any questions about that process?
So that means until I come up with a bond, I'll be sitting here or in jail.
For a couple days until court-appointed counsel gets to you. And like I said, he can get you bond for free.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Take care of yourself. Next, we have Ryan Johnson. Mr. Johnson, let's see what's going on with this. You have been charged with a third-degree felony stalking case. The range of punishment on that type of offense in the state of Texas is a minimum of 2 years to a maximum of 10 years in the Texas Department of Correction and a $10,000 fine. That bond has been set at
Connect. Yes.
$25,000.
Yes, Courtney. That's a connect. A hookup.
Emergency protection order. Do you have any questions, sir, regarding your charges or bond amounts?
No, Your Honor.
Are you requesting that I appoint you an attorney this morning, sir, to help you with this case?
I can hire my attorney.
Okay, so ordered. Mr. Johnson, I'd like to do the emergency protection orders together, so stand by.
I just said, hey, what would you call a drug dealer other than a hookup or a connect? And he said, you would call him daddy. That's bad.
Next week, so just stay right where you are, stand by. Next, we have Pernell Carter. Where are you in the room, Mr. Carter? Okay, Gray, Gray, it's Officer Gray. Oh, I need some coffee, y'all. Mr. Carter also has the EPO. Is there any way he can switch places with somebody on the front row so he can, I can go EPO with both of them? All right, thank you. Mr. Carter, you have been charged with a first-degree felony aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. The range of punishment on that type of offense in the state of Texas is a minimum of 5 years to a maximum of 99 years or life in prison and a $10,000 fine. That bond has been set at $50,000 plus an emergency protection order, plus a mental health evaluation and random UAs. You also, sir, have a second-degree felony.
I've been told he's my guy doesn't work in that accent from me. I believe it does. I got a guy. You know who I'm talking. I got a guy. But what did Mike say that sounds scary but kind of fun to Courtney? Oh, killing murder hornets in your garage. Of course it is something so weirdly intense. I was like, what the fuck perturbed Courtney? Because I want to know that. That shit is something that will perturb me. Not regular shit. Just, yeah. Killing murder hornets in your garage. Yes, that will do it. Daylight, I will check Discord. Give me 1 moment.
Possession of controlled
Also,
substance,
somebody is in this
with a range of
chat.
punishment
Before we get into this, I just want to say this is a live chat that's offering, or that's serving, if we will. Oh my god, there's a live chat serving, and somebody's chatting in this chat, and they are saying, what are they saying? Let me read it. Good morning, Judge Jeffers. Did I miss Ricardo? Oh my god, they know the person by name? LOL. Coffee for Judge Stat. Also, folks praying to be out for the weekend. I love it. Sometimes I love like the one person that is encouraging the judge. I mean, this judge is paid to deal with this, so they don't really need encouraged. Like somebody like me who's not paid to do this would be need encouragement. Presto, thank you for being here. Is your car fixed? Can you tell me about that now? Do you have to call BCAA? Do you have to get your hands real dirty? What do you have to do? Also, we're about to assemble the enchiladas we've been making for 4 hours. We're not even going to say that out loud to my household, but we've been making them for 4 hours. Oh God, I just realized that myself. We're about to assemble the enchiladas. Oh my God. Melanie, crying is beautiful. Crying is such a release. It's such a release. Okay, you got a toe. Presto got a toe pulled apart, spent far too much money. Sounds like a Saturday night to me. Toad pulled apart, spent far too much money.
State of Texas is a minimum of 2 years to a maximum of 20 years in the Texas Department of Correction and a $10,000 fine. That bond has been set at $10,000 plus random UAs and a drug court screen. Do you have any questions, sir, regarding your charges or bond amounts?
No, ma'am.
Are you requesting that I appoint you an attorney this morning to help you with these cases?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so ordered. All right, Mr. Johnson and Mr. Carter, we are now going to go over the terms of the emergency protection order. Gentlemen, you are both going to be.
Sorry, Judge, we have something more important to talk about. Daylight, you cried first thing in the morning 2 days in a row? Well, what do you want to talk about, honey? Let's talk about it. That's big. That's seriously big. What's going on? What can we help you with? I'm dancing here. I'm doing my dance, but in reality, I'm reading my chat. I love you all and I care about you all. Why are you crying? Is it okay? Nothing public. Okay. You don't have to share it. I just want you to know we're here for you. Okay. And if I was able to charge you therapy rates, I would. I don't. I can't. Also, yes, I am going to peg people. Apparently, that is the new fantasy, and I'm willing to take over that fantasy. I have pictures of me doing that. Let's say that. But seriously, Daylight, I mean it. Like, RLS was in here earlier, because they had some issues with their glasses, with many things. I'm not an what is it? An optometrist? Yeah, not an obstetrician. That's for the pussy. That's where I want to look. But no, optometrist is the eyes, Paisley. Get up to the eyes. Focus on the lady's eye. Seriously, if you want to talk about something, let us know. RLS is back. Woo! You guys, I'm going to go ahead and assemble these enchiladas. Look at all the chicken we have. We have all this sauce that I've created from scratch, like a fucking 18th century boss, if you will. Yeah, let's keep going with that. Also, we'll take one moment to give an F in the chat for the judge over here, who eliminates people's fines like all the time. And I stan her for that. Like, to relinquish people's shackles to the government and what they owe. Oh, she is changing lives left, right, and center. Seriously, F in the chat for her. Because she can do it, and the fact that she can do it tells me that other people can do it, and they ain't doing it. And that bothers me, honestly. Presto, put whatever you want in the chat. That's fine. Seriously, though, like, do you know how impressive it is to me when a judge says, hey, I've looked at your file and I realize you have some other charges that I can take care of and I'm going to take care of them for you. That literally changes people's lives, especially people with not a lot of money. That really does. So F in the chat for her. Let's continue with this. We're going to put together our enchiladas that we've been making for fucking 4 hours and 15 minutes. This is why I'm not allowed to do this. This is why I don't do kitchen court cases anymore, because it takes me 4 hours to make one meal and watch 1.5 hours of court. It's not a good ratio, you guys. It's not a good- I wish I was lying. It's just not a good ratio. You know, there are people on the internet that literally like court channels that watch court on their discords. Do you know that? I would never do that to you guys. Not one time ever. Would I only put something on Discord and never put it on YouTube? I'm just not that type of person. Now, videos that I'm not allowed to show on YouTube, sure. But like court? No. You ain't gonna find that on Discord and not on here. Just know that about me. Just know that about me.
Prohibited from committing further family violence. Do you understand that, Mr.? No, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. Mr. Johnson, you're going to be prohibited from committing further stalking. Do you understand that, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Carter, you're going to be prohibited from committing further family violence. Do you understand that, Mr. Carter? Sir?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Carter, you're also both going to be prohibited from communicating directly with a member of the household, family, or household of the protected persons in a threatening or harassing manner. Do you understand that, Mr. Johnson?
I understand, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Do you understand that, Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Johnson, the protected person is listed as
Who's a stalker? Daylight, is it me or somebody on the court cases? Because, you know, all I'm saying is I value you guys too much, and the fact that you choose YouTube to be your forum to show court on a sort of, I don't know, gatekeeped level. I'm just not into that. I'm just not. Like, there are things I show on YouTube or on Discord that are gatekeeped, but if I don't need to gatekeep something, why the fuck would I? I don't know why I would do that. Seems a little weird to me, but you know, to each their own. I don't down talk anybody's channels, but I just tell you what mine will be. Guys, we're about to make the fucking enchiladas. Woo! Oh, do you hear that? I think that makes me Mexican.
Trina Taylor. Are you familiar with the protected person, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Carter, the protected person is listed as Layla Collins. Are you familiar with the protected person, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Carter, you're also both going to be prohibited from going within 200 yards of the protected addresses. Mr. Johnson, that address is listed as 1410 Lightsey Road in Austin, Texas, and a place of employment at 805 West 10th Street, Austin, Texas. Are you familiar with the protected addresses, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Carter, that protected address is listed as 18600 Windless Way, Travis County, Texas, 78660. Are you familiar with the protected address, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Carter, if you are found to be within the presence of the protected persons or within 200 yards of the protected addresses, you will be rearrested. Do you understand that, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Do you understand that, Mr. Carter?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. The rearrest charge, gentlemen, carries a maximum range of punishment of up to 1 year in the county jail and a $4,000 fine. Do you understand that, Mr. Johnson?
I understand, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Do you understand that, Mr. Carter?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. In addition to that, gentlemen, you may not possess a firearm while these cases are pending. Do you understand that, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Do you understand that, Mr. Carter?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, gentlemen, these emergency protection orders will expire at midnight in 60 days on November 14th of 2023. Do you understand that, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Do you understand that, Mr. Carter?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
And do you understand that YouTube viewer at home who's watching KCC? If you do, go ahead and hit the like button. It's free and it really helps me.
Mr. Johnson, do you have any questions for me regarding your charge, the bond amount, the range of punishment for this type of offense in the state of Texas, or the terms of this emergency protection order?
I have no questions of the terms or charges. I do have one question regarding I believe I interviewed with a counselor for the PR bond, when I was arrested.
Yes, sir, you did. The problem is, it's a Senate Bill 6Ks, so you don't qualify for personal bond on your own any longer because the law has changed. So again, that's the information I provided earlier. You either have to pay.
You guys make me laugh so much. Sometimes I forget what we're talking about. I'm like, what did Daylight and I forget about? They forgot about enchiladas. Also, we're having a good night. It's been almost 4.5 hours. We're not going to say that very loud at my house because people will be like, you've been online for 4.5 hours? What the fuck? Don't do that. Shh. Shh. Also, I am using flour tortillas, original from Dempster's, established in 1890. Includes Canadian wheat flour, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy that, Lisa. Lisa, that's just for you. Just for you. Honestly, I love tortillas too, probably more than I should. Like when we went to Papadillos, I think the thing I was literally impressed the most about, I was like, are they making these tortilla chips fresh as we sit down? And T-Rex was like, yeah, that's it's pretty standard. And I was like, pretty standard. Are you fucking joking me? Mexican restaurants that charge $20, $30, $40 per plate where I live are not even making or even deep frying these into their own tortillas. Or tortilla chips. So it shocks me when I go down south and I'm in Florida and I'm sitting there and I pay what I would pay for one portion of absolutely shitty chicken enchiladas, and I get fucking shrimp and chicken and fresh made tortillas. Like, makes me want to move to the United States, I'll tell you that. Like, honestly, the food, you guys do something right. I'll tell you that right now. I will tell you that right now.
5 to 10% of the bond amount. So in your case, that works out to be anywhere between $1,200 and $2,500 to any attorney or bondsman of your choice. You will be given access to the phone now that you've seen me, and they work 24 hours a day. You can
Presto, I need to find a drug front Mexican restaurant. Is that what I need? Okay. I'm into it. I'm down. You guys have heard about my purse fronting Vietnamese restaurant that I have in Vancouver, where you can go and say the right words and you get into the back area where they sell the good purses. I'll just be clear, I've never gotten into there by myself ever. Like, I've walked into the exact same store and been like, hey, can I see in the back? And they're like, no, we don't have a back. And I'm like, really? Because I've been here before and people get into the back. They're like, nope, we don't have that back. Turns out it's not for white people. It is only for people of certain discernation. So, I know what it's like to get into the back area because literally sometimes this Vietnamese girl that I used to live with would like get me into the back and they'd be like, oh my God, there's a white girl in here. And they'd be like, no, she's with us. It's fine. And then when she left me, my life was changed. My life was changed. I was left with fucking Dempster's tortillas. Dempster's tortillas, folks.
hire anybody of your choice. Or in the alternative, sir, I can appoint you an attorney who can obtain personal bond for you free of charge. Would you like for me to appoint someone to help you this morning? Yeah, I think that's best. I know you stated no earlier, but if you have an issue or if you may take you a little bit to get that money together, I can appoint someone who can get you out for free. Okay?
Okay, would that be in the 4 to 6 hour range?
No, sir. It takes a
Okay.
couple days because
Okay.
they have to, court administration has to receive the appointment order. They have to actually appoint an attorney. Then that attorney has to come out and see you and fill out the paperwork.
Okay, in that case, I would like to hire, or I would like to hire my own attorney.
Correct. It doesn't prevent you from hiring your own. You can do so at any time.
Okay, I would like to hire my attorney.
All right, no problem. Take care of yourself, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Carter, do you have any questions, sir, regarding your charge, the bond amount, the range of punishment for this type of offense in the state of Texas, or the terms of its emergency protection order?
No, ma'am.
All right, take care of yourself. Great. Is that everybody in the room?
It is. You got one more question.
I don't have my attorney's number, like memorized. Could I get it somehow? I don't know.
Absolutely. You're going to be given access to the phone and the phone book, sir. You can look them up and give them a call. Thank you. Gray, is that everybody in the room or did I miss somebody?
That's everybody in the room, Judge.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service.
We got the chance to meet her at WrestleMania.
She was all right. She just kind of had like that dead behind the eyes look, like she'd rather be anywhere but there.
She wasn't mean.
No, she just really didn't have anything to say or do. She had like zero personality.
Oh, we're starting Wells podcast.
One Fan's Review, Mikey. This is where we would take a
Hold on, guys. We started a new video there, which actually I would like to promote, which is the Troyalty Podcast, which Chris Susis, how do we say it? Suisis? And you'll also notice somebody else on the screen there that you might recognize. That's Mikey the Legend from Credence and Mikey. Seriously, this is now posted on YouTube for everybody to watch and absolutely worth it. I've been asking people to subscribe to this channel for a while. Listen, I have more court for us, so don't go away. You can go ahead and link to this and start watching it. But if you want, give me one moment. I'll find us some other court. I've got it already prepped. Give me 1 minute. I didn't realize I was talking to somebody else. I got a message on my phone from Daylight Disinfectant who said, "Hey, please keep in mind I'm in Florida, and when you need out of jail," which I really hope that won't happen. I was responding to that message. Give me 1 moment. And absolutely, thank you, Jonathan, linking to Daylight Disinfectant. Presto! First of all, Courtney, tell him how many times I washed my hands when I was cooking chicken. So many times, I threw my phone on the floor. That's how many times. But I do have friends in Florida. That's the truth. Is that I have actual friends in Florida, people I've known for years now, technically. You saw me clap my boobs. And Courtney's telling the truth. Literally 100 times I've washed my hands. I don't eat the fucking chicken. I want to eat it. I can't eat it. I can't eat it. This place is clean. Don't worry. I put it. Give me 1 minute, guys. We're pausing. I'm getting the next shit. I love you all so much. I love you. Oh, where is it? Pause.
Okay. It 1839, that's how cool by over is. Hutchinson, he lives on Adams Street, downtown Central. County Travis, state of Texas. A guy rode his backpack in Austin.
Hablar con ustedes sobre los hechos de su caso porque no soy yo el que decide su caso.
It's always a
You'll have
fucking
the opportunity to
interpreter.
dispute anything you want with the help of your lawyer at a later date.
Van a tener la oportunidad de pelear cualquier cosa con la ayuda de su abogado en una fecha futura.
All right, now I want to make sure you understand your rights.
Ahora me quiero asegurar que entiendan sus derechos.
You have the right to remain silent. You're not required to make any statements about your case.
Tienen el derecho de permanecer callados, no se les requiere decir nada sobre su caso.
Any statements you make can be used against you.
Cualquier declaración que den puede ser usado en su contra.
You have the right to have an attorney represent you.
Tienen el derecho de tener un abogado que los represente.
You will be given a court-appointed attorney if you cannot afford your own.
Se les va a dar un abogado de oficio si no pueden pagar su propio abogado.
You have the right to have your attorney present if you're ever being questioned by the police or prosecutor.
Tienen el derecho de tener a su abogado presente si alguna vez son cuestionados por la policía o fiscales.
You have the right to end any questioning at any time.
Tienen el derecho de terminar con cualquier interrogatorio en cualquier momento.
And you have the right to have reasonable time to consult with your lawyer.
Tienen el derecho de tener tiempo razonable para consultar con su abogado.
If you're not a U.S. citizen, be aware some charges can affect your immigration status.
Si no son ciudadanos de los Estados Unidos, deben saber que ciertos delitos podrían afectar su estatus migratorio.
You have the right to request that we contact the embassy or consulate of your home country to let them know you are in custody.
Tienen el derecho de solicitar que contactemos al consulado o embajada de su país para informarles que están en corte, que están detenidos.
You will be admitted to bail if allowed by law.
Se les va a fijar fianza como lo permita la ley.
And if you're charged with a felony, you have the right to an examining trial to determine if there's probable cause for the charges against you.
Y si se les acusa de un delito mayor, tienen el derecho a un juicio examinatorio para determinar si existe causa probable en su caso.
I'm going to explain the different penalty ranges we have in Texas.
Les voy a explicar los rangos de penalidad para diferentes delitos en Texas.
These are just the general penalty ranges. I'm not saying anybody here is going to be convicted.
Estos son los rangos de castigo general. No estoy diciendo que ustedes vayan a tener un fallo de culpabilidad.
Even if you're convicted, you may not be sentenced to jail.
Aún aunque tengan un fallo de culpabilidad, puede ser que no sean sentenciados a cárcel.
So if you're convicted of a Class B misdemeanor, the penalty range is up to 180 days in jail and up to a $2,000 fine.
Si tienen un fallo de culpabilidad para un delito menor clase B, el rango de castigo es hasta 180 días en cárcel y una multa de hasta $2,000.
For a Class A misdemeanor, it's up to 1 year in jail and a $4,000 fine.
Para un delito menor clase A es hasta 1 año en cárcel y una multa de $4,000.
For a state jail felony, it is 180 days to 2 years in jail.
Para un delito mayor de cárcel estatal es de 180 días hasta 2 años en cárcel.
For a third degree felony, it is 2 to 10 years in jail.
Para un delito mayor de segundo grado es de 2 a 10 años en la cárcel.
For a second degree felony, it is 2 to 20 years.
Para un delito mayor de segundo grado es de 2 a 20 años de cárcel.
For a first degree felony, it is 5 to 99 years or up to life in prison.
Para delito mayor de primer grado es de 5 años a 99 años.
Did she say 5 to 99 years in prison? Oh, okay. That is a lot of time. Also, if you're just getting here, go ahead and clock in for your shift. Hit that like button. Also, remember, I'm sexy as fuck. So if you want to check out my other stuff, adults only, you can do that in the pinned link above. If not, we're about to finish making our enchiladas. It has only taken us 4 hours and 36 minutes, but we are not going to admit that to anybody in my real life. So I'm going to say out loud, it's only taken us 1 hour and 12 minutes to make these fucking enchiladas, which is amazing.
Hasta cadena perpetua.
Additionally, every felony has a potential fine of up to $10,000.
Adicionalmente, cada delito mayor tiene una multa potencialmente de hasta $10,000.
All right. So for first person I have here is Mr. Ramos, Osorio Ramos.
La primera persona que tengo aquí es el señor Osorio Ramos.
All right, sir, you have 2 charges here. They are both second-degree felony, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Ambos casos son delitos mayores de segundo grado. Uno es por agresión con un arma letal.
There's also a family violence enhancement with each one of those.
Además, hay un cargo de violencia doméstica aumentado en cada uno de estos.
The bond on each case is set at $10,000.
La fianza en cada caso está fijada en $10,000.
And there will be an emergency protective order that will cover both cases that I will go over with you right now.
Además, hay una orden emergente de protección que cubre ambos casos y que le voy a explicar ahora.
But before I do that, do you need a court-appointed attorney or will you be able to hire your own?
Antes de hacer eso, usted va a poder, ¿usted está solicitando abogado de oficio o va a contratar a su propio abogado?
El aguagua.
¿Perdón?
¿Es necesario responder ahorita?
Is it necessary to respond now?
No, what I'll do is, and this is for everyone, if you're not sure right now, let me know you need a court-appointed attorney. And you can always change to your own attorney later if you're able to hire one.
No, y de hecho esto va para todos. Si no están seguros, entonces les voy a asignar un abogado de oficio y pidan un abogado de oficio y después pueden cambiar a su propio abogado.
So, Mr. Osorio, I'm going to put you down for a court-appointed attorney now, but you can always change that later if you need to.
Señor Osorio, voy a poner como abogado de oficio ahora, pero lo puede cambiar en el futuro.
All right. So with your protective order, this is in effect until midnight on November 15, 2023.
Ahora esta orden emergente
sorry.
de protección, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
It'll be November 18th. I'm sorry.
18. Esta orden va a permanecer en efecto hasta el 18 de noviembre del 2023.
While this order is in effect, you cannot violate any of these terms or you'll pick up a second criminal charge.
Mientras esta orden esté en vigencia, usted no puede violar ningún término de esta orden.
Please keep in mind that I am officially divorced. If you're worried about me, I am divorced. If that bothers you, please keep that in mind. If it doesn't, don't worry about it. I can pretend like I'm married too.
Si no se le va a acusar de otro delito.
In this order, there are 2 people listed as protected persons, a Leticia Santiago Ramos and Odelia Santiago.
En esta orden hay 2 personas como personas protegidas. La primera es Leticia Santiago Ramos y la segunda Odelia Santiago.
You are ordered to not commit any acts of violence, of course, towards these people.
Bajo esta orden se le prohíbe cometer algún tipo de acto de violencia en contra de estas 2 personas.
If you have any communication with them or any member of their family or household, make sure it is done in a non-threatening, non-harassing manner.
Si usted tiene alguna comunicación con estas personas, con algún miembro de su familia o de la misma casa, asegúrese que no sea de una forma amenazante o acosante.
If you have a concealed handgun license, that license is suspended.
Si usted tiene licencia para portar armas ocultas, está suspendida.
You're not to possess any firearms during this time.
No puede poseer ningún arma de fuego durante este tiempo.
And you need to stay 200 yards away from the following address, 9329 Northgate Boulevard, apartment 208, Austin, Texas, 78758.
Además, usted deberá permanecer 200 yardas alejado del siguiente domicilio, 9329 Northgate Boulevard, apartamento 208, Austin, Texas, 78758.
Now, I know that can be difficult if that is also where you live.
Puedo ver que esto podría ser difícil si es también donde usted vive.
There is a way to have this order changed or removed before the end date.
Hay forma de que esta orden se cambie o se remueva antes de la fecha de terminación.
Your attorney will talk to you about how to get that done.
Su abogado puede hablar con usted de cómo hacer eso.
But even the people who are living at that address are not allowed to give you permission to get back there.
Pero aún las personas viviendo en esta casa no le pueden dar permiso de regresar.
But you are allowed to have contact with them, so you can call on the phone and they can meet you away from the apartment if you need things like clothes or items for work.
Pero usted puede tener contacto con ellos, así es que puede hablarles por teléfono y acordar reunirse en otro lugar para que le lleven cosas ya sea como ropa o artículos para el trabajo.
You will also be given a copy of this order to sign.
Además, se le va a dar una copia de esta orden para firmar.
Your signature does not say you're guilty of anything. It just says you received a copy of the order.
Su firma no quiere decir que usted sea culpable de algo, simplemente que recibió una copia de la orden.
When you get back up to your post, you'll be able to use the phone if you need to make any phone calls.
Una vez que regrese a su celda, va a poder usar el teléfono en caso que quiera hacer alguna llamada telefónica.
Do you have any questions for me right now?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta para mí ahora?
¿Cuánto dijo que era la fianza?
What about the bail?
The bail is set at 10,000 each, so 20,000 total.
Su fianza está fijada en $10,000 en cada uno, así es que es un total de $20,000.
All right, and then Mr. Osorio, and this is also for Mr. Javier Gregorio. Both of you have holds here from the Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
Ahora, señor Osorio, y esto también va para el señor Javier Gregorio, ambos tienen una orden de detención del Departamento de Inmigración y Aduana.
That means they may, even if you post the bond here, they may take you into custody to deal with the immigration proceedings.
Lo que esto quiere decir es que aun aunque ustedes paguen su fianza aquí, el Departamento de Inmigración y Aduana podría llevárselos en custodia.
The attorney that we can provide for you will be able to help you with your criminal case, but may not be able to help you with your immigration case. So you may need to have your own attorney for that.
El abogado que les vamos a dar, el abogado de oficio, les va a ayudar con sus casos criminales, pero podría no poder ayudarles con su caso de inmigración, así es que ustedes tendrían que contratar a su propio abogado para eso.
All right. So Mr. Javier Gregorio, you have 3 cases here.
Señor Javier Gregorio, usted tiene 3 casos.
The first one is a 3rd-degree felony assault with family violence charge.
El primer cargo en su contra es un delito mayor de 3er grado. Esto es por agresión. Esto es violencia familiar.
The bond on that is set at $10,000.
Su fianza en ese caso está fijada en $10,000.
And there is also a emergency protective order in that case.
Además, hay una orden emergente de protección en ese caso.
Before I go over that with you, will you need a court-appointed attorney or will you be able to hire your own?
Antes de explicarle la orden, ¿va usted a solicitar abogado de oficio o va a contratar a su propio abogado?
Sería más adelante que vería. Ahorita por el momento está bien en el oficio.
Your Honor, is it okay if I ask him to
Yes.
repeat? I did not. Señor, ¿me lo puede repetir? No le entendí.
Sería más adelante porque ahorita no me puesto en contacto con mi familia.
That would be later. I would need to have contact with my family.
Okay, so for now, I'm going to put you down for a court-appointed attorney, and then you can always change to another attorney later if you're able to hire your own.
Por ahora voy a poner que solicita abogado de oficio y después usted lo va a poder cambiar si contrata a su propio abogado.
So your protective order is in effect until midnight on November 18th of 2023.
La orden de protección va a permanecer en vigencia hasta el 18 de noviembre del 2023.
And you're not to possess any firearms during this time.
No puede poseer ningún arma de fuego durante este periodo de tiempo.
If you have a concealed handgun license, that license is suspended.
Si usted tiene licencia para portar armas ocultas, esta licencia está suspendida.
The protected person listed in this order is Evelyn Ramirez Contreras.
La persona protegida bajo esta orden es Evelyn Ramírez Contreras.
You're not to commit any acts of violence towards her or any member of her family or household.
No puede cometer ningún acto de violencia familiar en contra de ella, de su familia o de algún miembro de la misma casa.
If you do have any contact with her or her family or her household, make sure it's done in a non-threatening, non-harassing manner.
Si usted tiene algún contacto con ella, con algún miembro de la familia de la misma casa, asegúrese que no sea de una forma acosante o amenazante.
And you need to stay 200 yards away from the following address: 6201 Sneed Cove, SNEED And that's apartment 1111, Austin, Texas, 78744.
Además, usted deberá mantenerse alejado a 200 yardas de 6201 Sneed, SNEAD, Cove, COVE, apartamento 1111 en Austin, Texas, 78744.
And just like you heard me say before, if that is also where you are living, I understand that can be difficult. And until another judge changes this order, you cannot go back to that address. But people who live there can meet you to bring you clothes or anything you may need.
Guys, I was trying to, in the moment, redact that guy's address via the blah, 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 blah. But obviously not everybody got that. Not everybody in my house got that. I'm going to say that right now. Okay. Anyways, I love you all. Please make sure you've cocked in for your shift. Let's continue watching. I'm about to assemble. I've put oil in this pan. Yes, I have. I can see it. We're going to assemble the enchiladas in here that I'm going to eat shortly. Should I eat them on cam? No, I'm not going to eat them on cam, but enjoy.
From the house.
Como me escuchó anteriormente, puede ser difícil no acercarse ahí, pero usted puede comunicarse con ellos y a menos de que un juez cambie esta orden, nadie le puede dar permiso para acercarse ahí.
You also will get a copy of this to sign. Your signature does not say you're guilty of anything, just that you received a copy of the order.
Además, se le va a dar una copia de esta para firmar. Su firma no quiere decir que sea culpable de nada, simplemente que recibió una copia de la orden.
The other two charges you have, one is a Class A misdemeanor, interference with emergency call, and that bond is set at $5,000.
Los otros dos cargos que tiene en su contra, una es por interferencia con una llamada de emergencia. Este es un delito menor clase A y su fianza está fijada en $5,000.
And then you have a Class A misdemeanor, unlawful restraint. That bond is also set at $5,000.
Y el otro cargo que tiene en su contra es por privacidad de la libertad. Es un delito menor clase A y su fianza también está fijada en $5,000.
You have any questions for me right now?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta para mí ahora?
No.
Okay.
No.
You'll be able to use the phone once you get back upstairs.
Va a poder usar el teléfono una vez que regrese arriba.
All right, then Mr. Pastor Garcia,
Señor Pastor García,
you have a Class B misdemeanor driving while intoxicated charge, and your bond is set at $2,500.
a usted se le acusa de un delito menor clase B por conducir en estado de ebriedad y su fianza está fijada en $2,500.
You have, will you need a court-appointed attorney, or will you be able to hire your own?
¿Va a necesitar abogado de oficio o va a poder contratar a su propio abogado?
Momento un oficio.
For the moment, a court-appointed attorney.
Okay.
Un
And
momento,
do you
por
have any
favor.
questions for me right now?
¿Tiene usted alguna pregunta para mí?
No? Okay. Is there anybody else who needs the help of the Spanish interpreter?
¿Hay alguien más que necesite ayuda con intérprete en español?
All right. Well, then, I guess that's it. Thank you, Erica.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Merci beaucoup.
Okay. So, next I have,
Oh, what do
Chris
you have? Because
Metters.
I have coffee.
who's Chris Metters?
He refused.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
He refused.
He refused? Okay. Then, Anthony Reyes. All right, Mr. Reyes, you've got a first-degree felony, manufacture or possession with intent to deliver a controlled substance. Bond is set at $15,000. Will you need a court-appointed attorney?
Yeah, for now.
Okay. You have any questions for me right now?
15,000?
15. All right.
1,500, right? I'm just
Say
trying
that
to make sure I know it's still my people, like my parents and stuff. That's 10% of 15,000.
If you're going through a bail bondsman, they usually charge 10%. Okay. If you have someone post the bond completely,
Hold on. Who's David? I'm looking in the chat now. Did I miss somebody coming named David? Hello, David, if you're here. KT is here. And Crystal? Hello, my friends. I'm trying to make content for OnlyFans. Yeah, that's right. I've already made my content for OnlyFans. It's linked up above. Today is my my YouTube day where I'm making enchiladas, which in fact, they're right here. They're about ready to be created into enchiladas, if you will. I made this motherfucking sauce from scratch. You know, YouTubers all day long are be making shit from packages, and I'm not. I'm making it from recipes. Anyways, no, I know. Oh, my shirt was falling off. Yeah. Well, earlier somebody told me that Daylight, I do, honey. It's linked up above. God, I feel like such a slut. No, but seriously, I do OnlyFans. It's linked up above. If you want to see me naked, go right ahead. You can pay $10 a month. See me naked. I recently posted a shower video that was pretty hot, I'll say. Anyways, I still do this content for free, for fun, for us, but if you want to look at me naked, go right ahead. The link is right up above. Melanie, how did my live go? My shower live? It went well. Let's pretend I didn't drop that. Listen, Daylight, if Mayor can handle it, I think you can handle it, to be honest with you. Melanie, it went great. I spent money on Epidemic Sound so that I could have royalty-free music that I listen to in the shower. I listen to music always in the shower. So it was odd to me to listen to no music. So we're working on determining our best music for in the shower. But is OnlyFans R-rated TikTok? OnlyFans is R-rated contact or context or content. Don't laugh at me. What would you describe it as? I've got somebody in person laughing at me as I try and describe OnlyFans content. It's me naked. I don't know what else to say. It's me fucking naked. Whatever you want to know about that. I'm naked. Okay. Yeah. I don't even hide the good stuff. I've already posted the good stuff. It's on there. It's me. I'm laughing at me.
Of course, that it would need to be the entire 15, but all that money is returned as long as you come to all your court dates. When you pay a bail bondsman, the fee you pay to the bail bondsman is not refundable because that is what the bail bondsman gets to keep for taking the risk of putting up a bond for a stranger. But if you had friends or family that was going to post the full 15,000, they would get that money back as long as you came to all your court dates. And then you may also end up qualifying for a personal bond. We're still reviewing all that. And if you remember, that's to try and get released from custody without having to post a bond at all. If you do get qualified for that, this is for everyone. If you do get qualified for that, you will find out in the next few hours so we can get you processed out quickly.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Darnell Robinson. Mr. Robinson, you have a third-degree felony possession of a controlled substance. Their bond is set at $3,000. Will you need a court-appointed attorney?
No, sir.
No? Okay. Mr. Robinson, I have information here that shows you did already qualify for the personal bond. So,
And Katie, that is totally fine.
just
Please
gonna
keep that
be-
in mind. The reason that I have diversified to allow people to see me naked versus see me streaming, all that stuff, is because I know that it's not for everybody. And that's not the point. But at this point in time, if you want to support me in a way that YouTube won't allow, OnlyFans is probably a good way to do that. PayPal is another good way to do that. But for people that want to immediately, send through support, OnlyFans is going to be the best way to do it. And I'm not embarrassed of it. I'm fucking sexy, so I'm not too worried about it. But I also appreciate that people are here just for me watching court in my kitchen, and that's okay too. We're here for that too. Don't worry about that. I appreciate each and every one of you support, whether it be through comments, whether it be through money, whether it be through likes, whether it be through trolling me. Each and every one of those I appreciate dearly. So remember that. I love it.
waiting for your name to be called to get released, okay?
Yes, sir.
But just make sure you come back for all your court dates. If you miss your court date, they'll end up revoking your bond and possibly filing a second charge for failing to appear.
Gotcha.
Okay. Charles Philip Smith.
Sir.
All right, Mr. Smith, you've got two charges here. There's a first degree.
Courtney called it dab time, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know what you're dabbing. Exclamation mark 420. Am I by myself on OnlyFans? Right now, Lisa Figueroa, I am by myself on OnlyFans. I am the only person I have gotten approved. I'm a little bit ashamed to tell you how many times I had to apply to OnlyFans to get approved. Let's just say it's above fucking 20. Okay? Yeah, it's just me so far.
Felony delivery.
You say delivery.
Okay, possession of a controlled substance with intent to deliver. That bond is set at 15,000. You got a third-degree felony, unlawful possession of a
I'm
firearm.
100p serious,
That's
Crystal.
also set at $15,000, and you're not to possess any firearms, of course, as part of that condition. Will you need a court-appointed attorney?
So together, that's what? The bonds?
Honestly, Courtney, because they want to verify that it's a real person, they, I don't know, backwardsly thought that it was just confusing to me. They wanted my real Facebook, which I don't use anymore, as proof. I'm well over underage, Melanie. Let's like be realistic here. I don't get ID'd anymore. The only place I've been ID'd recently is fucking OnlyFans. And it's a little bit depressing when I send them in a picture of my passport and my face, and they're like, no, that's not good enough. Anyways, regardless, we are now, and she did, Melanie. I love it. Thank you so much. Now I am approved. Now I am good. They verified that I am real. I tried to give them my Chatterbait. I was like, I have 10,000 fucking followers on Chatterbait. They're like, we don't care about that. No. So we had to start fresh. Anyways.
Together, what are the bonds together?
Together is 30,000.
So it'll be what, 15? Court appointed, bonds, bail bonds would be how much?
A bail bondsman, depends on the bail bondsman. You can talk to them and they may give you, they can work out whatever they want with you. But generally, bail bondsmen charge about 10%. So 10% of 30,000 is 3,000.
All right.
Okay. And I'm going to put you down for a court-appointed attorney.
Thank you.
All right. Then I've got Corey Campbell.
Sir.
Melanie, thank you so much for all your help, seriously. And hopefully within the next 2 weeks, I ramp it up and things go a little bit higher. Let's say that. I love being on vacation. Florida is going to be like a vacation for me, and I hope that you all join me. That's what I'll say.
All right, Mr. Campbell, you have 2 charges here. First one is a Class A misdemeanor, unlawfully carrying a weapon. The bond is set at $5,000. You're not to possess any firearms during this time. And then you've got a third-degree felony, possession of a controlled substance. That bond is set at $3,000. Will you need a court-appointed attorney, or will you be able to hire your own?
They're court appointed.
Okay. Christopher Castilleja. Okay, sir, you've got 2 cases here as well. You got a Class A misdemeanor, unlawfully carrying a weapon. The bond is set at $5,000, and you're not to possess any firearms while that is pending. Will you need a court-appointed attorney? Okay. Then you also have a third-degree felony charge of evading arrest or detention in a vehicle. That bond is set at $10,000. And I'm going to put you down for a court-appointed attorney for that one as well. You have a question?
Yeah, what about the PR bond?
So that's still being reviewed. Like, I just don't know on yours yet. So we will, they'll get back to you as soon as they know. It's like, I think they're still trying to verify something with your references. All right. Let's see, I've got Stephen Frappier. All right, sir, you've got a state jail felony burglary of a building. Bond is set at $8,000, and you stay 200 yards away from Cube Smart, located at 2525 South I-35, Austin, Texas 78744. will you need a court-appointed attorney? Okay. I'm gonna put you down for that. Then I've got Joseph Prather. Mr. Prather, you've got a Class B misdemeanor, driving while intoxicated charge. The bond is set at $2,500. Will you need a court-appointed attorney?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Mr. Prather, from my paperwork here, it looks like you were already approved for a personal bond as well. So you will be called soon to get processed out. And again, make sure you come back for all your court dates. You miss a court date, you won't get a second personal bond, and they may charge you with a second offense for failing to appear, okay? Is there anyone here whose name I did not call? No?
Yeah, Bill. He knows about PR bond. Want to know if you got a PR bond? Yeah, how in some know and some not. So you did Mr. Carpenter? Yeah. Carpenter get a PR bond?
Money.
Judge, are you here with? Judge, can you hear me?
I can barely hear you.
Mr. Frappier asked if he got a PR bond.
I don't show him approved yet.
You check, you have, see my.
I think I had 2 people I know that were already, that I know were approved already.
He didn't say that, then it ain't been.
If you didn't get one yet, or if you're asking about one, and you haven't been approved yet, later on, they will let you know. That's what, okay, question. All right. Anybody else have questions? Yeah. All right. Well said, sir. Are we all set, sir?
Okay. What do you want? Well, I'll let you take everyone up and then we'll figure out what to do with the last guy.
Okay, no problem.
All right.
Sir, unacceptable. What are you going to play now? What are you going to play, Google? Play it. Prove me wrong. Fuck it, prove me wrong. We've been going on 5 hours. I really don't know what to play, but we're going to let it play.
First of all, good evening, everyone. My name is Scotty Evans. I will be magistrating you this evening. The purpose of, to explain something, the purpose of magistration. And my job is not to determine your guilt or your innocence. My crime that you've been accused of. As you sit here before me, this, when you are presumed to be innocent. You've only, there's been an officer has submitted a probable cause affidavit claiming that you may have violated the law. But right now, there's been no conviction. You may have actually be innocent. You have had in court, have a trial, is there any evidence, witnesses, testify on your own behalf, and all that stuff. So my job is to determine your guilt.
Also, I'd like to just point out what lovely interaction is going on in the chat right now between 2 viewers that may have diametrically opposing viewpoints about something via sexuality, the world, whatever. I really appreciate each and every one of you who's available to say, hey, maybe I overstepped there, or maybe I understepped there. And that's something I value a lot in you guys. It's important to be able to reassess your point of view on something in the world based on new information that comes to you. And something that we don't value enough that I think we should, which is being open to other things. I've told you guys the out statement. Hey, I've never heard of that before, but it sure makes me feel funny. Could we talk about it more later? That's a great blanket statement that you can say to almost anything else that somebody says to you that will give you a very diplomatic out towards talking about it later. If your later means, that makes me feel really bad and I don't want to do it, that's okay to say after you've thought about that. But the initial response to somebody's sexual admission of kink, just sort of being themselves, I urge you to reduce the judgment on that and just turn it back on yourself and be like, hey, that's cool that you know that. I wish I knew that. I don't know that. Actually, that makes me feel funny. It's okay to feel funny. We teach children that. We teach everybody that. It's okay to feel funny and different about something. This world is vast and it includes a lot of things about all of us that we may not even know. But instead of being closed-minded about it, being open and saying, hey, wow, this might not be for me, but I appreciate you as a person, so I'm willing to listen to it. That speaks volumes over, ew, what are you talking about? You're gross. You're fucking lame. You're stupid. What the fuck? Are you gay? Are you fucking whatever? Whatever people say when you admit to something that's truthful, remember that it's actually more, why can't I think of the word? It's more deep, it's more trying, it's difficult to admit to the reality as opposed to pretend like you're with the majority. That's what I'll say. And I appreciate each and every one of you for doing that. Let's keep it going. We're going to finish this. Oh, we have 41 minutes left, and I want to say that out loud so the person I'm with doesn't know that. We have 41 minutes plus my talking, so that's like an hour and a half at least.
Your innocence, or no use to try to explain your innocence to me, or I can't help you with that. It's something that will happen later. When your case is actually assigned to the court, you get a lawyer, go through that process. My job is to try to accomplish these four things. First thing I'll do is remind you again what your rights as criminal defendants. Second thing I'll do is tell you, probably for many of you, the most important thing I'll do is tell you how to ways you can get out of jail. The third thing I'll do, I'll call each and every one of your names individually, tell you specifically what crimes that you've been accused of. And fourth, that's when I do that, I'll also let you know the amount of bail that's been set in your cases. And the likely, if you are convicted, what the maximum penalty would be if you were affected. All right, so first thing, let me remind you of your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used is too important. Your right to remain silent means you don't have to discuss your case with anyone if you do not wish to do so. You do not have to answer any questions regarding the facts or circumstances of your case. If you do agree to be questioned, you have a right to terminate questioning at any time. You also have the right to talk to your lawyer prior to or during any questioning as well. So you don't have to answer questions from the police, from me, or from anybody else about your case. But they're talking to you about your case. You don't want to. Speaking of lawyer, of course, you have the right to be represented by a lawyer. You have the right to hire any lawyer of your choosing. Whoever you can afford, whoever that lawyer might be, you have a right to have a lawyer to help you with your case, to help you prepare your defense, and to help you your case to try to win your acquittal or be found not guilty. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer on your own, you have the right to request a court-appointed attorney. It's an attorney paid for by the government. So one of the things I'll do when I call your names, I'll ask each one of you if you'd like to have a court-appointed attorney appointed in your case. If so, you will let me know at that time if you wish to do so. If you're sorry for the building, you have a right to respond, examine, and respond. Examining trial is a fancy way of seeing you have the right to a pre-trial hearing. To determine whether or not there's sufficient evidence to establish a probable cause to plead. That crime has been committed that you are in fact. Okay, you're not a citizen of the United States. You have the right to have been notified the country in which you are a citizen. That you have one testimony in jail. That's for your protection. It's the country of your birth. You can notify your family members. You have to be there, etc. The help that you need. So another thing I'm doing when I call your name, I'll ask you to one of your sisters next day. Like you, that's your job. So 14 hours a day, let you know if you are not a citizen, that you might be notified the embassy of your country. That you've been arrested or now you won't have so much. That's your right. So that you don't put 14 hours a day in your patient. You have the right to ease the book set your case if you fact you're qualified to be. The purpose of analysis, you make sure you solve your trial. Not something that happens. Not this works here in a minute. So those are your basic rights. Let me now, since we're talking to next solution, go into the ways that you get out. They're essentially there are two ways. One way you get out of jail is like what's called a cash deposit. All that simply means is the best way to understand it. Give you an example. If your bill has been set in say $1,000, if you or a family member or a friend of the has $1,000, they can break it down, cash your check, money orders, get that. Bring it down and deposit it into the registry of the court. And that will get you out of jail. This back in my experience, that's the fastest way to get out of jail. So if you have the cash deposit, you can bring that down, your family member, your friend, your family, whoever it might be, have them pay the call stand, share phone. That's the fastest way. That's a completely other case. Assuming you're supposed to the purposes in your case, that money will be returned, regardless of the outcome of your case. So that's why if I get a deposit like you put out on an apartment. So when your case is over with, whenever that is, that money is going to be returned. On the other hand, if you don't show up for trial, then you could stand to forfeit that money. That money could be lost. For good. So not to mention another warrant for your restitution. Okay. So that's one way to get out of jail by posting what some people call it tagging. Second thing you can do, of course, is hire a bail. And there are numerous bail bondsmen in the Austin Travis County area. What they do is specialize in helping defendants that you get out of jail. There will be a fee when you hire a bail bondsman, you have to pay. And there's going to be a fee for their service. And the fee is going to vary depending on the severity of your case, what you've been accused of, if you got more than one case, etc. But as a general rule of thumb is they're going to charge approximately 10 to 15% of the face amount of the bail that's been set in your case. So there's a list of bail bond, I understand at least the sheriff's department have a list of bail bondsmen. When you get your telephone call, you call any one or more bail bondsmen in the Austin area and see if you want to hire one of them to get you out. You can discuss your case with them and work out whatever agreement that you need. Work out with them. That's between you and them. Like I said, that's a fee that they for their services because that's how they earn their living. And then obviously, once you pay that fee, that money will not be returned. Okay. The third way you can get out of jail is to hire a lawyer. There are many lawyers, criminal defense lawyers, criminal defense attorneys here in the Austin Travis County area. And they specialize in helping people get out of jail. Obviously represent you in your case. And also there are some who specialize in working with defendants to help you get out of jail. The attorneys also can be valuable in helping the paperwork, speeding things up. Walking paperwork through, contacting witnesses, family members, that sort of thing. Helping you qualify for a personal bond. If you don't qualify for a personal bond, or if not a personal bond, if there's some additional information pre-trial needs in order to make a recommendation for your personal bond, even though it's the judge's final decision, oftentimes the judge will rely on the investigation of the pre-trial services. That's why some of you probably have already been interviewed by pre-trial services. They ask you a bunch of questions about your family members and so on and so forth. Well, the attorneys can help with that process. So even if you don't qualify for personal bond right now, An attorney can help you, once you get an attorney, can help you perhaps potentially get a personal bond if that's what you call. Speaking of personal bond, let me go ahead and talk about it. That's the fourth way you get out of jail versus qualifying for a personal. Personal bond simply means that you be released on your own cognizance. Sometimes if you qualify for a personal bond, there will be conditions that the judge will impose on you, no carrying of weapons, no drinking, attend any anger management program, etc., something like that. So if there's any conditions on your release on a personal bond, you have to be sure to just comply with all those conditions. Otherwise, if you don't comply with those conditions, that personal bond can be revoked, and you can find yourself back up in jail. It's 6-8 months in jail waiting for your trial. So if you qualify for a personal bond, be sure to satisfy and comply with whatever conditions that the judge might impose. So personal bond, like I said, is basically based on your honesty and integrity. Are you the kind of person that you will keep your promise? You keep your promise to the judge that you will show up with all future court proceedings involved in your case, that you will stay out of trouble while you're out of jail, that you won't commit any new offenses, that you will comply with any conditions. In other words, it's based on your honesty and your integrity as a person, that you'll keep your word. If you're let out of jail now on your own word, that you give to the judge, essentially, that you will show up and you'll do what you're supposed to do. Okay. So those are essentially the 4 ways that you can get out of jail. Oversimplified it, just for the sake of time. But and if you don't get out using one of those 4 means, obviously that means you'll have to stay in jail until further proceedings of your court. Your case will be transferred to either county court of law, it's a misdemeanor case, or to county or to district court, it's a felony case, and then you'll assign the judge, and then at that point in time, obviously you'll have your attorney, and then we'll see what happens with your case. But until further on the order of the court, you remain in jail. Some of you will eventually be transferred out to the valley, and that's okay. All right, so that's essentially your rights. Let me go ahead and also please you get out of jail. Now what I'm going to do is just call your names individually and just discuss your individual cases with you. And I'll tell you what you've been accused of, answer any questions that you may have. Right? And then we'll go from there. I got on Gary, let me spell that. H-E-U-I-R-R-E. Yes, sir. That's you? Yeah. So Gary, you've been accused of, you got your driving while intoxicated. It was filed as a 3rd-degree felony. I assume that's because you must have had some priors, is that right? Yes, sir. Okay, so I figured that. Your bail has been set at $15,000. It was filed, like I said, as a 3rd-degree felony. For anybody else who's facing a 3rd-degree felony, that's a crime in which punishment, if you are convicted, could be up to from 2 to 10 years in prison, and up to a $10,000 fine. 10 years imprisonment is the maximum fine, the maximum penalty of a 3rd-degree felony. That doesn't mean you can get that if you are convicted, but that's the maximum. That's the most state. You know, I mentioned that your bail is set at $15,000. If you are released on a personal bond, there would be a requirement to have an ignition interlock installed on your device, as well as participate in the alcohol evaluation program that Travis County may offer for you. Do you have any questions? Are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to request a court-appointed attorney to help with your case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll note that on your paper.
And so how much would it be like?
What's that? I'm sorry?
It's 15,000, like it'd be 10%. Well,
If you use a bail bond, I'm sure you know, the bail bonds, but yeah, it'd probably be around 10%. That would be your fee that you would have to pay them.
when I got here, they made me some question of a PTRD bond or something like that.
What's that say that again?
PT, I don't know how it says. PRTD bond or something like that. They made me some questions in the beginning.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I don't. He's referring to a personal conduct bond. Yeah, that he said. Yeah, PR bond.
Yeah, personal bond. PR bond, personal bond. That hasn't been determined at this time. And when I say this time is pre-trial is
Let me see what they said. Yeah, there's some information that pretrial services still need, verification of your address and some other information. So at this time, that doesn't mean you'll eventually qualify for a personal bond right now. And that's gonna be true for most of you. Most of you probably at this time, they're not gonna will not be qualified for a personal bond. But that doesn't mean at some point you won't be. Usually oftentimes pretrial maybe missing some information or something that they're still working. Okay? So don't be surprised if you're not eligible for pretrial at this time. Joshua Booker? Yes, sir. Oh, Brooker, I'm sorry. Brooker. You're here on a motion to revoke probation. On a motion, so you're on a motion to revoke your probation. You're on probation. You understand what that is? It is a like I said, bail and bond fixed at $2,000. Let's install a conditional interlock of 30 days at least. Citizen of the United States. I'd ask, would you like to request a court appointed attorney? Help you on this case. Perfect. Do you have any questions? Oh. Yeah. I'm sorry, let me back up. I don't know if I told you. Yes, I did. I did pay your bill instead of $50,000.
I'm not originally from here. I'm from Brownsville, Texas. I just travel from work.
All right.
I'm not originally from here. I just travel from work. I only had like 2 more months here. Like,
Let your attorney, let your lawyer know that. When you get your lawyer, you and he or she and talk about that and strategize what's the best way to proceed with your case. Okay. Gilbert Diaz, Diaz, you've been accused of possession of something. You found that a state jail felony. Anybody who else is facing a state jail felony, that's a crime in which the maximum punishment range 6 months to 2 years to state jail. Your bill has been set at $2,000. Are you a citizen of the United States? Good. You'd like to request a court appointed attorney help you proceed? Yes, sir. All right. Thank you. Yeah, what meeting? Michael Garcia. Accused of driving while intoxicated. He was filed as a class B misdemeanor. Some of you also facing a class B misdemeanor. That's a crime in which the maximum penalty is 6 months in jail and a $2,000 fine. Your bill is set at $3,500. Are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to request a court appointed attorney to help you with your case?
Yes, sir.
have any questions? Thank you. Good luck to you. Hardy, Anthony Hardy. Hardy. You've been accused of delivery and possession of delivery of controlled substance. Filed as a first degree felony. Based on a first degree felony of 5 years, 5 to 99 years, 5 prison. Been set at $20,000. Are you a citizen of the United States? Would you like to request a court appointed attorney? I had a attorney. I still got it. Did you say you have an attorney? Yes. You do not want a court appointed attorney, you're not sure? I'm not sure. What I would recommend is we can go ahead and write your paperwork that you would like a court appointed attorney, but if you have your own attorney, you don't have to accept a court appointed attorney. You can always change it later. You can go this way. It's at least noted that you might need a court appointed attorney. So when the court, when the judge, whoever's going to be presiding over your case, gets your paperwork to see that you may need to make arrangements. What about trying to bail out? All right. Bail out. That hurt. If you try to bail out, do you have to get an attorney? No, if you bail out, it's to the attorney. It's already been. You got a real soft place. Yeah. That hurt. And I apologize. I'm still not. Are you saying that you, when we were talking about whether or not you want, that's where we left. But I'm getting the impression that you are asking about something.
It's just that I might try to bail out. And if I do try to bail out, I'm gonna go through the same attorney that I had before. Not the new attorney.
Yeah.
But just say if I did that, would it ever hurt my chance of getting it?
Well, you can always change it. If you don't want it, you don't have to. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, Patrick Hayes. You're accused of driving wrong constantly.
I think Jonathan has said it right, Melanie. Like all the videos, honestly, even if you dislike the videos, that actually helps with YouTube Daddy. I know it seems counterintuitive, but it's true. YouTube Daddy doesn't care what you say as long as you say it. Vicky, are you leaving? I love you. Thank you so much. You know my phone, every time I type in VIC, it immediately goes Vicky Pathless. There's a few other names like that where it's automatically like named people from YouTube, and I love that fact for you guys all. That's my life. That's who I am. That's how we be, you know? But seriously, have a good night. I love you very much. I'll be back tomorrow, you know that. Don't worry. I think I've been posting. I haven't checked it yet. Let me check it. But I think I've been posting for a long time. Lisa Figueroa says being high while masturbating is like inadvertent edging. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Lisa. But sometimes you live your life edging, and that works. Listen, that might make you on edge for all those people ahead of you that are coming, if you will. Seriously though, you guys, please clock in for your shift. I'm gonna go ahead and check that, make sure that we're all coming. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. Please tell me if you come today.
Would you like to request one from the attorney? Yes, sir. You have any questions? Yes, sir. You have any questions? Yes, sir. Okay. Like, yes, sir.
You come every day? I love to come every day, at least twice if I can.
Your billing is at $20,000. Are you a citizen of the United States? Yes, Your Honor. Would you like to request a court appointed? Yes, Your Honor. Joel, you give the filing the bond. Violations for court orders, conditions of bond. If they have trial, it's the case. Okay, bonded out on bond, protecting order, some sort. It's alleged, violated. Class E is made by preference, that's it. Like anybody else, class A misdemeanor, that's fine, which is actually only be up to 12 months in jail, and up to $4,000 fine. Your bills is $75,000. Are you a citizen of the United States? Yes, sir. Like to bring this forward, what is this for? I don't know, I have one already. You already have one?
Who would like to guess if I have come today? That's a good question. Put your guesses in the chat. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Has KCC come today?
Is mail
Right here. Smile. Yes, sir.
Like request for it?
No, I have.
Yeah.
No, sir.
What are they talking about now? Just wait. Anyways, you guys, I'm about to make these tortillas into enchiladas. I hope you've enjoyed so far. Let's see what they do. I hope they keep playing. I think they should. I made the sauce myself. It's delicious looking. The smell is delightful. I love that everybody's deciding how many times I've come today. Talk amongst yourselves. Decide on that. We'll talk about it at the end. But legit, what the fuck is going on here? Why is the court taking so long? Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Let's go, court. Let's go.
I've been homeless since December. I don't have bills, I don't have an address, jobs.
It's not making sense, you guys. Make it make sense. I'm gonna change it to some other. Pause screen. Go get your dick sucked. Or some food.
Advertencias del magistrado son informaciones que la ley requiere que se da a uno después que la detención y la acusación. I'm going to give you this information as a group, and then I'll speak to each person individually. Voy a darles en grupo la información que aplica a todo y después hablaré a cada uno de ustedes en particular. When I speak to you individually, I'll tell you with what you've been charged and what bail has been set in your case. Cuando le hablo en particular, informaré a usted de que se acusa y la cantidad de fianza fijada en la causa de usted. Now, each one of you is charged. You are not convicted of any offense at this time, and you do have the absolute right to take the case to trial. Todos ustedes son acusados, no son condenados. Y tienen el derecho absoluto a llevar la causa de usted a juicio frente de un juez, perdón, de un jurado, o si abandona el derecho a tener un jurado de 6 o 12 personas, entonces en frente de un juez solamente. You do have the right to take these cases to trial to a jury. To give up that right, you can go to a judge alone to decide the matter. Now, you do have the right to be represented by a lawyer when you hire, or if you don't have the means to hire one, a lawyer who's court appointed. Tiene derecho a la representación por un abogado contratado por usted, o si no tiene los medios económicos con que contratar, entonces, por un abogado de oficio nombrado por el tribunal. I'm going to ask you if you request a court appointment of a lawyer. If you don't think you have the money to hire one, you can make that request. Voy a preguntarle que si usted pide el nombre de un abogado y si usted cree que no tiene los medios económicos con que contratar, pídelo. If you tell me that, I'm going to put it on the file of the case. From then, the pretrial service office will determine whether or not you have the means to hire a lawyer, and they'll get one court appointed if you don't. Si usted me avisa que pide el nombre de un abogado, pues, entonces la oficina ante juicio va a averiguar que si usted no tiene medios suficientes con que contratar, y si no las tiene, aquella oficina causará que se nombre un abogado por los jueces del condado o del distrito. Now, your cases have been started by an affidavit, a sworn written statement being presented to a judge who found there was probable cause to believe that an offense was committed. Las causas han empezado cuando un juez ha decidido, según de un afidavito presentado a él o ella por los policías, de que hay causa probable a creer que había un crimen cometido por usted. But in the case of a misdemeanor, class A or class B misdemeanor, those cases will go on for actual trial to the county court at law and on this finding of probable cause. Según hallar de causa probable, los delitos menores clase C y clase A pasarán frente del tribunal del condado para juicio. In any felony, you do have the right to an examining trial, a hearing in front of a magistrate to determine whether or not there's probable cause based on the testimony of witnesses. If you are interested in that, you need to talk to your lawyer about it. Okay. Hay en crímenes graves el derecho a lo que se llama un juicio examinatorio, una audiencia frente de un magistrado en que el Estado tiene que mostrar por testigos que hay causa probable a creer que había una ofensa. Si tiene interés en cada audiencia, hable con su abogado sobre esto. Now, you each have the right to be represented by a lawyer in these cases. Cada uno de ustedes tiene el derecho a la representación por un abogado en esas causas. It's a lawyer you hire, or if you don't have the money, one appointed by the court. Este es un abogado contratado por usted, o si no tiene los medios económicos con que contratar un abogado nombrado por el tribunal, uno de oficio. I'm going to ask you if you're going to request a court appointment of a lawyer. If you tell me that you do, I note it on the file of the case. The pretrial service office will determine whether or not you have the means to hire a lawyer, and if you don't, they'll get one court appointed to represent you. Voy a preguntarle que si usted pide el nombrar de un abogado. Si usted me avisa que sí, apunta repetición en los papeles de la causa desde el momento en que se apunta a la oficina ante el juicio, empezará a decidir que sí o que no tiene medios suficientes con que contratar. Si aquella oficina averigua que no tiene, que no tiene los recursos necesarios, causará que se nombre un abogado de oficio. If an attorney comes to visit you while you're in jail, you're going to get an opportunity and a reasonable amount of time.
I'm watching, William.
With that lawyer. Si un abogado viene a visitarle mientras usted está en la cárcel, usted recibirá una oportunidad y una cantidad de tiempo razonable que discutir la causa con el abogado. Now, each of you has the right to remain silent. You're not required to make any statement. Whatever you say can be used as evidence against you. Cada uno de ustedes tiene el derecho a mantenerse en silencio. No se requiere que haga declaración alguna. Pero si hace una declaración, hay que estar sabiendo que cualquier cosa que dice puede ser utilizada como evidencia en su contra. When you are questioned by peace officers or by lawyers who represent the state, you have a right to be represented, to have your lawyer represent you there at that time. Cuando le hacen preguntas a usted por oficiales de la paz o abogado representando al Estado, usted tiene el derecho a tener contigo representándole un abogado. And when you're questioned by peace officers or by lawyers who represent the state, you have the right to end that questioning at any time. Y cuando le hacen preguntas a usted por oficiales de la paz o abogado representando al Estado, usted tiene el derecho a terminar la entrevista cuando usted quiere. If you are a citizen of some other country, you need to understand that any conviction on a criminal offense can work against your ability to stay in this country. Si es ciudadano de un país, otro que este país, hay que estar sabiendo que una condena de cualquier ofensa no puede ayudar a usted en quedarse en este país. Also, if you're a citizen of some other country, you have the right to have your country told that you're being held in jail.
Another country like Canada, Judge? Is that what you're talking about? Another country like Canada? Whoa, ladies and gentlemen, if you are Canadian and you get arrested, let me tell you, the Canadian government can find out about it. Now they're going to spank you, but they will find out. Oh, you guys, seriously, let's have a great time. I'm so glad that you're all here. I appreciate you all. Please know that I am listening. I am supervising as much as I would be if there was young people around, but y'all ain't young. Don't fucking lie to me. Y'all ain't. Y'all ain't. Y'all ain't. Tell me I'm Control Z. Control me. Tell me I'm wrong. Control me I'm wrong.
Here to see if it can be of some assistance to you. Si es ciudadano de un país o otro que este país tiene el derecho, si lo quiere usar, que informamos al gobierno de su país que está aquí encarcelado. Esto a ver que se le puede hacer alguna ayuda por el país de usted. If you tell me that you are from another country and you want it informed, we'll send an email to the nearest consulate of that country. Si me avisa que pide el informar de su país que está aquí encarcelado, mandamos un email al consulado de su país que es más cercano a usted. Now we're going to talk about bail. Ahora hablamos de la fianza. Bail is an amount of money used to guarantee your appearance before the trial court. Una fianza es una cantidad de dinero que garantiza la comparecencia de usted para que se suelte a usted y usted comparezca frente al tribunal en que tendrá el juicio por su propia voluntad.
I can understand him less than my Spanish
There are
teacher.
essentially three ways to satisfy bail. Hay tres maneras en que uno puede satisfacer la fianza. First, you put up the full amount in cash. La primera manera es a poner en la mano del sheriff la cantidad entera de la fianza en efectivo. Now that's as a guarantee, it's not a payment. No son pagos, una garantía. The sheriff releases you, you go to court. When the case is over, you get the money back. Don't show up, you lose the money and you get rearrested.
Lisa, I don't know who the oldest is. I will tell you guys right now, just being straight up, I'm 35 years old. That's old. No offense to all you older than me, but I feel old. Okay, I'm 35. I was born in the year of our Lord, not my Lord, your Lord, 1988. Not my Lord. My Lord is the devil, and the devil has got a different timekeeping method than y'all. So, we see T-Rex with the youngest votes thus far, 27 years old. I see 52, I see 53 and a half, 1996. Are you joking? You were born in 1996? I almost have to ban you, T-Rex, from the chat. Because Lisa Figueroa graduated high school in 1988, the year I was born. Melanie graduated in 1996. Courtney is the same age as me. Thank you, Courtney. I love you. I love all of y'all. All you older people who are willing and able to say, hey, what's going on down there? And let us tell you. But Courtney and I are over here like, we were born in 1988. Oh, it's hard to make your brain wrap around. How much have I been drinking tonight? Let me look at the vodka bottle. 3 drinks, William. 3 drinks. And it's a Saturday. So, not too bad, I would say. Let's keep going. Let's make it 4.
En esta manera de fianza, te pone el dinero en la mano del sheriff. El sheriff se suelte a usted. Usted comparezca frente al tribunal en que tendrá su juicio. Y cuando acaba la causa, cuando se resuelve, si usted ha comparecido cada vez necesario, se devuelve el dinero. No comparezca, puede perder el dinero, más estar bajo detención de nuevo. Second possible way is for you to contract with a bail bond company. Segunda manera que uno sale bajo fianza es cuando contrate el individuo con una compañía fianzadora. For a fee, the bonding company will guarantee a person's appearance to the sheriff. The sheriff will release the individual. How much they charge you for that service is between you and that company. Fail to show up, you not only have a sheriff looking for you, but that company. Okay, si usted contrate con la compañía afianzadora y pague lo que se cobre, entonces la compañía pone en la mano del sheriff una garantía, usando la propiedad de la compañía como la garantía. Y el sheriff se suelte a usted. Usted comparezca, cuando acaba la casa, muy bien. Si no comparezca, pues el sheriff estará buscándole, más la compañía estará buscándole para devolverle aquí en la cárcel. Third possible way is a personal bond where you are released on your own to show up at the court when it's necessary. La tercera manera es en que usted sale bajo su promesa de honor que va a comparecer más a la probar de un juez. Now, a personal bond does need the approval of a judge, and in most of the cases, that's not happening at this time. En la mayor parte de las causas no va a recibir una fianza personal en este momento. But a person can qualify for a personal bond at any time while they are in jail. So talk to your lawyer, perhaps with more and better information. That will happen. Como persona puede calificar a salir bajo fianza personal en cualquier momento que están aquí hasta que se resuelve la causa. Hable con su abogado porque quizás con más o mejor información que tengo en este momento saldría. Okay, that's it. We'll start up with Andrea Nicole Almaguer. Who is that? Okay, is Almaguer? No, you yeah. If you don't mind, stay standing for a moment. Ma'am, you are charged with tampering with evidence, trying to ditch some materials that they were looking at you for. And then you're also charged with actual possession of controlled substance. The possession is a state jail felony, the bail set at $7,000. The tampering is a third-degree felony, bail set at $10,000. And you're due drug court screening in either of those. Do you ask for the court appointment of a lawyer, ma'am? Okay, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to speak up just a bit.
Yes, sir. I had a PR bond because I didn't have anything on me.
PR bond ain't happening at this time. Talk to your lawyer about it. But I'm noting your request for the court appointment of a lawyer. Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead and be seated. Deborah Arellano. Hi, Ms. Arellano. Ms. Arellano, you have, among other things, a Class C misdemeanor theft at the municipal court. Now, you're going to be released on that one, and that one alone, to go to the municipal court. They'll give you a court date on your release. Now, even if a court date is established, it's gone by the time you finish these other cases or get out on the other cases, you can go to the municipal court Monday through Thursdays, mornings and afternoons. There's a judge available, and including Thursday evening. And you can, there's also a prosecutor available, so you can attempt to resolve your cases at that time. There's also, ma'am, a state jail felony theft in which bail has been set at $7,500. That supposedly happened in June, I believe June 16th or thereabouts. And there's also a theft, a state jail felony, where bail is set at 10,000. That one's supposedly occurring on July 3. In those matters, ma'am, do you request the court appointment of a lawyer? Sorry?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Thank you very much. Go ahead and have a seat, ma'am. Fidel Marquez Escutia. Venga para el frente, entre. Muy bien, gracias. Señor, a usted se acusa de haber tenido en su posesión con el intentar de distribuir una sustancia controlada, esto siendo 13.5 gramos de cocaína. Es un crimen grave de primer nivel. La fianza, $25,000. ¿Usted va a contratar su propio abogado o necesita uno de oficio?
Cuando aquí
¿Mande?
aquí me llamaron a un abogado.
¿Usted tiene su propio abogado o va a contratar o necesita que se nombre?
No, ya me llamó, lo entré. Me pasó me hicieron hablar por teléfono y me dijo que sí me.
Es el intento de usted a contratar un abogado. Muy bien, gracias. Y ustedes todos van a tener la oportunidad a usar el teléfono después que esta audiencia. You're all going to have the opportunity to use the telephone after this day, after this setting. Señor, favor de sentarse. Krista Goey.
Went back upstairs.
I'm sorry, sir.
Used.
She's not with us?
No.
Okay, thank you. Nikisha Marie Cadera. Okay. Mr. Caderca, ma'am, you're charged with theft of mail, a class A misdemeanor. And your bail in this case is set at $8,000. Do you ask for the court appointment of a lawyer, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am, thank you very much. You may be seated. José Luis Martínez Hernández. Señor, a usted se acusa de la posesión de una sustancia controlada, la metanfetamina, 1.3 gramos de esta sustancia.
Got an English speaker.
Pardon?
He's an English speaker, Judge.
Okay, sir, you're charged with possession of controlled substance, a third-degree felony, the substance being methamphetamine. And your bail in that matter, sir, is set at $10,000. You asked for the court appointment of a lawyer?
$10,000?
Oh, actually, like last time I came here, I came in for the same thing, but I paid for a lawyer, but they didn't magistrate me that at the time, so I guess I'm just here with the lawyer.
Okay, well, so you already have a lawyer?
Yeah, like last time I came here, they magistrated
Okay.
me
Wait, is that a court-appointed lawyer?
as a paid lawyer.
Okay, are you gonna hire that same lawyer?
Yes, sir, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Stephanie McNutt,
Whoops, I thought he was done. He's not. You guys, I've got the first round of enchiladas
Ms.
in the oven.
McNutt,
They're about to
ma'am,
be
you're
served to
charged with
somebody in my
possession of
house.
controlled substance,
You want them? Let me know
state
if you
jail
want them.
felony. The controlled substance being apparently THC wax. In that matter, ma'am, you're in this state jail felony, your bail is set at $7,000. Do you request the court appointment of a lawyer?
I just pay.
I'm sorry,
I just pay my bill and get out.
I beg your pardon?
Can't I just pay my bail and get out?
Yeah, you can do that, but then you're not paying it. What you're doing is you're using.
Girl, everybody wants to get out of jail. What are you talking about? Can I just pay my bail and get out? Yeah, everybody can pay their bail and get out. What are you fucking talking about? Guys, we are not in jail. We don't need to be worried about that. So what we have is Saturday no, that can't be right. Hold on. Let me look closer. 16th. I thought it was the 18th. See, it's the 16th. The 16th of September, which is different than the 18th of September. Also, I just had to fix that. Make some stovetop stuffing. Honey pea stovetop stuffing is delicious. I want it every day, every single day with gravy. You put gravy on your dick, I'm gonna fucking lick your dick. Let's just say that.
Putting money as a guarantee. And that case isn't over, you still have to go to court on it. Are you going to be hiring an attorney, or do you request that one be court appointed to represent you?
Request one.
Thank you. Okay, ma'am, please be seated. Mrs. Seidenberger? Hi, Ms. Seidenberger, come on up, please. Over toward the center, please.
We're connected.
Oh, that's okay. You just stay where you are. That's fine. Ma'am, you're charged with the Class B misdemeanor of driving while intoxicated. The bail in that matter is set at $3,000. It's a Class B misdemeanor. And do you request the court appointment of a lawyer, ma'am?
I suppose so. I don't really know how this works. Is there a bail bond that I should?
Bail is set at $3,000. If you satisfy it in any one of the three ways about which I spoke, you would be released, and then you'd have to go to court and be represented either by yourself or by a lawyer. A lawyer being probably a smart thing to do. Do you ask for the court appointment of a lawyer?
Sure, I'll do the lawyer.
Okay, now, with regard to bail, if you satisfy the bail, you'll be released. One of the things they tried to interview you for personal bond, and their indication to me is that you were not responsive in terms of answering the questions with regard to your financials. Well, they gotta know that, okay? So that they can make that determination. I'll ask them to talk to you again about it and we'll see what happens.
Great.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Rambo? Ms. Rambo, you are charged with the Class A misdemeanor, resisting arrest, search, or transportation. This one being a Class A misdemeanor. Do you ask for the court appointment of a lawyer in this case?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Need to verify one thing for just a moment. Bail in that matter is set at $6,000. Thank you, ma'am. Good luck. Okay, Mr. Salmero? I believe that takes care of it.
We'll take care of the.
It is 12:40. 42. We'll find an open seat anyway, guys. That's that it? I believe so. Yeah, except for the one. Okay. You have a remote?
We're starting again. Let's see what happens. I'm about to pull the enchiladas out of the oven. We'll see what happens. There's not even a single oven mitt in this house. I'm gonna have to freaking use
I
tortillas.
need you to get off the floor, man.
I can't get up or back if I can because I can, I'm taking over if I put the chair. If I'm back here, I'm around something to respect for.
You're about to see the judge.
Okay. Is my time up?
Hey, Judge, can you hear me? Yep. All right, I have
Hold on, before we continue, it's been explained to me that there are oven mitts in this household, but that I have somehow put them somewhere else. I don't believe that's true. I don't think there are oven mitts in this house. Somebody tell me where they are. I'm about to look for them. I don't think that's my fault. I think it's this kitchen's fault, not mine.
of the ladies in front of me. The one that was reset, she can't come out.
Which one's that?
We have to do her at the door. That'd be Miss Maurice Megan.
Okay,
Everybody else is here.
okay. All right. Good afternoon, ladies. I'm Judge Vigorito. I'm the magistrate judge this morning. I'm not here, this afternoon, I should say. I'm not here to decide whether you're innocent or guilty. I'm just here to explain your charges, your rights, and your options on how to get out of jail. Now, all of you are charged with some type of a criminal offense based on a sworn statement of a law enforcement officer. That officer is swearing to enough facts that would lead a reasonable person to believe that you committed a criminal offense. That does not mean you've been found guilty. You're presumed innocent. Unless proven guilty, you'll have an opportunity to talk to an attorney before making any decisions on how to handle your case. If you want a copy of the statement of the police officer that's being used as the basis for your charges, you can get that from your attorney or the clerk's office in the next few days. Now, you're all entitled to certain rights under the Constitution in any criminal case. I'm gonna go over your rights, then we'll talk about your options on how to get out of jail. And then I'm gonna call you each one by one and talk to you each about your individual situation. When I talk to you individually, if you have any questions, go ahead and ask me. I'll do my best to answer your questions, okay? In any criminal case, you have the right to remain silent. You don't have to make any statements about your case. If you give up your right to remain silent, whatever you say can be used against you. You have the right to hire a lawyer to represent you. If you don't have the money to hire your own attorney, you can request a court-appointed lawyer. If the police or the prosecutor want to talk to you about the facts of your case, you don't have to talk to them about it if you don't want to. If you choose to talk to them, you can end the interview at any time, and you have the right to have a lawyer present during any discussion with the police or prosecutors about your case. You also have a right to a reasonable amount of time to talk with your lawyer before making any decisions about your case. If you're charged with a felony, you have the right to request an examining trial. It's not a full-blown trial. That's a preliminary hearing to argue that there's no probable cause, no reasonable basis to charge you with a crime. You could talk with your lawyer about whether that option makes sense in your case. If you're not a U.S. citizen, you need to be aware that a conviction of a criminal offense can affect your immigration status, your right to be in this country, and your ability to become a naturalized citizen in the future. Lastly, if you're not from the United States, you do have.
Folks, he's talking to us Canadian girls who are trying to get into the United States via one way or the other. He's saying, girl, you ain't nothing if you've been fucking committing a crime to get into the United States. I know that, Judge. I'm aware. I have to do it legally, not illegally. Completely legally. Never once illegally. No, I would never do that. I'm gonna bite on this and pretend like that's never happened.
The right to request that we contact the embassy of your home country and let them know that you're here. Is there anybody here who's not from the United States and you want us to contact your home embassy? Anybody? No? All right. I know you all want to get out of jail. If you're able to get out of jail, you need to make sure you show up for all your court dates. If you don't, you will be rearrested. Be a lot more difficult for you to get out of jail once you're back here. So if you're able to get out of jail, don't throw away your paperwork. Pay attention to when you need to be at court. Now, there are 4 ways to get out of jail. First way is to qualify for a personal bond. If you were to qualify for a personal bond, you'd be released for free based on your promise to come to all your court dates. You'd have a bond amount set, but you wouldn't have to pay any of the bond amount in order to get out of jail. And as long as you show up for all your court dates, you would never have to pay the bond amount. Now, you will have to pay a one-time $20 or $40 personal bond fee within a week after your release, and an envelope would be attached to your paperwork to send that in. Personal bonds are offered in instances where the case is not too serious and where we have a reasonable certainty that you'll come to court when you're supposed to, and that you won't be a danger to others or society if we let you out of jail while your case is pending. So we'll look at the facts of your case, the criminal record, the references, your history of coming to court in the past. And when I call your name, I'll let you know where you stand on the personal bond. If you qualify, you'll be released in the next few hours. If you don't qualify, then you have 3 other ways to get out of jail. Those 3 ways are: you can hire a bail bondsman, You can hire a lawyer, or you can have someone come down to the jail with the full amount of the bond in cash. If you go through a bail bondsman or a lawyer, it's between you and them how much they charge and what they can do for you. I can tell you that in Travis County, most bail bond companies tend to charge around 10% of the bond amount as their fee to get you out. So for example, if your bond amount's $5,000, bail bondsmen often charge you around $500 or more as their fee to get you out. You can also go through a lawyer. An attorney can come down here and try to convince me or one of the other judges to give you a personal bond that you weren't able to get on your own. A lawyer can advocate on your behalf based on the unique facts of your case and your situation and try to get you a personal bond. If you don't have the money to hire your own attorney, you can request a court-appointed attorney, and your court-appointed lawyer can do the same thing and try to get you out of jail. Last way to get out is to pay the full amount of the bond in cash. If someone comes down to the jail with the full amount of the bond, not 10%, but the full amount in cash, cashier's check, or money order, then you'll be released. And as long as you come to all your court dates, at the end of your case, you'll get your money back. Whereas if you go through a bail bondsman or a lawyer, whatever money you pay them, you generally won't get back. That's their fee to get you out of jail. Those are your 4 ways to get out. Qualify for a personal bond, hire a bail bondsman, hire a lawyer, pay the full cash bond. Regardless of which way you use, make sure you come to all your court dates or you will be rearrested. I'm gonna call your names. I'm gonna tell you your charges and your bond amounts, and I'm gonna ask you whether you want a court-appointed attorney or whether you want to hire your own lawyer. If you have any questions at that point, go ahead and ask me. I'll do my best to answer your questions. If you want to know the punishment range or the charge that you're facing, just ask me and I'll tell you. All right, Drew Alexander.
No, you said.
Miss Alexander, you're charged with a Class A misdemeanor for cruelty to an animal. Your bond amount is set at $5,000. However, I am going to do a personal bond in your case. You are going to get out of jail today for free based on your promise to come to all your court dates. You understand you need to show up for all your court dates?
Yes, sir, but I do have a question. So this scenario happened as an emergency situation. Like I had to have an emergency surgery. My uncle had to have emergency surgery. He's now dead. We were told 6 months ago that this was completely dropped. Like I'm a full caretaker of Roxy. Like I have her full time. Like she gets pedicures every month. Like she's well taken care of.
Let me stop you there. I get it. I know you have your side of the story on everything. You just need to talk to your lawyer about that. I can't discuss the facts of the case with you without your lawyer present. And that's for your protection because anything.
Mental paper. So what do? I have the paper saying that it was closed. So what do I do now? But I'm still in jail.
What I'm telling you is that, first of all, you have been charged with it. A warrant was issued on this case. In particular, a warrant was issued on November of last year, November 29th. And you are going to need to post bond, but I'm giving you a personal bond. So you're going to get out for free. Okay. You're going to be released today for free based on your promise to show up for all of your court dates. Now, when you get to court, you can talk to your lawyer about and show them all the documents that you have and your side of the story on everything. And your lawyer will deal with the prosecutors on where the case goes from here. You certainly have the right to fight it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. Do you want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
I already have a lawyer. I'll hire.
Okay. Now, one other thing, Miss Alexander, you also have 3 traffic tickets from 2019 that you've never resolved. Now, I'm not going to hold you in jail on those. They're only punishable by a fine and not jail time. So I'm going to release you with a court date on those. When you get out today, not only are you going to have a court date on your animal cruelty case, you also are going to have court dates on your traffic tickets. You need to show up for those court dates. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, good luck. Lexiana Cecilia Vargas.
Yeah.
Ms. Vargas, you're charged with a Class B misdemeanor driving while intoxicated. Your bond amounts $2,000. However, I am going to do a personal bond in your case as well. You're going to be released today for free. Make sure you show up for all of your court dates. Do you want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
If I go with a court, I can drop him if I do decide to hire.
Yeah, you can hire one and they can substitute for the court-appointed lawyer.
Okay, so let's do that. I'll just put the court appointed for now.
All right. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right. Good luck. Linda Valdez. Ms. Valdez, you are charged with a 3rd-degree felony
assault causing bodily injury to a family or household member by strangulation. Your bond amount set at $6,000. You're not going to get a personal bond. You're going to need to go through a bail bondsman or a lawyer to get out. Bail bonds will often charge around 10%, which in this case, 10% of 6,000 would be 600 if you're able to get a bail bond company to do it for 10%. All right. You'll have an opportunity to use a phone in a little bit when you get back to your jail cell. Now, one of the conditions of your release, Ms. Valdez, if you do postpone and get out, you are required to be screened for alcohol counseling, which means you'll have a piece of paper telling you where to go to do that screening. You need to go to whatever classes they recommend. Do you understand that?
Right. I don't understand why it was a self-defense. That's what it was. It wasn't.
Talk to your lawyer about that. I know you have your side of the story. I can't discuss that with you. I'm not the judge that's going to decide whether you're innocent or guilty. These are recorded proceedings, and whatever you say can be used against you. And so I just don't want you talking about your case.
Why is there a reason why I can't get a personal bond?
Well, the law does not allow a personal bond in Texas on a felony domestic violence case. And so I don't even have the option of giving you a personal bond. I set your bond low as strangulation cases go, to be honest with you. And I did that because I looked at your financial situation and took that into consideration. Bail bonds been probably looking around $600. All right.
That's a lot of money.
You understand you need to go, you need to be screened for alcohol counseling and go to whatever classes they require. All right. Do you want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
I need to get a court appointed now, but how do I go about finding a bill?
How do you go about what?
Finding a bail bond.
Well, there's a list of bail bond companies on the wall next to the phone there at your post. You can call them directly. And I can tell you that a lot of bail bond companies don't collect calls from the jail. So the most effective way generally is to call your friends or family on the outside and have them set up arrangements with a bail bond company. So you can call your friends or family on the outside, give them phone numbers from the bail bond companies.
No,
that are listed
Lisa,
on the
I'm
wall,
here.
or they could Google it and
I'm
look on
drinking.
the
It's a
internet.
Saturday night.
All right. All right. Good luck, Ms. Valdez. Bodisha
So if
Garner.
somebody wants to watch me shit, we're gonna pay more for that than free. Let's just
Ms.
say that.
Garner, you are charged with a Class A misdemeanor for assault causing bodily injury to a family or household member. Ms. Garner, do you have a place to live?
Yes.
Who do you live with?
With my boyfriend.
Who?
My boyfriend.
Your boyfriend? And where does he
Your
live?
boyfriend?
It's in his day.
What?
He's in a motel.
He lives in a motel?
He lives in a motel.
well-
Girl, get yourself a new boyfriend.
Okay. Hold on a second.
Lisa, you'll pay 100 for what? See my what?
Ms. Garner, are you working at all?
No, sir. I was on my way to work.
Do you have friends or family that can help bond you out?
Yes, sir.
How much money can they come up with as far as you know?
I don't know, not much.
Your bond amount, you have a Class A misdemeanor, assault causing bodily injury to a family member. Your bond amount on that is $750. You have a Class B misdemeanor driving with suspended license out of Williamson County with a bond amount of $100. Total amount of your bond is $850. You're not going to get
Wow.
Thank you. You're not going to get a personal bond though. You need to go to a bail bondsman or a lawyer or a company cash. If someone comes down to the jail with $850, you'll be released and you'll get your money back at the end of the case as long as you show up for all of your court dates. Do you want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
Court-appointed.
Court-appointed?
Yeah.
Ms. Garner, one of the conditions of your release is you need to stay 200 yards away from James Seals.
Oh, yes, sir. That's bad.
You understand
More
that?
more than $200.
What'd you say?
More than
She said
$200.
bet, Judge. She said bet. I ain't. Look at her. Look at her out. Literally, one arm up on the stairs, one arm on the fucking pod. She said bet, Judge. She ain't going after that guy. No problem whatsoever. Please don't get her in trouble for that. Also, you guys, I love you. Thank you for being here. You know, I'm just a little channel. I'm just a little girl, if you will. A little girl who doesn't know what she's doing. And I appreciate each and every one of you for the likes that you give me. Love you.
I don't have to worry about you going near him.
Nah.
Okay.
I went to get my keys and my phone. I'm going to get my phone from him. He wouldn't give it back.
Like, he's got your phone?
Yeah, I had my car keys. So I had to get my car towed because of him.
What I'm telling you is you can't go within 200 yards of him no matter under any
I
circumstance.
don't know. I'm not worried about it.
Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Nicole Fagan? Ms. Fagan, you are charged with a Class A misdemeanor, assault causing bodily injury to a family or household member. Do you have friends or family that can help bond you out of jail?
No, I can get PR bond, I have to pay my PR bond before.
You're not going to get a personal bond. So that's one of the reasons why I'm trying to get an idea of how much money you have in order to get out.
Much money.
How much money does your friends or family working with to get you out of jail?
This is my sister and me, but I can get PR bond, I paid them off before.
Now, on a domestic violence case, in order for you to get a personal bond, we would need to talk to my staff would need to talk to the alleged victim to make sure there's no danger to anybody's safety if you're released. We haven't been able to get in hold of him, and so I don't have the information that I would need.
Hold on, change.
We left him a message. We're waiting for him to call us back. All right, but in the meantime, and if he calls back and I feel like I have enough information to that I'm comfortable doing a personal bond, then you would get one. But if not, you're going to need to go through a bail bondsman or a lawyer to get out of jail.
I can't get to my kids. He's not tied to my attention. But I don't know how to get hold of him. And I don't know.
We've left him a message, so hopefully he'll call back. We've called him a couple of times. Okay. Now, Ms. Fagan, your bond amount is set at $2,000. A bail bondsman will often charge around 10%, which in this case would be around $200. You'll have an opportunity to use a phone in a little bit in order to try to get a hold of friends or family and try to bond out. You also have a Class A misdemeanor evading arrest or detention charge. Your bond amount on that is $500. So the total amount of your bond is $2,500. So so 10% of that, if you were able to go through a bail bondsman, would be $250. Now, let me ask you a question. Who lives at that Springdale address?
My friend James Robinson.
Okay, so you don't live there then? Is that correct? You don't live there?
No, Antoine don't live there at all. I live there.
And where does Antoine live?
Antoine lives down at the Arch.
Okay, so neither one of y'all live at that Springdale address?
No, sir. That's why I didn't understand why I couldn't get a personal bond.
Well, you're not going to get a personal bond until our staff talks to Antoine. And then a final decision will be made on a personal bond, okay? Now, In the meantime, though, you can try to go bond out through a bail bond company. As I mentioned, if they're willing to do it for 10%, you'd be looking at $250.
How do I get to, get a hold of my sister?
All right. If you do postpone and get out of jail, Miss Fagan, one of the conditions of your release is you need to stay 200 yards away from Antoine. You can't go near him. Do you understand that?
Yes. What I'm gonna host Belmont people at, I don't know the numbers.
Say again?
I don't know the numbers.
There's a list of bail bond companies on the wall right next to your phone there, okay? And you'll be able to call bail bond companies, or you can call your friend, family on the outside and call them, okay?
I gotta get out. I gotta get out. I gotta get out.
Do you want a court-appointed attorney, or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
Yeah, I got a court-appointed attorney, please. I need to go home.
All right. All right, good luck.
All right, go ahead and return yours.
And then how long take me?
Rachel Kakar?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Kakar, you charged with a Class A misdemeanor assault causing bodily injury to a family member. Your bond amount set at $500. Do you have who do you live with?
I live with my boyfriend.
Okay.
They did talk to him though, and he said that he didn't want to press charges.
Yeah, I know. I'm familiar with that. I do want to just have some discussion with you about some mental health issues. And so, hey, Daniels, can we go off? Let's go ahead and go off YouTube.
Yeah, give me just a second here.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Thank you, Dan, whatever that guy's name was. Thank you all. Listen, we are hitting 6 hours and 37 minutes, which I'm not gonna say out loud because that's a long time. Let me go get this out of the oven for you to see what we've created. Let's pretend it's like 3 hours. Let's pretend it's been 3 hours. Okay. Oh my God. You made that in 3 hours? You're incredible. Oh my God. Keep it up, guys. Come on. I need you to write that in the chat too, so I can say it out loud. Oh my God. That's incredible. Wow. That's so amazing. That's definitely 3 hours worth of work for sure. Honey P, 3 hours worth of work. Oh wow, they look delicious. Guys, he's in the front room and I need you. I need you to type it so I can show it to him later, please. Wow, this is amazing. I would never believe that's been less than 3 hours of work to make this. Never in my life. Would you believe that? No, never. Listen, guys, seriously, I love you. I appreciate you. These are 2 Pepto pills I haven't taken yet. I'm going to take them right now before I eat this. Ooh, let's drop some Pepto on top of that. Please push the food back from the edge. You're like, don't touch the food on the edge. It really fucks me up. Seriously, you guys, I love you so much. I appreciate you all. We are working on our Instant Pot. What do we call that? An Instant Pot series that we're working on. Mike, T-Rex, Mayor, everybody else who's been here, Lisa Figueroa, let me stream up, Dally Mike, Lisa B, all y'all. I really appreciate you all. Seriously, you make it my Saturday. You make it my Saturday. But this right here has made my Saturday. We've made cheesy enchiladas, just like I said I would. We've made them. We're going to continue making them. I have approximately one more pan full of cheesy enchiladas to make. So I am going to do that later tonight. what I would like to do is thank you all for being here. Thank you for participating and being part of my family, my chosen family. That's really what you are. If you ever wonder every day what reason you have in life, when you come here, please know that you have a reason. This has been a wild, wild night full of secret telling, kink court, and kitchen, y'all know. Paisley, that's true. That is true, T-Rex. No, but seriously, listen. We have one more. Oh, hold on. That's my kid texting me. It is. Oh, well, it's only 8:45. I thought it was 11:45 at night. No, that's Eastern time. You don't live in Eastern time, Paisley. You live in Pacific time. So she just told me, oh my God, I love her so fucking much. Oh my God. You guys, look. This is her fucking town that she's made, and she labeled it all. Oh, I love her so much. Oh my God, I'm so proud of her. Oh, what a better kid than I am. Like, seriously, what a better person than I ever have been in my entire life. She is already at the age of 15. That makes me exceptionally proud as a mother, to be honest. Uh, how high am I? Pretty high, William. It's Wednesday. Or, sorry, Saturday, not Wednesday. But I'm very, very proud of my daughter. She did this whole thing. First of all, she did it in French, which I can't even understand. We've already talked about that, but she did. And then instead of that, she's gone through all of that. Like, look at her. L'école. She's got the psychiatrist office down there. She's got everything. Y'all, you ain't built any towns like that lately. Fucking show me them if you want. Look, she's got a recycling center. She's got a Casernet de Pomperrier. I don't know what that is. What I will say is that if she knows it or not, or if you know it or not, y'all are very important to me. Keeping me going as a mom, as a person, as a channel, it really keeps me going. So I thank you that very much. I want to show you these absolutely burning my hands enchiladas that I'm going to show you. Showed my daughter's town. And I want to remind you that I love you. I'm proud of you. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Let's get together tomorrow. Oh, she's designed a better town than I have, for God's sakes. Holy shit. We're gonna have to hire her. Bye.